talking about the people who are in the diaspora, they will have no homes to go back to because Israel and Saudi Arabia will just build new ones as part of a business model. So again, as you're saying, right? Sure, maybe it is true in some capacity that Saudi Arabia is trying to buy Israel, is trying to have some economic control over Israel, but it's not going to work if there are going to be no Palestinians for it to benefit.
Again, another thing to keep stating loud and wrong statements. Saudi Arabia has given more than $16 billion in aid to Palestine since the year 2000. And on my birthday this year, June 26, 2025, Saudi Arabia gave $30 million in aid, which mostly consisted of food and medical supplies to Palestine. That was just not even a month ago. So I don't know how much research you're doing.
It's not enough. That's what we're saying. It's not
That's
enough.
not the opposite.
It's not enough.
I'm still talking.
But you keep on saying the same shit. You regurgitating and keep on rehashing the same shit, bro. It's getting boring.
Bully someone else, right? I'm 6'2" and 195 pounds.
Yeah, so what? So what, bro? So what? You're not saying anything.
All right.
You're still deflecting. You're still deflecting from the issue. You're 6'2" and what, bro?
Let him respond, Bull, and then you can have the mic, brother. Go on.
$30 million in aid, one, is substantial amount of money. And two, that's not the only amount of money that they've given. That's just the most recent check. So when you say that they're not taking care of medical supplies or food aid, again, I'm just debunking point for point. And I did not say that they're going to buy Israel. I really hope that was not what you got from the economical stance. The economical stance is not to buy a country. When you're investing in a country, it's to you can destabilize them by then drawing your money. It's like blowing up a balloon. Blow it up, but you own the air in the balloon. The balloon didn't own that air. So yes, the balloon may reach its full potential, but then if you release a large amount of air, now jobs are lost. This is a long-term strategy, but it also is something that's already been taking place before October 7th. So what happens is, though, is Saudi Arabia is able to utilize that, and that's why they keep making the same statement over and over and over again. We will not continue to do business. And that may not mean anything to people here who are warmongering and just want to see missiles fly. However, when you say we're not going to do anything until Palestine becomes an official state, what that means is all of that money freezes. So it's not when you say, oh, that money's being used. No, it's not. That money is not being used militarily. That money is on lockdown. It's frozen. You can close accounts. When you have I have to teach a whole economics class, but when you have stock accounts, brokerage accounts, almost works like an escrow. You can freeze accounts instantly. You can have $10 billion in the country and go, I don't like what's happening here, and I can lock and protect my funds. There's multiple ways to do that. The AI advancements. First of all, let's analyze Palestine. Palestine does not have anything that's set up to be an organized government. So they need countries that are strategic in technology and other opportunities that can benefit them in the long run. Plus, the argument is going to come when this war gets closer, not even this war, when this genocide gets closer towards the end, and it's not going to end with a Palestinian extermination. It's never going to happen. But when this war gets closer, this genocide gets closer towards the end, the question is going to be, is Palestine qualified to be a country? They asked this question in the United Nations to every new nation. And with the supporters and the recognition of countries like Saudi Arabia who keep their hands out of the main bloody conflict so they can be a representing factor, which is what European nations have. European nations have massive countries who don't jump in the conflict, but they become a quote-unquote non-biased supporter, even though they are a biased supporter. They call this NATO. So we have to really understand geopolitics. We can sympathize. I definitely sympathize and send my prayers out to every Palestinian around the world. And I want nothing more than to see Palestine rise as a nation and as a country, and us to begin global dominance back over the entirety of the region in a unified world. However, we're living in the modern world. So there is a modern approach to how to do this. And I think everyone has a part to play, both what Iran is doing, what Yemen has been doing, and what other countries like Saudi Arabia has been doing are all major parts towards independence. And if you do some small research, I'm at the end of my statement, if you do some small research into the American independence, you'll find out that America did not win its independence war. It actually lost its independence war. It was the recognition from countries like Morocco, who were already long-standing and had relationships with Europe and other countries. It was the recognition and financial support that these countries garnered and gave to America, that America was able to sue the United Kingdom for all of these abuses and things like that, and ultimately become an independent nation. So please do research beyond missiles flying in the sky on how countries are formed, right? How the United Nations works, how the ICJ works. Do real research on how these systems happen, so then you know what to expect. And then when you look at the countries and see what every country is doing, you can now do a play-by-play and say, okay, what needs to happen next is this. So it's more, I'm not just calling for a ceasefire, I'm calling for nationhood. I want to see a Palestinian flag. I want to see a Palestinian airport and capital and freedom and thriving. I mean, not even after this conflict, we're going to be dealing with PTSD for generations of the children who have been there and seen and experienced what they've experienced. So there's going to be a massive amount of aid and support needed for those people beyond this conflict. So it's not just endless war, and it just doesn't work that way. The next thing that has to take place after this ceasefire is nationhood. And that nationhood is going to be leveraged through wealth, political power, and diplomacy, not through missiles flying through the air all day.
Okay, I'm just gonna respond for like 10 seconds because I don't think you're listening to me. If everything that you said happens, it will happen, okay? Because Saudi Arabia is currently doing those investments, they're making those coalitions, and they're buying those equities. However, there will be no Palestine. There will be no Palestinians to give back Palestine to if Palestinians are ethnically cleansed. The numbers are dropping every single day. There is an ongoing genocide. And until that genocide is over, there's going to be no Palestinians left to give back the Gaza, the West Bank, and the whole 48 back to. So yes, in theory, you're right, okay? This is how a nation, this is how nationhood works. This is how global politics works. This is how global economics works. But still, at the end of the day, if everything that you're saying does come true, there will be little to no Palestinians to give back that land to. There will be little to no Palestinians who will be willing to come back to Palestine if they don't have their homes, if they don't have, their ancestral graves, if they don't have anything to return back to. So in theory, yes, you are correct. But what I'm trying to say is that all for what? 20, 30 years down the line, when Palestinians are completely ethnically cleansed, what's going to happen? Nobody's going to return. So what's the point? So I'm saying that Saudi Arabia should invest their money, as they're doing right now. And sure, you're talking about aid that they have given for the past few years maybe, but that aid has not been able to enter Gaza and enter the West Bank because there are people that are still starving there every single day. Every single country that has tried to give them aid, every single coalition, nonprofit organization, anybody who has tried to get aid to Gaza has not been able to do so. And even if they have been able to get a little bit to like maybe a pack of flour or like a case of diapers or whatever it might have been, it's still not enough. It's still not to the point where Palestinians are able to come back and fight against the genocide.
Again, Saudi Arabia's position is, to me, greater than most. They're arguing not only for a Palestinian state, but for the Palestinian borders of pre-1962. And again, the number, I understand the emotions involved. However, again, it's impossible, first of all. It's impossible to annihilate the entirety of the Palestinian people. It's just impossible. And I'm not just talking about the people, I'm not talking about the diaspora, I'm talking about even in Gaza and the West Bank. It's impossible, it's not going to happen. And I'm saying it's impossible due to the fact that we are Muslim. So, being the fact that, we have Allah. So that's just not going to happen. To me, to criticize any individual who's helping and say what you're doing is not fast enough, when what Saudi Arabia's long-term plan for Palestine is not the Gaza Strip, it's the pre-1962 borders, which you can look up on the Arab News or Al Jazeera. MBS talked about it when his father was coherent. He spoke about it even before October 7th. Saudi Arabia is the third in the world for giving the most aid to Palestinian people, even more than the United States. So like I said, a lot of the statements that were being made is blanketed because Saudi Arabia has been moving quietly and swiftly versus loudly and bolstering. However, what the Middle East does not have is countries have layers. You have your loud nations who make a lot of noise, like Yemen. Then you have your middle nations who file lawsuits, like South Africa. And then you have your superpowers. The Middle East is trying to become superpowers, like Russia. In China, you don't come in and scream a bunch of statements to a tabloid to make people feel good. Powers in the pen. Make moves quietly and swiftly. And that's what Saudi Arabia has been attempting to do. Again, I'm sure every government in the Middle East can be criticized for what we think. None of us have been a monarch. None of us have been a prime minister to know the ins and outs entirely of what the process looks like and what the global landscape looks like. But I don't see any reason why MBS would defy his own ancestral lineage. His grandfather, who is the founder of Saudi Arabia, was probably one of the greatest supporters of the Palestinian state. His fathers, his uncles, it just doesn't make any sense. So if people want to argue Islam, say Islam in Saudi Arabia, I already agree that I live here and I can see it for myself. And Riyadh will probably be Dubai in about 5 or 6 years. With the massive amount of expatriates and how much they're doing. Even if you go to Mecca, I don't know how many of you all have been to Mecca, but anyone who has, know that there are 2 Meccas in Mecca. You have a public Mecca for everybody, where it used to say only Muslims can go to Mecca. Now they have a public Mecca for everyone for work and business and stuff like that. And then you have the El Haram actual area, and they're doing a lot of development to isolate the 2 areas. But again, like I said, people tend to forget that Saudi Arabia is a country. They have interests of their own that for the next 100 years, plans for their own development, plans for their own people to thrive. They're not just the keepers of the top. They have a lot of other things that exist in that well. But like I said, 99% of the arguments you presented, I believe I'm debunked. Hopefully, this has been a learning. I mean, it is. Just do your research. Hopefully, this has been a learning.
Layla, we need to go to Haram and conduct Umrah, ya Come on.
Me?
Yeah.
I have. I just went last year, but I want to go. I want to go for Hajj next time.
Doctor will be at the airport, okay?
No, I'm gonna have TSA then. We're gonna deport us back.
Have you ever been around Saudi, like outside of Jeddah and Mecca? Like, have you been around the country?
I've been to Riyadh. My grandmother used to live there. But
What year was that?
that doesn't have anything to do with today. We're going back to
It does, because what it does is the visual landscape. But it's okay if you want to ignore that. Again, my premise is the same. You just gotta learn more about geopolitics. But I do understand the urgency.
I do understand. Look, I don't disagree with you, okay? But that's not what I'm saying. I didn't disagree when we first started speaking. I didn't disagree with you either, okay? I was just arguing and saying that if you're gonna call yourself an Islamic regime, follow Islam. If not, then don't, But anyways, I don't disagree with anything that you're saying. What I'm saying though is I don't see personally, as a Palestinian, as somebody who has family in Palestine, I don't see there to be a value in investing in Israel in any way, when if the end goal is, to take control over Israel and eventually to make it do its bidding or whatever the situation is, or to have some sort of economic leverage over Israel, it's not going to be any use if there's going to be no Palestinians to return to. You mentioned that, okay, that's not going to happen. Okay, but quite frankly, as a Palestinian, again, seeing my family members, literally every 2 to 3 weeks, and this is the same for many Palestinians, seeing your family members die every 2 to 3 weeks, seeing, people, come, and take your homes and whatever, and having, these stories, it's very much demotivating. It's oh my gosh, it's a question that we ask ourselves every single day, is there ever going to be a free Palestine? So when you see people from your family dying every single day, it's kind of just okay, now, are we going to actually have Palestine to go back to. And then when we see Saudi Arabia and the actions that they're committing, funding Israel for in the tech sector or in equities and stuff like that, we're like, wow. So even if Saudi Arabia claims that they're going to have economic leverage for Palestinians over, if they're going to have economic leverage over Israel for Palestinians, to us it's like that doesn't matter anymore because we don't have a place to go back to. We don't have a home to go back to. Everything is destroyed. We don't have family members who can make claims. We don't have sons who can make claims on deeds. Like it's very like to us as Palestinians, we don't, whatever Saudi Arabia's long-term plan is in terms of geopolitics, for us it's like, nah, like we don't believe that it's going to do us any good at the end of the day. We hope and we pray that, Hasna al-Dun, like we hope and we pray that if Saudi Arabia, if that's what their intentions are, that they do come true, that they do benefit Palestinians in some way. But for us, practically, we just don't see that there's a value in it. Like we, again, as I said, if there's no Palestinians to take back Palestine, it's just a business deal. It's just a business project.
I probably understand you better than anyone else here because I'm sure he's in my country is going through probably mostly the same thing with a body count of 200,000 people killed. And then family members, friends, or even people that my family know. Even my own personal house instead has been totally destroyed. Personal house. However, at the end of the day, all you can do is put your faith in Allah. Support in the ways that you can. Stand by your Muslim brothers and sisters, and be strong in your faith in the Deen, because we've already been guaranteed by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that the Muslim Ummah will succeed. And like I said, with a strong knowledge of geopolitics, I understand what you're saying and how it makes you feel, but in reality, the methods that are being taken are actually faster than anywhere else. And we're watching the growth and development of strength in the Middle East faster and more powerful than anywhere else we've ever seen in the world. Faster development rate, a faster military strength rate. And like I said, I understand those kind of investments they make you feel, but those investments are probably the fastest solution to the Palestinian problem and a Middle East security problem.
Well, I just hope that it's fast enough for Palestinians to come and take back their homes.
Layla, when you see, Palestinian flag raised everywhere throughout Europe, how does that make you feel?
I feel represented.
Exactly. And before October 7th, that was not the case. So there's a positive side, there's wisdom behind what's happening. So,
wait, so what do you have to do with Saudi Arabia? What is the flag?
No. Forget about Saudi Arabia. I'm not talking about Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, I understand the positions of Dr. Nubian. He's correct 100%. And that's unfortunately how the world works. It's deep. So what Saudi Arabia is doing is very, very deep politics. Okay? They have BlackRock. Listen, they have. Hold on. They have black. Okay, so this subject is multidimensional. It's not one side. Okay, so you have to look at what's happening throughout the world because of the genocide, ongoing genocide in Gaza. You also look at what's happening in the investment world and Saudi Arabia's engagement with the main, basically, I guess, economic levers of the world, led by BlackRock. So just wait. After 10 years or 15 years or 20 years, things will change for sure. This Zionist state will absolutely disappear. I know that for sure. The current government of Israel or another government similar to the current one will not be compatible with, the powerful governments in the Middle East. I guarantee it.
Okay, well, maybe I will agree with you, okay? But what I hope and what I pray for is that there are Palestinians to take back Palestine. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, I agree with you. Okay, I think that there's at no point have I ever disagreed with what you or what Doctor have said. But I understand where you're coming from. However, what I'm trying to say is that to me, again, as a Palestinian and as somebody who has family in Gaza, I hope that this plan does work. Because if it doesn't, then it's just a business deal. It's just a business project.
I agree.
Okay, and I hope that it works fast enough. Point where my whole entire family isn't
people, future Palestinians will reap the reward. You know what I mean? And people who died, they basically shed their blood for what's coming. And I believe strong Palestinian state, recognized throughout the world, you know, will emerge from this. So it's painful. I understand, 100%. You know, it pains me. I swear to God. You know, every Muslim cannot feel terrible when they see what's happening. You know what I mean? And it's a human issue right now. It's not even Muslims only. Bully, we're on the same page, right? Bully? You called me D Ryder earlier, man. Come on, apologize. Yeah, man. Come on.
Yeah, it's very painful to say.
What are you talking about? You are a dick rider.
Yeah, okay, bro. That's interesting language.
It is a, because if we paid you as much as you, bro, this guy here.
No, what's happening, Lord?
When you hear people speak, you try to understand what they're saying.
If you really care that much, you will boot up and suit up and do something about it, to be honest, man. And I think a lot of you are just very, very too opinionated.
It should not be in a place of power, and you should not be treated with impunity.
You guys are still going?
It's that simple. It's like everyone should be equal under the law.
What are you proselytizing?
That was a process. It's a simple question. I don't care how you answer it. We're proselytizing. We're trying to get something that's the answer I'm giving is very reasonable.
Well,
Wait, why do you think that Jews were behind blacks in civil rights in the 60s? Because they were fearing that they were going to become the blacks in America, right?
no, it's because they do good things. They're charitable people. They love supporting people.
That's why a lot of Jews will pretend to say, oh, I'm white and I support
Who
black.
do you think owns Yum Brand Foods? Kentucky Fried Chicken is a big business.
Yeah. So you're part of the CCA.
I'm a Protestant. I'm a Protestant Christian.
You're not. You're a fucking communist.
My Lord and Savior Jesus Christ will crush you, buddy.
Yeah, you're full of shit. I don't get it. Why are we even talking about niggers?
Because the Civil Rights Act of 1964 would have been impossible without Jewish scholars.
Yeah, same goes for lesbians and trans without teaching your kids how to do blood balls.
Scholars.
Teaching your kids how to get blowjobs.
Lyndon Baines Johnson was a Jewish prophet.
Yeah, okay. And you're smoking the devil's lettuce.
How did you know? James, let's just put it this way. You're kind of uptight.
You can fit 40 Earths in Uranus, and if you relax, 43.
I was born inside Uranus.
Yeah, I doubt it.
I can't believe that you are that oblivious to influence in the U.S. James.
I'm just saying, I understand Israel's influence in the U.S. I'm just saying it's a proxy for the military-industrial complex.
Okay.
Without
You are
agreeing,
still
we agree to disagree.
understanding movements and looking at You're still existing and not understanding.
Well, listen to what Goose said. Listen to what Goose said earlier. He said.
You keep repeating that the Congress.
Listen to what Goose said earlier. He said, "What benefit did America gain by destroying Iraq?" Oh, what benefit? How about like $6 trillion in fucking deficit spending? That's a pretty nice benefit.
Israel versus the American military-industrial
Okay,
complex.
and that's Congress, that's
I'm a college money guy.
Okay, so that Congress, who funds them? Who pays for their campaigns? Doesn't every single Republican have an APAC guy?
Of course they do.
Uh-huh.
I'll tell you what, overthrowing Saddam guaranteed, 74% of Israel's oil coming from the Iraqi part of the Kurdish part of Iraq. Did you know about that? That was a positive.
Yeah, but most of the Kuwaiti oil.
But the interest of Israel was more about geopolitics than it was about resources and money. That's what you're not comprehending.
No, I don't think it's
shows you what I mean when I say
wait,
Republican cuts.
say that again. Say that again, because in here, the first time does a train go by my house?
About the oil, I'm saying Israel's what benefited Israel when it came to overthrowing Saddam and Iraq
Yes.
was primarily about their geopolitical ambition and their ideological ambition than it was about resources or money.
I agree with you.
So in the chess game that is still being played, who has more pieces?
As of right now, Israel.
Ding ding ding! Winner winner chicken dinner!
Obviously.
Epstein, do you understand now why I always say Republicans are cocks?
Yes.
And total cocks. That they would literally watch their wife get fucked rather than actually take a stand against the Jews.
Yeah, I don't get why this is like the one issue where
Because some people-
The same cocks bitching about Ukraine are the same cocks wanting to fund Israel.
Hey, you know what? The only two American presidents that ever took a stand against the Jews were Republicans.
No, Nixon and Carter.
No.
JFK was not a Republican. That was JFK.
No. He never took a chick because they
Who
shot him.
do you think didn't kill JFK? Who do you think
It's
killed
the-
JFK
it's the
right after he said
Pentagon.
he wants to do an investigation in Dimona in Israel, the nuclear facility.
It's the
in Israel.
Pentagon and
Who do you think
CIA.
killed him?
It's the CIA and the Pentagon. They just had all these hearings on it over the past couple
Oh, so the
months.
CIA and the Pentagon killed JFK right
Yeah.
after he said he wants to do an investigation in the Israeli nuclear facility. Okay.
Yeah.
It's not Israel that killed him. No.
Oh, okay. It was Woody Harrelson's dad.
Yeah, it's not Israel.
Well, yeah, that actually.
Israel has nothing to do with the killing of JFK. Okay.
Okay.
You guys are retarded.
Listen, you're retarded. You're from fucking Jordan. I've been to your goat kingdom.
I watched the movie The Patriot by Mel Gibson, and I had a different idea of Americans. Turns out they're all a bunch of faggots.
It turns out that you're from a goat
They're all a
kingdom.
bunch of bad faggots on scooters at Walmart while the oil drips down your fucking mouth. onto your
Listen,
fucking
you
mouth.
eat shawarma. They take beef. They take fucking goat. They take lamb, and they let that fat just drip down the meat. That's all you guys got in your country is fucking spigots of fatty meat. You stick it on a fucking pita with a pickle and some fucking white sauce. That's your culinary delight? You're from a fucking valley with a river and a couple goats. You sit there saying, oh, the guy is a first generation implant into this country, and he sits here and says, you know how many times Randy has said Republican cucks? Probably like 6,000 times over the past 2 years.
It's Randy's trademark.
Yeah, but it's true.
It is his trademark.
But it's also true.
You can't deny it though. Arab white sauce, no homo, is pretty good.
No, I know, I love shawarma.
Can you deny that conservatives are cocks?
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Well, this is the problem with your conversations, is that you can't admit that your conversations are all political in nature. Even if you hate the Jews and you're an anti-Semite, it's still your political position. So you're just doing politics. That's all you're actually doing.
Who are concerned about the debt and the Democrat spending are exactly the people simping for the big beautiful bill, increasing the debt by $5 trillion.
Beautiful bill, baby.
Can somebody explain that?
Hey, asshole. Big Beautiful Bill gave me a major tax credit.
Oh, you think that? But you don't.
Yeah.
So look at this nigger. He literally wants to save $5 on tax, but he wants to spend the fucking on inflation. You Republicans are some of the dumbest motherfuckers.
I pay more in income tax than you earn in a week.
That's because you're a tax cuck. But at the end of the day,
I'm a tax cut. Okay. Because you're a Canadian.
yeah, but I'm
Jordan, like, yeah, how much are you getting taxed? Canada.
Income tax?
Yeah.
40 to 43%.
Ooh, that's nice. That's 4 out of 10 days you go to work for the man.
Exactly, douchebag. I literally pay more tax on my overtime check.
Yeah, but I pay zero capital gains tax.
You probably work 6 out of 10 days.
Asshole.
No, you don't pay. You do pay capital gains.
Don't forget, this guy has a monthly membership to FetLife.
Okay, well, I'm telling you.
He's actually the content.
Exactly, he's the cuck that he calls everybody else.
$5 on tax so that you can spend
Takes a
$100
cuck to
on
know a
inflation.
cuck.
Like, do you understand what it means when you raise that debt by $5 trillion? Some figure has to pay that.
Do you know what it means when there's 100 trillion in unfunded debt liabilities?
You are that nigger who's gonna pay the debt. You are the nigger who's gonna pay the debt.
Just go to usdebtclock.org right now. There's 37 trillion in funded liabilities and 100 trillion. 100 trillion in unfunded
And
liabilities.
can you see how the Republicans always increase? They always increase the deficits. Well, Democrats also increase deficits, but they don't increase it as much. Can you go ahead and check?
Oh, you're kidding me.
Yeah, can you go ahead and check how all the Democrats spend on the social programs is much smaller than the Republicans spend on the fucking military?
Can you explain to me why in the world would Alex Soros marry Huma Abedin? Why did Alex Soros marry Huma Abedin?
I'm just telling you, Democrats are much better at reducing deficits.
Exactly. He's a cuck.
It is kind of weird. She's like kind of old.
She already has children with Anthony Weiner. Why in the fuck is this dumb bitch? Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, the fucking Clinton laptop. She knows all about it. She knows all about fucking cosmic ping pong.
Okay.
Oh, conservative release. Letting out all that shawarma, white sauce, garlic sauce.
He doesn't even have tandoori kitchen.
Oh, George Galloway's here. The Israel, they are. I can't even do a George Galloway accent. It's kind of hard.
What, you got to?
George Galloway!
George Galloway!
Come with me. Tim Plumber's house.
Is that Tim's new profile?
Tim rambles man.
To the mother of all talk shows.
I got a girl actually for Tim. She's a rambler too. They call her a babberina.
What are you on? What are you on? Say that again, because I didn't follow you.
I know this chick too. She's a single mom. She's got a great body.
Are you
But,
Canadian?
no, I'm American. But what I'm saying is she's a rambler like Tim, and she'll talk your ear off to the end of the night, and you're just like, I cannot believe this bitch could not shut the fuck up.
Yeah. That's too bad. How's that working out for you?
I don't know. It's like it's nice having a wing woman because she's very social, and all the young chicks.
Oh, she's your own wing woman?
Yeah, she's my wing woman basically.
You sure she's not cock blocking you?
No, she's. I'm sure she would love to sleep with me, but I'm just a gentleman, and it's nice to have a friend at the bar. Even though she won't shut the fuck up.
You're tapping that, you liar.
No, I'm not. I'm not. And I try to introduce her to people. I've invited her to Republican parties because
Why do you have a wing woman?
she's a bad wing woman. Honestly, I think my game is pretty weak. I really want to work on it.
Why do you not have like a wing man?
I do.
He's a wing
I
woman.
do have.
What the fuck's wrong with you?
I do. Well, she's always at the bar. She's always at this fucking bar that I go to. So it's just by
Okay, and
default.
how much pussy has she hooked you up with?
Fucking nut.
No, so she's a cock blocker.
Actually, you're probably right. Well, I don't want to get past friends with. She's not. She's ugly. She's like 46 maybe.
Okay, but so she's not working for you. She's working against you.
Yeah, you're probably right. I thought about that. I was like, I should stop
I
going
think
to
you
that
need
bar.
go to a different bar.
That's exactly what I thought. I agree. She's Italian. There's a lot of Italian people that go to this bar.
Okay, what's wrong with that? Are they Italian or are they Sicilian? Because there's just
Yeah, I guess they're Sicilian.
well, maybe.
They wear the cornicello.
You mean the horn?
No, it's like a chili pepper looking necklace.
That's the horn, yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she's definitely like a Sicilian for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Calabrese.
She had to have been a 10 when she was like in her
hanging out with
20s.
niggers.
Oh shit.
You finally said it.
Really, I don't think I've ever heard that word ever uttered from you, man.
Yeah, you have.
Today we tried to pressure him to say it.
He's thinking about Dennis Hopper in that scene with Walken.
Nigger is like the
Oh yeah, true romance.
Yeah, that is a funny scene. He's like, so technically, that is a great scene.
Did you guys see the use of the word nigger online and how it's skyrocketed in the past years?
No.
Oh, stop going after X.
I'm gonna say around 2016 it skyrocketed.
Do you think it
Oh my God, Emperor Trump.
I'm pretty sure. You're pretty sure.
2020.
It skyrocketed after like Tribe Called Quest released a whole song about it back in the '90s.
Yeah, sure. No. I think the last 2 years is a big difference. Today, nigger is the most used word on this app. I don't think
Is that?
Yeah, but you were the source of that.
At one point, that was the only word I used to say.
I'm just telling you that every active user of this app knows that.
I don't care if you hate Trump or the populist right, but we have brought back faggot, nigger, and retarded. So you're welcome.
You were so afraid of saying the word nigger just 2 hours ago. You were literally saying it because I didn't know what's wrong.
Against me.
Well, you just said it, right? So you need more alcohol and then you can say it?
It's my word.
If you say it like Tim Rambleson says it, and the way you say it, like you are what you are
Well,
describing.
Technically, nigger was our word before it was theirs.
No, our word, not your word, nigger.
Oh, well, I understand nigger after all.
Yeah, he's a camel fucker.
Exactly. And you are a client state. So.
Have you ever eaten camel meat,
You
Rabbi?
live by the grace of God and my tax dollars.
Have you ever eaten camel meat, Randy?
No, although I know a burger shop that has that.
But he's eating the ass out of camel.
Have you ever seen what it looks like when they strip a camel from its meat after they cook it? It's disgusting.
Wow.
No, wait, you eat camels?
Yeah, dude, it's fucking disgusting.
Seriously?
Yeah, the fat is so fatty that it like liquefies on contact. It is the most disgusting looking thing you've
No,
ever seen.
apparently camel meat is very tasty.
I've never read this. I mean, I know people
Yeah.
eat horses.
Just go on YouTube and watch videos.
It's
They
kinda
cook
weird,
they
but,
cook
like,
goats
now they eat
like camels all the time. Yeah.
Why?
It's a lot of food. It's fucking like 800 pounds of meat.
It's better than starving. I've never heard that anyone eats camels.
Oh yeah, it's a
They
delicacy.
say it's pretty tasty, actually.
Today's a year old. Horse meat is pretty tasty.
Again, I never tried it.
Yeah, horse meat's delicious.
It is delicious. It's not as good as elk, but like I just feel bad eating it. I mean, you know, the chat. I mean, that looks pretty good.
Kitover, did you eat camel meat?
No, but I've had mensa many times. I love it.
Yeah, that's what we're from. Yeah, that sounds amazing. Do you remember Ting Ma on this app?
No,
You don't know Ting Ma? He's from Toronto.
no.
Oh, well, he came to Montreal. I took him to the best mensa. It was very expensive, but actually it tasted
How much is it?
What is menta?
It's a Jordanian national dish.
It's a plate of rice with meat and goat milk on it.
There's something called
Yeah.
What do you mean? Jamit is like petrified fucking rock. It's goat milk.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what goes into
So
it.
is this like Middle Eastern paella?
I've made it. It's Jamid.
It's
James, that's exactly what it is.
kind of, but yeah, not exactly, but actually,
Without the high class proteins. Right, got it. Okay.
I'm telling.
just Google it. The Western it's unlike anything else.
They should literally do like a Chipotle, but with
How does labna taste? Like the milk? I heard it's like
Labna
salty.
Labna is not milk. Labna is like, how can I even explain that shit to you?
it's condensed goat milk, isn't it?
I'm not. They said it's salty. I thought it was just milk.
Not salty. Do you know what do you know
pita bread?
Yeah.
Okay, so you get pita bread, like next time, I'm pretty sure you have some Middle Eastern, like grocery store or something.
Yeah, it's like naan.
You go there, yeah, pita bread looks kind of like naan, yeah. But it's not the same, it's separate. So just make sure to get pita bread, and then you get labneh. I'm sure you're gonna find labneh in any grocery store. And then you just, it's like a dip. You take the bread, and then you take the labneh.
Is that like the bread they have in Pakistan?
That's the best thing you ever ate.
Kind of like a pretzel. Pretzel.
You can put them there with cheese and tomatoes also. The labneh is the best thing you ever ate. You know, so I think
Like a pretzel, right?
I'm gonna try it now.
I think I know what you mean. Like the bread, just like a dry
Okay,
pretzel.
you see how you have nachos, and then you dip the nacho in the cheese? The pita bread is the nacho,
You know
and the
what? You
cheese
don't
is
touch
the
that.
labneh.
It's nacho cheese. Oh.
I'm just saying that's exactly it. That's this one way you did it.
Like,
That's how I
so
do it.
it's like naan, like or pita bread.
Nigga, pita bread is not naan. It's similar to it. It looks similar, but it's not the same at
What's
all.
the difference? It's
It
unleavened
just
bread.
tastes totally different. It's not the same.
How does it taste different?
It's just not the same. How about you buy them, nigga? What's the difference?
I can't get those here. I live in
Then,
America.
of course you can get it. You don't have pita bread where you're at?
We do. So you're saying it's the same as pita bread?
Nah, it's not the same. Naan bread is different than pita bread.
It's not really.
Yes, it is.
No.
Of course it is.
It's really not that different.
Pita bread is more Middle Eastern. Naan is more like Caribbean.
Yeah, it's really not all that different.
It tastes totally different.
It's actually not that different from a fucking
Oh my
burrito.
god, this nigga. You know what? It doesn't matter. Don't
Not
eat
that
it.
bread.
Nigga, don't eat it. It doesn't matter.
It just is.
My god, James. You know what? I know.
It's just non-leavened bread. It's not all that different.
Okay, this is the message to you. This is exactly my
Now, do you use toilet paper or do you splash some water on your ass when you're left hand?
God damn. God damn.
Or do you own a bidet? Fancy pants motherfucker.
Well, you don't own it today. It's not a car or a horse.
What, when you have to rent them where you come from? You can own a bidet. You still own the
Own them. Don't own them. It's like owning a bidet is like saying you own a Mercedes.
You don't need a bidet in Jordan. You just need a Sri Lankan woman to wipe your ass for you after you're done.
Oh.
It's amazing having a servant cook your breakfast, cook your lunch, cook your dinner, clean everything in the house every day. It's amazing.
You're telling me I've been married for 22 years and I do all of that shit.
Oh,
I
really?
don't know where I went wrong. I don't know where I went wrong.
Oh, you're a cock.
No, I'm not a cock. I'm just better at those things.
Oh. Are you a deep cleaner?
No, I have a robo bag.
I need to get a vac, like a shop vac.
Yeah, a shop vac. Why do you have like a water problem?
No, it's just like, you know, I don't want to use a good vacuum in like rough areas in the house because I got like a basement that has all
What
kinds
rough
of
areas
shit.
do you have in your house? You dirty boy.
Like the utility room in the basement with all the hot water heaters.
Oh. Yeah, you know what? Interestingly enough, I bought a quad filter.
What's that for the water?
No, it's for like the shop, for like the wood shop. It's usually like four HVAC filters with like a commercial fan. It sucks all the dust out.
Dude, honestly, after I just took a shit, I remembered that you guys deserve everything. Honestly, you guys deserve everything, and you deserve all the things. That's what I believe. You guys deserve everything. So I'm gonna go sleep while you guys stay.
Maybe.
Bye.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna leave too. Have a good night.
Okay. Yeah, see ya.
God is hell.
We do sleep on the app, and their rooms aren't even called sleep rooms, they're just political rooms sometimes. And, for Nixon.
Yeah, he would have fall asleep.
Yeah.
I almost didn't look in the room prior to this move.
Like, kids should not have a home compared to like a school book and this. Anyway, well, not that y'all know like the situation. I know a lot of people don't care about other people. You feel me? Especially.
No, man, gay men should not be allowed to marry and adopt children. Put me in the blue and green beam and mommy now. Gay men should not be allowed to adopt beautiful little children. Pete Buttigieg and his boyfriend husband should give up their child, that fake ass Indiana mayor, CIA agent Pete Buttigieg.
Hermano.
Read through it. Listen carefully. Malachi chapter 3, verse 8. Will a man rob God? Yet ye have robbed me. But ye say, wherein have we robbed thee? In tithes and offering. You're
Only way. That's like a shark attack. You know, you go into their fucking domain and get bit. Like, most drownings is preventable. Like, super preventable. The most annoying patients is the suicide patients.
Why?
Because they gotta end.
Larger Air Force, you would definitely need American fighter jets because the Egyptian Air Force is nothing above it at all. So, one thing I do is I love to study military powers, and I pay very close attention. I go on their websites. I look at.
Sorry for interjecting. Just a quick question: where did Egypt get their weapons from?
Most of the Egyptian weapons are bought from Russia, the United States, and China. But Egypt is a
Russia and China.
Brother, take a deep breath. I know you want to fight with someone, but no one cares. So again, Egypt's policy for their military supplies is they believe in buying from everyone and no total dependency on any country. That's literally Sisi's strategy. So they buy from everyone equally. So they have American fighter jets. They have the best of them. Well, not the best, but they have some of America's good stuff. They have, sorry about that, they have more manpower. They have more tanks. They have more missiles. They have more air support. They have more almost everything support. They have more almost everything than Israel. They literally made that their business. So did Israel win the war in the 1960s? Sure, right? You got your ass kicked in most of the battles, but you managed to pull it together at the end and came through with a big leg. So I applaud you. And also birthed Nasserism, which was the birth of a unified Arab state to make Egypt even stronger. Now that didn't last long. However, Egypt has made it their business to be the Sith Lord to your Jedi Order, or I should say the Jedi Order to your Sith Empire. So I think, like I said, I think Egypt would smash Israel like a cockroach. The only thing worth worrying about is the United States, and Egypt would actually be harder to hit than Iran because of military base placement. You would have to depend on your air carriers in the Mediterranean Sea, and they would probably make it rain in Alexandria. Cairo is in a very strategic location, further south, much harder to hit. And they just moved their capital city, so you have to pick between Old Cairo and New Cairo. It'd be a lot more difficult. And then Egypt, with their nuclear sites that are buried out in the desert, God knows where, that's been funded and supported by the Russian government, I think Egypt would be the strongest threat in the Middle East, militarily, towards Israel. Bully, I'm really sorry that I'm smarter than you. I know I hurt you, but you can be the main character next time.
Excuse me.
You're not triggered. Person, brother. Just like
if you're not triggered, why are you addressing me?
Because you're an idiot, bro. Here comes the
dick rider. Here comes the dick rider. Here comes the dick rider. Yo, y'all having a bro man right now. This is unheard of.
We're brothers. What are you talking about? We're brothers. What are you talking about?
let's not do the personal attacks, let's leave it at that. But, so Doctor, you said next year, the prediction is next year, by next year they will part ways, Israel will part ways with America?
I know I'm giving it as a deadline, not by next year. I'm giving it as a deadline, fall of 2020. I think if this conflict keeps brewing over, America's going to have a decision to make. I think they're losing their people. So, and Israel doesn't really offer the United States much of anything either. So that's something other than, so-called, we're the eyes in the region. But that's what I was trying to explain to the Palestinians is when the other Arab nations strengthen their ties with America, then the utility for an Israeli state becomes weakened less and less and less. So Israel becomes this American hub and eyes over the Middle East, but that becomes irrelevant as the Middle East calms their conflicts, dismantles terror organizations, becomes a peaceful hub, having beautiful capital cities where American diplomacy and diplomats can come in and out at free will, protection and security. Once those things happen, which you've basically already done at this point, but once those things have happened, then the needed necessity for Israel on quote-unquote Arabian foreign policy is absolutely irrelevant, and then Israel just becomes a fucking liability. Now, Morty did make a good point with the amount of influence they have in the Senate, the amount of influence they have in the American government, but they would have to expose the entirety of their hand. Because the American people are supposed to have the most power in the United States. So they would have to expose their hand to the American people and show American people like, you don't have the power. So when overwhelming Americans, we're at a 60% ratio of Americans or 60+% ratio of Americans are against the conflict and it proceeds on, that's when it starts to get scary here in America because American people take action, they go to the streets, they have guns, they ramshack the Capitol building. American people can be very uncivilized when they don't get their way. So I would like to see how Israeli people plan on controlling the American people. They're trying to censor as much as they can. They're trying to censor so they can control the American eyes. They're trying to slow down the protests. They're trying to deport as many people as possible, lock off as many anti-Israeli countries from more expats coming into the country as possible to limit the population and the growth of information in the United States. But I think it's relatively impossible. I think it's too late. Everyone's seen it. Even my friends, I have friends from college. I went to Columbia for my core degree, right? My business, but my PTO, you'll see my secondary education. But even my friends from college, I have some friends who are totally oblivious, very wealthy, white friends who are totally oblivious to the blindly supporting Israel in the beginning. Had no idea what was happening. Just thought America, Israel. And 99% of those friends have completely flipped their entire position because they've seen it. And we live in, like Bully said, we live in the information, we actually live in intelligence, but information is more relatively available to us. So now people are seeing the genocide. They see it. They can't close their eyes to it. The amount of reporters and news reporters that have been murdered, right? Journalists that have been murdered, you can't close your eyes to. I mean, I've never seen baby parts in my life until this conflict, and I can't take it out of my mind. It will be forever embedded in my mind, the images that I saw of babies blown in half all on social media, and they couldn't get a grip on Facebook and on Instagram and on TikTok. They couldn't get a grip of real media companies fast enough, so much too slow. Because remember, they opened the floodgates. They opened the floodgates when they wanted to attack Donald Trump by downgrading the censoring and allowing people to freely speak against Trump and that government, etc. And then when this conflict happened right on top of it, they couldn't get back control over the media. So now the world's already seeing what you
You okay with the sausage and the bacon? How many waffles are you gonna want?
And now that people see that, you cannot get it out. The images I've seen, I can't get out of my head.
How about
I'll never
some
move my mind.
some beer club? How about
Americans, they're not gonna bring their guns out. Any of this
Hey,
stuff,
you want extra butter?
You're telling me very excitedly and exaggerating. Americans just don't care about foreign policy. You talk about the white folks, that know nothing. The white folks are beautiful. I got something for you guys. I don't know if you've ever heard this. It's true.
I know I
Everyone who's white in America is either a liberal, okay, or a Zionist. So, I mean, white people aren't going to do shit. And liberals won't bring the guns out. So, and the liberals are the ones that are activists on Palestine.
You're good on that.
All this excitement. America
you don't want for dinner today, baby?
Yeah, there was a lot of protests last year on the college campuses.
You
And what
want
did the
any
American
bacon or
government
sausage,
do?
honey, or you're
No,
good?
all these kids protesting for Palestine. What was the response?
Okay.
More anti-Semitism awareness
Gonna look
acts.
better on your.
So, you know,
Democratic
Why should it make you feel stressed? You feel
premise
better?
of bringing guns out. What I'm talking about, it's not about bringing the guns out of Palestine. Palestine is connected to a
Are you
long
gonna
chain
want me
of
to put
events.
the powder
What
sugar
it's
chew on top
about
of
is,
it?
it's about
Okay.
when
You don't
the
want me to
financial
all the time.
support is constantly going over.
So talk to
That's what
me.
Americans are going to
I
bring
don't
more
wanna hear
support out
no.
with because they've been promised, according to Donald Trump, a golden age of American policy and finances, which Americans still have yet to see. They've seen some crypto uptrends, they've seen some stock market portfolio growth, but they haven't seen a massive golden age that Trump promised that would happen so swiftly. And the Americans are increasingly impatient on these things because of how bad that economy was. I know for a fact, as I said, I've lived in America, I was grew up in New York, and I moved from Miami to just and I know firsthand. And when I was in America, I was a staunch conservative. However, reviewing everything that's taken place, American people, it's not about standing up for Palestine necessarily. That's the college kids and the protests. It's about how much more money, how much longer is this going to go on? I don't think any nation, including Iran, is going to let this go. Oh, we're going to go quietly into the night with a ceasefire, and then we'll just spend billions to beat up the rebel. No, this, to me, in my belief, this is the great fight. This is the big fight. This should not be happening again. That's what I believe when I observe this conflict. Because otherwise, they could have tapped out a long time ago. Too many people have died in this conflict. The Gazans, I believe they have nothing else to lose. And because they have nothing else to lose, they have no reason to return hostages. They have no reason to stop. And I don't want them to. I think the people who have died would die in vain if this ended in a ceasefire and they go back to the quote-unquote the way they were. I think everyone who's in this conflict, we're just going to force the American hand to see it go financially. We're just going to force the American people to get pissed off about their financial golden age. And those things are what I believe is going to trigger. But I hear you more. Like I said,
You're reaching inside our vehicle. I feel threatened. I am. You're reaching inside our vehicle. I feel threatened. I feel threatened.
I want to ask you, how do you feel a little bit more knowing your position? Like, because you have a lot of acknowledgement of Israel's doing. So what does it feel like waking up in the morning, knowing, damn, I'm a piece of shit. My entire culture is a piece of shit. Like, what does that feel like?
Well, you know, it's a little bit of a loaded question you're asking. To attack the premise of the question, I don't wake up feeling like a piece of shit. I wake up feeling great. We're God's chosen people, and you know, as the black rabbi said a couple of nights ago, you know, we don't want to go back to Israel and have to do what we're doing. We're doing it for God. That's how I feel.
Are you sure that the God that you're serving,
Yeah, who else would we serve?
the devil?
No.
You know?
Come on.
Very strong possibility. I mean, just
Hello everybody, hi, David, Shaler.
I don't think so.
Okay, yeah, Dodi.
No, we're pretty, we know who we are. We wouldn't serve the devil.
Yeah, you wouldn't serve the devil. You would just participate in baby sacrifice, mass genocide.
No, this isn't a genocide. Come on now. We both know this isn't a
Cook
genocide.
dinner tonight, so
What do you want? Some
I forgot
murder
you moved on
campaign?
his
It's we're trying, we have to, Hamas is an international terrorist organization and a proxy of Iran. And Iran is one of the three sponsors of state terror, okay, according to the United States State Department, along with North Korea and Cuba. So this is really a war, we're fighting a war for the Western world. This is a war for the good world, for civilization. Civilization against barbarism.
And the murder of children.
Well, you know, we don't target children, you know that. We're always targeting Hamas, and Hamas uses human shields. They hide their weapons under schools and churches and hospitals in Mosques. And Black Rabbi, I didn't know that, but he gave us a good stat the other day. He said that 90% of the homes in Gaza have been used to hide weapons weapons for Hamas to light
How do you
into.
prove it? Can you prove that?
I think he has the link. We tried to get him to provide the link. The so-called pro-Palestinians in here in the room tried to get him to provide the link. I don't know that he ever provided it, but I think we can trust Black Rabbi. He's a good Jew.
Black Rabbi, the Jew, so you acknowledge him as a Jew?
Oh, yeah.
What tribe?
There's an article in Israel, I believe, about him, of the Jewish Moses, one of these, a reputable newspaper. There's a reputable newspaper that acknowledges him as a Jew. Who am I to say otherwise?
But Morty, what tribe?
I don't know. Do I need to know? Is this required information for the quiz that you're giving me?
I mean, I'm pretty sure you and Black Rabbi look nothing like.
This is true.
A group that meets on the lakefront every weekend is helping to make life a little easier. They say it's a sort of therapy group, and what they do is if you're searching for serenity, the lake.
Anthony Weiner.
Yeah, I'm
You got some nerve running for office. I can send that dick pic to that 15-year-old girl, dog.
I don't have a
Some nerve running for office. I can send your dick picture to that 15-year-old girl, dog.
Well, that's all.
Exactly right. I think the speaks for itself.
What about you?
So, let's not call him a Jew if he's not a Jew. You wouldn't marry your daughter to him.
I don't want to jump some shit like that. Yeah? Fuck you, pig.
He's a Zionist. You should, he's a black Zionist. He's a supporter. He comes from a people who've been through extreme trauma, and he's found his peace in trying to become your people. And that's fine. I mean, you're friends with him, that's totally fine, but you wouldn't marry your daughter to him.
I wouldn't say we're friends. We were acquaintances on Clubhouse. And we're brothers in the struggle.
Anthony Weiner. Most of his struggles are because of other people.
So I'm talking about the struggle for Israel. That's what it is. Not that I'm not really good about it.
Of course you're not looking at him. Oh, so you're not a Jew, he's black. So he's a Jew.
You just said he was dancing struggle with black.
Morty, is he a Jew or is he black?
You call him a black.
Oh, you call him Black Rabbi.
He's Black Rabbi.
So do we call white rabbis white rabbi, or we just call them rabbi?
We have to address this topic with the
your pants, you heard? Get the fuck out of here. You're the stupid. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, I'm a Trump guy, all right. Yeah,
The good thing, Morty,
you're a sex offender, dog. You're a sex offender. You shouldn't be going by the kids' playground, dog.
I'm a serious guy.
You shouldn't be going by the kids' playground, dog. You're a sex offender, dog.
The Israelis didn't know
You're not supposed to be so close to them, dog.
Okay, that's an interesting question. I got an answer.
Get the fuck out of here.
So, when you know about how intelligence works, there's always threats. Every day there's threats.
I'm a Trump guy, yeah.
So, since 9/11, right?
9/11,
everybody knew, nobody gave a report, somebody said, oh, this is going to happen on this day. They're getting hundreds of thousands of reports about the terrorist attacks. Most of them are rubbish. Okay, so yeah, I mean, here's the thing, you guys can all do this on your own. You can go to YouTube, you can go to Middle East Media Research Institute, okay, there's all kinds of videos right there. So when you say, did they know, I'm sure that, the Israeli intelligence was watching Middle East Media Research Institute, which is there to combat anti-Semitism, right? And they show all these videos of Palestinian Islamic Jihad, the Al-Qassam brigades, all these people.
All them practices everywhere.
Every day.
All the Iranian leaders within Iran. Surely, it begs any kind of logic. Let me just say something.
Hold on. I finished my answer. Hold your question. The difference, between all those Iranians, they were in the box. All these Palestinian Islamic Jihad guys, when you watch those videos on memory TV, they're all underground.
They're practicing all of their operations with their, with flying into Israel and everything. As soon as the intelligence is working it all within there, that's like suspended disbelief, I guess you call it.
Like what you're saying, bordering on an anti-Semitic trope.
Well, hey, I'm Jewish, so you can't even begin to say that. I just don't buy all that huckaboo stuff. So,
How does a police officer in Chicago who was fired for essaying a teenage girl go on to work for the Chicago public school system? Well, that's exactly what happened after a police officer who was caught soliciting sexual favors from a teenage girl went on to be hired as security for a local high school. That officer in 2012 essayed a teenage girl after her mom's car was impounded and she had nowhere to go. After a years-long internal investigation by the Chicago Police Department, he was fired, and then a few years later was hired as a security officer for a local
and
high
I, as
school.
being Jewish, feel like I'm more threatened because Netanyahu's Greater Israel thrust. And I believe they make a big strategic mistake. I think Netanyahu is blind to it.
I
He got
hope you are
outplayed.
responsible for
And I
this.
think
Because
that
the attitude that you have allowed
saying
on
that
your
Jews are not in favor of that and conflating Jews with Zionism, there's lots of people in Israel that think that sucks, you know, and just because you're against what Israel is doing doesn't make you anti-Semitic whatsoever. I'm a case in point, so it'd be ridiculous to make that.
There's always been a little.
Okay, well, I'm just going along with what my government tells me.
As well as back home.
Well, that's what the Germans said.
Well, our government here is not. I'm trusting our Zionism.
Oh, come on.
Zionist nuts.
I'm like a nice guy.
Get out the way, doctor. We want to hear this.
Hold on a second. Have you watched the votes? Have you paid attention to the votes in Congress whenever a resolution for Israel comes up?
Yeah, that's because they're all paid off. Yeah, that's because let me ask you, Morty. I want to ask you another question. You probably will have some other reason, but I put America first. Do you think that Israel's foreign policy is 100% always the same as what America is doing?
Yes. On every president.
You agree?
Joe Biden.
Oh, you agree? You're more brainwashed than I thought, Morty. Come on. You're kind of, that's the spatial that you have. I think you just lowered the IQ of most Jews by saying something like that.
All right, well, say it as your opinion. You're entitled to your opinion.
Well, yeah, you're pretty even keeled for such a brainwashed person.
Thank you, I guess, for that compliment. I'm not sure how I should take that, but I think it was half a compliment, half an insult.
It was about 1/50th of a compliment.
Okay, well, we'll take that.
Yeah, you would, because, you know,
A glass 50th.
because ignorance is proud of anything.
Well, you know, I'm a glass 50th full kind of guy, so we can agree to.
Well, you know, humor, I would be the first one to think humor is a good antidote for being ignorant.
Past what was actually budgeted for them. So
okay.
I want to hear what you would say
That's
to
where
Chicago
Vaudeville came from your
this
suffering,
how
but you know,
all of this money,
it doesn't make
hundreds of
sense here,
millions of
Morty.
dollars
I mean,
to
most
families of
comedians,
survivors
comedy is to,
over
you know,
police abuse.
I don't know, man. It's just like, it's really bewildering how you don't see, do you feel like anti-Semitic, do you feel like all the greater Israel moves, I'm going to call it that, and the out of proportion reaction and everything of Netanyahu, you think that's really actually creating a good image for Jews and making them safer around the world?
I'd love to answer that question. Yes, so when
Yeah, you would. You got that one already.
The October 7th attack, okay, that was done, okay, just to make us look bad, because Hamas knew that we would respond like this.
Okay, well, there you go. You got outplayed.
No, we didn't get outplayed, okay, but what's happening, okay? Black Rabbi talks about this too. This is a little uncomfortable to watch for a lot of people, including American Jews like yourself. Okay, but everyone just has to trust, okay, that what's happening.
Aren't you an American Jew? Are you an American Jew or are you Israeli?
I was born in Brooklyn.
Well, there you go. You're an American Jew too. You say like American Jews, so you know you're
like
an
American Jews like yourself. I said, like
okay. I take it back.
Yeah. So my point is this. Okay, it's very uncomfortable to watch. I can hear everyone's anxiety and trepidation in the room, but you just have to trust that what's being done is for the greater good of civilization, humanity.
Oh my gosh, man.
And for America.
Say the same thing, and I'm curious to know why it was important for you to mention that Black Rabbi speaks about this too, considering the fact that he is also an American Jew. Did you mention that because he's black?
Oh no, you can both we can have difference of opinion. Isn't that the point?
No. I'm just curious to know why it was important for him to mention Black Rabbi.
Him.
Who else is really advocating for Israel in this room?
Black Rabbi advocates for himself.
He advocates for Israel.
Oh no,
He advocates for himself. Do you know him?
He's a clubhouse acquaintance.
Oh, okay. Well, he's more than that to me. He advocates for himself. He actually acts as the token black Jew who speaks against Jewish politics. Because Jewish politics are Torah-based politics. We're not about, supposedly, Israel is the nation state of Jews. And in the event that it's the nation state of Jews, not Zionists, then Jews know that murder goes against our Torah. Jews know that Israel's demonstration of genocide on a public stage affects and impacts, which is what I think you were alluding to. I don't know how to say your name, Maximilian. It impacts Jews around the world. We right now have individuals targeting Jews because they believe that Israel represents, and their actions represent a Jewish standard, and it doesn't. Not in any way, form, or fashion. There is nothing Jewish today about what's happening in Gaza. There is nothing Jewish today about what's happening in Israel. Actually, everything that's happening there is antithetical to everything we believe in as Torah observers. But wouldn't you know that secular Jews with no attachment to Torah, no real attachment to our holy land at all, are making decisions that are impacting us all?
It's an uncomfortable
that was quite
time.
good. I like that.
It's an uncomfortable time, and again, I just don't agree with you.
There's nothing uncomfortable about hate.
It's not murder, it's not genocide, it's self-defense.
It's hate.
Self-defense.
It's hate. And self-defense. And it's hate. And so has here, and so has Schmotrig. We killed 85 Palestinians today. For what? For what?
Well, there was a Hamas target.
Oh, I'm sure. We targeted a 60 or 55-year-old relative of a 16-year-old in the same hospital room. And because we needed to get him, the 55-year-old, who still has not even been proven to be a member of Hamas, we blew up 2 hospital rooms with innocent people in them. I guarantee you, if Netanyahu was in, and he's actually been convicted as a war criminal. If he were at Columbia Presbyterian, see, I grew up in Brooklyn too. If he was at Beth Israel Hospital, in the event that individuals targeted one hospital room on a floor with 100 people, Jews would be up in arms. Jews would be up in arms. How could you? It's the worst thing imaginable. But it's perfectly okay to take out Palestinian kids because you're trying to get supposedly one Hamas member.
That's too intelligent of a response for him to gather on. I mean, I hate to say it, but he's got impenetrable. He's got a better Iron Dome than Israel has.
Sick.
I think it's trying to insult me, but I take these as compliments.
What scares me, Maximilian?
Yeah.
What scares me more than anything? How much more anti-Semitism, like real anti-Semitism, people are experiencing because of the dipshits like this individual on stage saying that murder and genocide.
I totally agree with you. Morty, to his credit, he doesn't call me a self-hating Jew.
How the hell would he know what a Jew is?
Well,
he didn't say murder
you
and
can describe yourself. But
he talk. You know what? It's always those talking about
people.
Listen, it's always those who have no connection to Judaism whatsoever. Like literally, their Judaism is hanging by a string. It's always those who pontificate the most. Do you ever notice that? Like
he's a
pork
chicken
chop
box.
sandwiches.
However,
no observance of Shabbat. Barely comes to shul on Yom Kippur, but they want to wax eloquent about a holy land and what should happen there. Like the biggest freaking chickses on the planet are always the ones talking junk. It's disgraceful. Be Jewish first, then talk about Jewish homelands.
Drop the mic, bro. or sis, I can't tell what you are, but that's good. It's fine. Well said.
I'm Jewish. I'm Jewish every day of my life, not just when it's convenient.
What is this?
Not just when
how
I
do you
want
say your
to be.
name? Is it Ease or what?
It's my last name is Eze, but the Hebrew phrase, of course, don't ask Maximilian what it means. It means how beautiful. Eze Yofi is an expression. It means how beautiful. It's also the name of my company.
Well,
I do. Hey, welcome, Eze, and welcome, Max. I do wanted to. I was listening to Max. I think Max, you said a lot of the Jewish folks inside Israel, they don't agree with it, right? They agree with the actions.
I'm sure there's a certain percentage, whether it's 5%, that's still a lot of people.
Yeah, so 82% of Israeli Jews, they actually they want to expel Gazans out of Gaza. There was a survey that was done. And then we have 56% of Israeli Jews that want to kick the Arab Israelis out of Israel. And 64% of them, they agree to what's happening in Gaza. So, I don't know. I think it's a pretty big number. I mean, there's good people in there. It's probably like 18 to 20%. But the rest of them is like, I don't know.
I wasn't making a point that I was making a different point, perhaps. I was making a point that I was making an opposite point that it sort of made that everybody in Israel thinks this was a great idea to be, and myself included, because I have Jewish heritage or I'm Jewish, that I think it's a great idea because it gets conflated both ways. I'm sick of being conflated with Israeli policies and that my country, right or wrong, in Israel. It's ridiculous. I lived up in the United States. I was born on the year Israel was formed. I'm 77 years old, so I'm an old sucker, right? But I know when America went into Vietnam, it was wrong. I knew that Iraq was wrong. And I know that Gaza is wrong. I'm not, and it wasn't my government. I mean, you're just like, it's ignorant. And like I said, the parallel say, because the Israeli government wants it, and I agree with it, Morty, it just sort of totally sounds like Germany, 1936. I mean, it's ridiculous thinking. It's not thinking for yourself.
I have to trust the experts. I don't claim to know everything about geopolitics, so I trust.
Well, you just pick where your heart is. I mean, you just want to believe they're doing right, so you're in your little funnel when you read whatever you read, and it's amazing you even come in here, you get some kind of reverse thrill out of it. But other than that, I mean, the Torah, Jews like to debate things, so maybe that's your proclivity.
Let me ask you a question. Okay, let me ask.
Go ahead.
Do you think, that Donald Trump, Benjamin Netanyahu, and all these people that are working for Israel, do you think that they might know things that we don't know?
They know that the people that were with Mossad have a lot of gory details, terrible, horrible pictures of some of them or things, and they're being blackmailed. Otherwise, they would do things that were more in their favor. That's what I believe. They do know more than us. They do more than us, and they also are afraid of turning off the money spigot, that comes from AIPAC. So they know more, but they also know more stuff that would put it more with what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't entertain conspiracy theories.
It's not a conspiracy theory.
You know what's scarier than anything, Max? That these individuals have single-handedly given voice to credence to every anti-Semitic trope imaginable.
Yeah, right. They're living it. I agree.
They're literally demonstrating it on a public stage and daring people to question it.
I have a theory about that. It could be rejected or not, but children that are assaulted or sexually assaulted or abused by their parents, a high percentage of them go on to do it when they have children. So I feel like the Jewish people were traumatized. I'll give them that, or myself that. I grew up with all these images about the Holocaust, etc. But at the same time, I feel like it creates that same propensity to recreate and make yourself, right. I think they're becoming the monsters that they felt they were traumatized by.
So are you saying that Jews who suffered at the hands of the Nazis are now becoming Nazis?
That mentality, yes. I think, but it's not on purpose, you know. I mean, it's kind of like I would use the child thing analogy again, right? If they've done studies. So if you've had a horrible background, if you have alcoholic parents, most people turn out a little weird, let's say, or not happy, or doing the same things that they suffered through. Let's just put it that way. It's a psychological. I mean, as far as things go, and I've seen it with people I know. So empirically,
if you know that, because right, the saying goes that hurt people hurt other people.
Yeah, I would say that.
Right, but if you have a propensity for violence, if you know that you've been sexually abused, the first time you go to touch a little boy, you've got two choices: to recognize that you've got a serious sick problem and get help, or continue to abuse little boys.
Oh, I'm not making an excuse for the.
No, I'm using your analogy.
Oh, so go ahead.
What that would mean for me is that every fucked up Israeli who is, and think about it, which this is kind of blows the argument out the window, would have to go get help if they were hurting people because they felt like they or their parents or grandparents had been hurt. But instead, what we're seeing, which is very, very interesting, is that IDF soldiers are committing suicide because they can't live with themselves and their actions. And
I didn't even know about that because I don't keep up with it as much as maybe.
Yeah, Google it. It broke my heart to see the numbers of young Israelis who are literally offing themselves.
Well, the Vietnam War, I'm probably older than you for sure, but a lot of the vets, they ended up, suicidal, drug addict, same kind of thing.
Because they couldn't live with themselves.
Yeah, they did horrendous things in the name of the state. Like Morty thinks, I bet you he's never even served in the military.
Yeah, he's probably part of the Bone Spur Committee.
I have never served in the military. You are correct.
Right. So it's an armchair. It's an armchair thing, Morty. It's real easy to say, oh yeah, let's go out and kill a bunch of people because we're defending the world civilization. But it's another thing to put your ass on the line, and for one thing, and
to blow a little kid's head off and have to live with that.
I'm more valuable on this.
Yeah,
front.
man. Yeah.
Right.
Oh, Jesus Christ! You're more valuable eating a pastrami.
That's his only connection to Judaism too. A good brisket sandwich.
You're like a kosher pickle, just to accent the stupidity.
He's a kosher pork chop wherever they sell them.
Oh my Lord!
See, there's a little bit of Jewish humor. How do you like it?
Right.
This is just really great. I don't think that we should compare our people to the Nazis, by the way.
I think there's good analogies there,
wait a minute. But you want to hear something even crazier that I read recently, which made a lot of sense? There were two rabbis that questioned how it is that so many... First question was how many Jews, European Jews, were actually a part of the Third Reich initially, before Hitler decided to come for the Jews. Like how many had assimilated into German society and literally considered themselves Nazis before Hitler told them otherwise. That was one. The second question that he asked was, did these individual capos, did they buy their own freedom by throwing other Jews underneath the bus? That was second. The third and most important question was whether or not these Jews were somehow able to escape Nazi Germany because of their connections with Nazis, and whether or not they and their own self-hating Nazi ideology emigrated to Israel and became the cornerstone or the foundation for geopolitics in the Middle East. That blew my mind. What if there were 1,000 Stephen Millers, 1,000 Roy Cohns that emigrated to Israel? Wouldn't that explain how many brown and black Jews were denied entry into Israel? Wouldn't that explain how many Ethiopians were left to die? Wouldn't that explain their feelings about Muslims and Arabs? Wouldn't that explain it all? that these people were more connected to white supremacy than they were connected to the Jewish faith, and that informs their political doctrines today.
Hey, I've got a interesting
knowledge you know about the Jewish, the same knowledge you know about the Muslim sides. I wonder how many Muslims get suicide, how many Muslims cooperate.
Well, they're not a pretty picture either, but we're just talking about the Jews now.
No, but I'm talking about Asian educated. You're so educated about the Jewish side.
Listen,
the French is educated about the Muslims.
You're a Nazi, I don't care whether you wear a kippah or not. If you're a Nazi, you're a Nazi, you're a Nazi. You know how you become a Nazi? Not by being German. You become a Nazi by killing other individuals indiscriminately. That's how it begins. And then you find an excuse for it. And then you decide that you're not just doing it because it needs to be done, but you're doing it because God said it's good. Jews can be Nazis too. How do we know? Because there were plenty of capos in the concentration camps. Plenty.
And I wonder if you know how many Muslims.
How many capos were in the concentration camps?
You call them a Nazi, all those terrorists.
Amos, how many capos? How many? How many capos were in the concentration camp?
What year are you talking about?
How many German Jews? How many German Jews shoveled other Jews into the concentration camp?
I asked you a simple question.
Hey, guys. Hey, Eze, don't you see the play? Don't feed into Amos. He just came in here to disrupt the good conversation y'all was having.
Wait a minute.
Hey, Amir. Are you there, Amir? Yeah. No. Just mute this guy, bro. Just mute this guy, bro. He just came in here to disrupt that conversation.
I'll give you the mic afterwards. No, it's a conversation because Eze is calling him out for being a Nazi. Because he's an Israeli. He believes in killing 20,000.
No, bro, but he's an agent. So he came in here to disrupt No. He came to disrupt the good conversation between Maximilian and Morty and Essay. Because they're also Jewish, and that was very, very valuable. We don't need to listen to this fucking...
Let them finish.
Maximilian, are you aware of the German Jews that pushed other Jews into the... Are you aware?
Hang on a little bit.
Chat GPT it if you don't know.
What year are you speaking about? What year?
Well, I don't know. Sorry, I just moved to a place. What's the question? What's the deal?
During the Holocaust, number one, let's talk before the German Holocaust. There were Jews who were a part of the Nazi party.
There was all, I mean, there's dirty laundry.
That's not dirty laundry. It's a truth that you need to
okay, now you're arguing with me, but I'm saying sure.
No, I'm not arguing. What I'm saying is there's a difference between dirty laundry and dirty truths that people don't want to accept.
Well, that's true. I would agree with that, but I think it's beyond Morty's even ability to absorb. Let's just put it that way.
I was talking about Amos because here's what we do. We sit around pontificating about how persecuted and how oppressed and how we've suffered, which I will not argue. Jews around the world have been persecuted. They've been oppressed. They've suffered. But it begs the question, if you truly were oppressed, if you truly suffered, if you truly internalized the message of the Shoah, how can you make that happen to thousands and thousands of Palestinian children and women and elders, not even a century later? How does that make sense?
Yes,
if you are a rapist,
in the shower of God, yes?
Take the other side
Thousands of children and women that put in the gas showers, yes?
I'm going to say again, if you don't see the Warsaw Ghetto in Gaza today, you are more blind than Stevie Wonder and Ray Charles put together.
You're just talking about comfortable things for you from the Muslim perspective.
She's Jewish, Amos. She's Jewish. She's Jewish, Amos. Unlike yourself, you're atheist. Amos, you're...
No, but you know what the sick thing is? This is how people are. They'll say, I'm a rapist. Yes, I'm a rapist.
Doesn't matter who am I. The matter that they took the microphone and don't shut their dirty mouth and speaking
Calm down. Don't like Jose, come on.
He's triggered. He's triggered. You know why? Because individuals who molest little boys give an excuse that other people are molesting little boys, so they should be able to molest little boys too. That's that logic. That's the logic.
That's why you won't become a Hamas, because only little boys underneath their clothes. And people who support the Palestinians suffer. But nobody speak about the 7th of October.
If your answer,
this you ignore. This is not
your
only one side. Only one side is.
So go become a child molester because somebody else is a child molester. Go ahead. That goes without saying.
Almost 7th of October, 1,400 people dead. Okay. On the other side, 7th of October, more than 60,000 dead. Which one should I be talking about? Should I talk about the Gaza or should I talk about the Israelis?
Equal both sides.
No, I did talk about the hostage. I want the hostages to come back home. But the issue is, hold on, Amos Smotrich, hold on, oh my God. Hang on, Amos Smotrich, finance minister, and President Herzog said they don't care about the hostages. They lost focus. They don't care about the hostages. This is not about the hostage.
I'm talking about you, not about Herzog, not about Smotrich, not about Begby. I'm talking about Amir and about AC.
Is Jewish? She can talk about her. No, she can talk about the.
Everybody who come and try to put another opinion is not allowed to speak. Or you remove him down, or you mute him. That's the only thing you know.
Look at this guy.
Hey, did anybody ever see the Dave Chappelle? Did anybody ever see the Dave Chappelle comedy act where he's black? He doesn't know he's black, and he's a leader of the Ku Klux Klan.
Wow! I saw it. It's actually
you saw it, right?
It's one of the most hysterical.
Okay, so that's sort of the situation here.
Yeah, absolutely.
He probably doesn't even know who Dave Chappelle is.
No. He doesn't.
I know who he is. He's a good black.
He's one of those Schwartzes. He's one of those Schwartzes that make bad jokes.
You said
By the way, that guy that's in the audience, right? His name is He's actually Rohan from Australia. He's Jewish and Zionist. His daughter actually is a pro-patty. She raised funding for pro-patty protests or whatever. And look at him, this idiot, right? He's coming after me. He wants to call me out, do all bunch of shit. I'm a Jew hater, blah blah blah. Just because I talk about the Palestinian cause, how they're suffering, how they're getting killed, butchered, slaughtered, right? These people, these Zionists, they always have a problem. That why can't I talk about the suffering of the Palestinians? Thanks to your disgusting Zionist entity that's killing and butchering and slaughtering people, you should go call out your own people. Your daughter calls him out, she protested, but you don't have the fucking balls to say anything good about the Palestinians, motherfucker.
Well, here's the issue. If you would condemn Hamas, okay, which is an international terrorist organization and a proxy of Iran, okay, maybe we would follow suit, but you have to go first.
And he'll do it right after you call out the idea.
He doesn't do it. Even if I condemn Hamas, they would never do it.
No, he doesn't.
Think about it if you do it first.
The whole point is not to look at titles, and it's not to look at labels. It's to look at behavior. That's the part that people don't get. If you did exactly what the Nazis did without a swastika on your arm, you're still a fucking Nazi. That's the point. You have people who did the very same thing that the Nazis did in South Africa. But
you like to speak about Sunday. How many people
because at the end of the day,
how many people the Nazis get killed? How many people the Nazis get killed? How many people? How many many people they murder? How many people?
We're not looking
Okay, I'm going to do what everybody wants. I'm going to condemn. I'm going to condemn.
How many millions of people? You're talking about 60,000?
Almost calm down.
How many people the Nazis get killed? How many people? Tell me numbers.
Well, let's
How many
talk
people?
about
Probably
Tell me numbers. How many people the Nazis killed? You
Amos, she'll answer. Hang on. Amos, she'll answer the question. Just hang on. Go on, Ezra.
You can't shut up long enough. It's funny how we learn about the European Jews who were killed by the Nazis, right? We don't know anything.
You don't say numbers. I ask you numbers. Say numbers.
Excuse me. Are your fingers broken?
I mean, you always say 20,000 children, and I ask you a simple question. How many numbers get killed in the Holocaust? How many? Say numbers.
Calm down, Amos. Calm down. She'll answer. Okay, calm down. She's not a liar.
What we talk about are the numbers of Africans who were killed prior to the Holocaust on Shark's Island. We won't talk about the number of North Africans who were killed under Mussolini. The only individuals certain folks are interested in talking about are the Europeans who were killed and murdered and exterminated under the Nazi regime.
How many? How many? How many?
I am focused right
How many?
As a Jew, as a Torah observant Jew, I am way more worried about the actions of my Jewish brothers and sisters than anybody else on the planet. Why? Because if Torah says, Kol Yisrael arevim zeh bazeh, then I know that I'm responsible, whether I did it or not. I know that as I stand with the rest of Jews to say, Am Yisrael Chai,
Why are you changing the subject? Why are you changing subject? What's that? You talk about the Holocaust. I ask a simple question. How many get murdered in the Holocaust? Say numbers. How many millions have died in the Holocaust? Say numbers. Say numbers.
Again. Are you okay? Did you take your meds today? Go get your Jello, swallow your pills, and come back.
You think if you speak high, and you have a voice of an intelligent, stupid woman. So everything comes from, like you bring, like Moses, you come from Sinai Mountain, the Torah belongs to you, the truth belongs to you. If I am a Nazi, how many I killed, how many get you always comparing? You compare it with Nazi. Say numbers. How many kids in the concentration camp, in the Holocaust, and how many people get today in Gaza? Say numbers. Stop numbers. Say Nazi. Say numbers. What is not comfortable, you're not speaking about. You're speaking only about what's comfortable for you. 6 million can shout Nazi and Nazi, but you by yourself. You make propaganda for the Muslims, for the terrorists, for the ISIS, for the Hamas, who will get killing that they want to murder just because they like blood. That's why they're killing and killing. Women and children, they're killing. The IDF maybe kill more, but he never killed just
kill
for
more.
The IDF won't release. The IDF have motive. The IDF has motive to release the hostages.
But
you not talk about the supper of the hostages. You talk about the Palestinian only. You don't talk about the supper of the hostages. You speak, and one word. You didn't manage the hostages and the killing of the 7th of October. You just speak and speak.
Imagine some only cares about their own day. Imagine that. Imagine if you told me tomorrow, Amir, the only children who matter are my own children. Only my children. I don't care if you murder 60 million of other people's children. ashamed.
60 million, I heard good. 60 million.
That you heard. That you heard.
I heard good. I heard
Look at him. What is this
You
What
only
are you talking about?
cannot
The
make
7th of October, about the Holocaust. You make one big salad, so I don't know what are you talking
I
about.
know.
60 million.
Do me a
You
favor.
say 60 million, yeah?
Stick to your hummus. Don't worry about my salad.
60 million is there.
Stick to your Bible. Leave my salad alone.
You dirty mouth, only garbage.
I know. You disgusting, dirty Ashkenazi. You disgusting, dirty Ashkenazi. You who condone genocide. You who condone murder. You who condones the death of children.
I suffer every day. I live the suffer on my body.
I know.
You live in an office like me. You sit in the United States. You know
I know.
nothing.
Say it with me. Are you ready?
Think, you know. You're just reading propaganda. Hamas.
Come on, pray with me.
Newspaper propaganda. You're speaking from Al Jazeera.
All right,
it's
together.
the only what you have. Sources is Al Jazeera.
You be saying it in 2 months.
So
Make
you
sure
want to show that you know the Israeli Torah.
Palestinian children.
You are the most risky, dangerous person.
When you're talking about what you did as a clown,
but you are saying garbage about the Jews and the Zionism.
Palestinian child.
Lies and lies and lies coming out of your dirty mouth. How many lies?
If there's even one, you filthy dirtbag, you're still guilty. If there's even one, you're dirty.
Somewhere in the state, and don't know where you from.
There's even
and who
one,
pay you money
you
to pay all
filthy,
this
dirty,
garbage?
hypocritical dog. If there's
Sit
even
somewhere.
one.
Where are you from, AC?
If
Where are you
there's
from, AC?
even one, you are a filthy, dirty, hypocritical bum that wants to disgrace the 6 million that died in the Holocaust. They cry out from the ovens the same way Palestinian children cry out from the ashes of Gaza.
Terrorists like them, you know, when you support terrorism, you become a terrorist. You are a terrorist. That's what you are, a terrorist. Who support terrorism,
you know what? You can still smell the burning bodies. I know.
The evil. And you know
You
it's
can
the
still
evil.
smell
You know
the burning bodies, and it messes
the
with
evil
you.
side is Iran, Russia,
brain.
and Gaza. It's a lie. You
Smell the burning bodies in Gaza, Amos.
Iran, Russia, and
Can you
Gaza.
smell the
Which
concentration
pay a lot of money to the Houthis just to send missiles to kill innocent people.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the reason why Gaza.
Almost if the Holocaust was a 60 million or 6 million, almost.
I wonder who are you talking only about Amos? Amos, you never.
Amos was a 60 million or 6 million.
She took the big since I arrived to the room. She didn't close the dirty mouth.
It's okay, you're going back and forth, you're cursing around.
Amos. What about AC? Why don't you mute AC?
As they're saying the facts, she's speaking the facts. That's why you speak nothing but bullshit and lies.
From one side, 60 million.
You speak nothing but bullshit.
She said 60 million, yeah?
Yeah, I wish you would speak, you're being honest, but you're not honest.
I'm not honest. You are honest, yes?
I am honest, Ezzy is honest, a lot of people are honest here. Bull is honest, We have Morty, he's on, he tells the honest narrative of genocide.
Yes. You only saw once a point of the suffer of the Palestinian. You don't say anything about the Jewish suffer, about the Zionism was suffering for 75 years. On little piece
the
of
Palestinians are suffering for 75 years. Israelis aren't suffering. What is he on about? You are enjoying your fucking life in Israel.
Bombing buses inside Israel.
Bombing buses. You didn't do any ethnic cleansing in 47. You didn't kill anybody in 47. You didn't rape little girls in 47. You didn't start a fucking war in 67. You didn't do anything. The 2022 to 2023 was the deadliest year for the Palestinian children. He didn't do any of this piece of shit.
To come with the gun and start shoot civilians.
Gun. You started with the gun. You're Jewish militia, Zionist fuckers. They went from one village to another. Start killing people. Started ethnically cleansing people.
Kidnapped airplanes.
Not mentioning thirties, the booby trap, cucumber boxes, these Zionist mofos.
Jewish and who is not Jewish, yeah? The terrorists.
You are the terrorists. Your people, the leftists that were involved in the fucking, ethnic cleansing in 47, that's you. That's your people. You, your father, your parents, your family, everybody.
You support terrorism in the world. You and AC.
I don't support terrorism. You, if you ask the terrorists, hang on, Amos, hang on. If you ask, if you ask ChatGPT, the first terrorist attack since the 1900s in the Middle East, do you know what it will come up? A Jewish militia gang called Lehi or one of these Haganah gang in the Middle East, in British Mandate Palestine. The first terrorist attack was done by these people.
I want to respond to this question. I can hear you.
Without anything will interfere me.
Literally like off his chain.
I told ya. Don't entertain this guy. He's gonna make the same.
Okay, Amos, just stay muted for a second. I need to tell Eze something. So, Eze, if you were to chat GPT right now, first terrorist attack in the Middle East, who was it by? If you ask ChatGPT, it will tell you it happened in British Mandate Palestine by a Zionist Jewish militia gang. I believe it was Haganah or Stern gang. And you have Rohan down in the audience. He keeps on bringing it up. They're Islamists, they're Muslim terrorists. Right. Motherfucker, who made these people terrorists? It's your people. They funded, they're doing the weapons in Sudan. They're killing a whole bunch of, genociding people through the RSF. And in the Congo and a whole bunch of other nations.
Out of Palestine, when the Jewish Israeli and one
Morty was in Hamas in 1947.
The British control Israel, and you make one big salad.
The British said, no, they're not going to give you the fucking state in 1939 after the white paper. They said, fuck you, we're not giving you state. Because your people did the fucking Black Sunday. Idiot. Idiots. You idiot. You lie. You lie.
The UN gives the Palestine Israel. It's not the British. You know nothing. Even
okay, Amir, can we move on? At the end of the day, I just put in the back of the chat. This Daniela, what's her name? Weissman or
Daniela Weiss.
You want to hear the craziest thing? It's her own word. Oh my God!
The British people do not. Okay, thank you, Amos. Thank you. I'll bring you back up in a bit. You talk too much.
About time, guys.
You talk too much.
Daniela Weiss was nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize. I just want to put that out there before you slander her.
Yes, she was. I'll put the article in the back chat. As was Bibi. Now, I'm not going to say by who, but at the end of the day, yes, she was. I want you to hear in her own words how she says that Palestinians are going to be moved out of Gaza, and that the way that they're going to be moved is by being starved to death. And this is a Jewish woman. It's right there. You can see it. It's not AI. And she represents hundreds, if not thousands of people who agree that the best way to remove Palestinians from Gaza is to starve them out. Interestingly enough, we are standing in the days between, excuse me, Shivasar B'Tammuz and Tish B'Av, days that commemorate the Jewish siege, the siege around Jerusalem that resulted in Jews starving to death. It's a little crazy. It's more than a little crazy. What Jew stands before Tisha B'Av, the 9th of Av, and you guys can look it up, and says it's okay to starve other people to death, even as we mourn the destruction of the temple and the starvation of Jewish babies? You're not Jewish. That's the only conclusion. You're not Jewish. You don't have any connection to God, and you have no connection to the Torah. You're just a bunch of freaking barbarians.
Can I add a little Jewish humor?
Go ahead, bro.
Okay. I will condemn Hamas because I like a good pita bread with it.
Oh, you're hilarious.
Actually, sorry.
Not wonk 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 wonk.
Well, bad jokes can be good jokes sometimes.
I hear you, but you know what? I appreciate your ability to see.
Can you explain the Dave Chappelle, scenario, that episode to Morty?
He won't get it, boo boo. He won't get it, Bubba.
You know what? Also, I think he's lying because the way he said Hamas, he said it like in a Yiddish way. So I think he's not really. I don't think he's forthcoming about his origins. I hate to call him out on that.
I don't either.
There's something fishy there, and I'm not talking gefilte.
Gefilte fish, right? Exactly. No, there's something off.
There's something off there.
And most of these individuals who stand up and pontificate for Israel and Zionism and the rest of it on Clubhouse, I think are plants. I really do.
Plants? Oh, I don't know. I think they're more like little shrubs.
When I say plants, listen, there are people whose ancestors assimilated when they came here, right? It was hard being a Jew, in the shtetl, right? And when they came here, they wanted nothing to do with the old villages, with the old cities. I get it. But as they became more assimilated in American culture, I think they began to adopt American philosophy. The philosophy of white supremacy.
Yeah, I have a question for you then. Since you're philosophical and I can tell very intelligent, I'm complimenting you, is that don't you think that because of the Holocaust, and I don't know if you're a Holocaust, whatever you think of that, but let's just say the disaster in Germany, that a lot of Jews basically thought, hey, this promised people stuff is a lot of bunk. I think I'm just going to forget it.
Well, I think that definitely had an impact. I think the Holocaust definitely had an impact on the faith of a lot of German Jews. I know a lot of German Jews, or a lot of descendants of the Holocaust who, just looking at the atrocities of the Holocaust, couldn't believe that a God witnessed that, right? And I mean, if you look at,
especially if you promote yourself as being chosen.
Well, I don't know so much about the chosen part, but how could God watch? That's a question. Viktor Frankl asked it. How could
I like his. Yeah, that's a wonderful book.
It really is. Man's Search for Meaning. How could you watch it? Like, how could you see it and God and say that you love Jewish people and let this happen? Okay.
Right. It's a good question, don't you think?
It's not one that I ask.
There's nothing to see there.
Right? I'm at a point where I believe that God is controlling the universe, and His balance sheet is not mine. And so
that's a reasonable point to take. I don't take it, but I can see how you could believe.
I don't tend to legislate God's activity. You know what I mean?
But don't you think Americans, I don't know if Morty's even around anymore, but Americans, we tolerated all that horrible stuff we did to the Vietnamese and the horrible stuff we did to the Iraqis. So
400 years of fucking owning people like they were cattle.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that too, for sure.
I'm still here. I heard my name. I wasn't sure what the question was, but I'm still here.
The question was, don't you think America committed a lot of atrocities in Vietnam and Iraq?
Yeah, exactly. So why is everyone bothering Israel?
Oh, Jesus Christ. You know what, Morty? I have a vaudeville joke for you that I think you single-handedly are you're bringing down the fact that Jews do have a higher IQ in general, which is not nice to say usually, but I think you're bringing it down single-handedly.
Can I tell you something? And this is the sickest part of it all. Imagine a Jew who screams never forget, developing a convenient memory when it comes to other people.
Yeah, that's true. It's weird. It's totally weird. But I think, it's mind control, I believe. I think it's just like what goes on in the United States. I mean, we're brainwashed here like crazy too. So.
But we're not just brainwashed. It's it's hardwired into our systems. Like, if you didn't know that slavery was literally a part of our financial and legal system, if you didn't know that, you would think that it was like a bleep on a radar, that it happened and then it went away. Think about that. Our president's own slave, George Washington, took the teeth out of an African slave and used them as his dentures. Thomas Jefferson, President Thomas Jefferson, raped a 12-year-old little girl and forced her to carry his seed. There's a whole family of Jeffersons from his rape of a little girl. And we look
I'm not going to make a comment about the TV show because you're being very serious.
But I want you to really think about that.
Well, I get it. It's horrible, but...
But there's no problem. I sit with that. I'm looking at his fucking face on a dollar bill. Every time I go to spend money, which means every time I'm reminded that a pedophilic rapist was
aren't you? Well, I'm going to ask you. I'm going to pull in my Jewish view of things, perspective, which helps sometimes. Aren't you waiting for the $500 Epstein bill? The Mossad $1,000 bill.
Exactly. So when it comes to me being Jewish in America, I feel like I have an obligation to stand up for what Judaism once was.
Were you raised Jewish, or did you adopt it?
What do you mean? I'm born of a Jewish mother.
Okay, I just asking.
What's scary to me is that there's no way someone who learns Torah every day, no way that someone takes our history as a persecuted people seriously and then turns around and become nasty, racist, low-life individuals. Like,
do you think there's anything to that Ashkenazi theory that the Jews converted? That the European Jews converted at some point?
I don't know. First of all, for me, whether you converted or whether you were born Jewish, you're Jewish.
Well, the reason I bring that up is because Israel's basically the Ashkenazi run.
I'm not gonna say that.
Okay. How come Nazi is part of the Ashkenazi the way you spell it?
Okay, again, that's not what I'm going to say is that there are a lot of people who entered into Israel, Palestine, who entered into that space of quote-unquote Israeli statehood with an atheist view of the world and life.
Absolutely.
So if you don't have a concept of something bigger than yourself, how am I expecting you to see God in other people? I can't. Right? If it was all about politics and finances and like, why would I expect you to see Palestinians as just as important as Israelis?
Well, I think you could be a humanist and an atheist at the same time, like Eric Weinstein or something. But
maybe. But I'm just saying in terms of Jews.
Well, he is Jewish.
No, I'm talking about like the people who established the state of Israel.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
It's kind of weird that you kind of orchestrated this. I mean, like, it's really kind of sick if you really think about it too. You came up with this ruse. Oh, how we're going to convince the world that it's perfectly okay to enter into this space and displace Palestinians. We're going to pretend God told us to do it.
Well, let's give a nod to the good marketing of Jewish brains.
That's not even that's Jewish. I mean, like, people say that Hitler was kind of smart.
Well, he wasn't necessarily. He was adept. What would I say? He was gifted in some ways. I don't know about smart, but yeah, he was definitely gifted, and he knew how to move things around. Let's put it that way.
Hey, Maximilian, you're being inconsistent now.
Why?
Because when it comes to your suffering, it's not so smart. But when it's other sufferings, they're smart. It doesn't make no sense, bro. You gotta be consistent, right?
I wasn't talking about suffering. We're just talking about you could admire. You could admire, let's say, I'm trying to think of something else, but you could admire the brutability of Apple or or the companies or Uber. Okay, you can admire something like Uber being super aggressive and accomplishing what they want. It doesn't mean that you.
So then let's call them strategic. How about that?
Okay, whatever. I think he's just wanting to call me inconsistent.
Well, I think what he's saying, and this is what I tell every Jewish person I meet, we are being inconsistent if we claim suffering and oppression and the responsibility to call it out when it comes to our own folks, and we are not willing to do the same for others.
You must feel really like an outlier.
No.
Well, I mean, there's not a lot of people within the Jewish community. There's not a lot of people you could say all this shit to, Kevin.
That's not true. That's not
really?
True.
I got a feeling you're in a silo.
I grew up in Brooklyn too, but see, thank God for parents who taught me what being a Jew is really all about.
So you have a lot of friends, like more than 20 people you could talk like this to?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
The sad part is that most of them, unfortunately, have been bullied by Zionists who make them feel like their voices are not worthy to be heard. I'm not one of those Jews.
Well, isn't there something in the Torah about standing up to power in a sense, or being?
There is something in the Torah about pursuing justice.
Yeah. Okay. There you go.
It says tzedek tirdo. You have it's a double lashon. It says it twice that you have to pursue justice at all costs. It even says that if you see your enemy's donkey under a burden, you have to relieve it. A donkey. How much more so a person? We're not supposed to be these nasty, heartless, cruel individuals. There is a mitzvah that speaks to being cruel to animals. Imagine that. But it's perfectly okay to use Palestinian children's heads for target practice?
I think you would be terrific, like on, maybe it's not your inclination, but like Piers Morgan or, some debate, because they never have your viewpoint. There's either, there's different people that give an intelligent view of how Israel might be blowing it, so to speak. Or not Israel, but, well, I say Israel, but I mean the Netanyahu Greater Israel whole thing. But there's nobody that really gives your view. I think it's really cool to be such a devout Jew, and also at the same time, see the fallacies of what's going on.
Well, I think that in the event that we were to return to Torah, all of us would. And that's the sadness of it all. That so many of us are assimilated that we don't realize that we're taking on ideas and views that are antithetical to Jewishness and Torah.
Well, I might be an anomaly to what you say too, because I don't practice Judaism. I feel culturally Jewish, but I'm definitely obviously not in Morty's boat.
But Max, you have a heart, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Guess what? For me, that's where it begins. You have, whether you like it or not, a Yiddish neshama, a Jewish soul, which means that you're only going to go so far before something's going to stop you in your tracks and say,
well, I didn't go to the Vietnam War, for example. I knew that sucked. And,
right. But you can look at Gaza and see it as ungodly.
Yeah, for sure. Or I wouldn't use the word ungodly, but...
why do I say ungodly? Ungodly,
why did you say ungodly?
For me, is to see, the Torah does not start at Sinai, right? The Torah starts at the creation of mankind. Bereshit bara Elokim, in the beginning, God. So if you start there, you recognize that it's not just about Jews. It's not just about quote-unquote Zionists. It's not just about Muslims or Christians. It's about all mankind. And in the event that you read carefully, you realize that there's some part of God in every person you meet. So for you to say that, or for any person to say that they can just genocide thousands and thousands and thousands of people with impunity, that says that you don't see God anywhere else but within the confines of your community. That's ungodly.
Can I just make a question? Amir, are you there?
I'm here.
Can we stop with this term genocide? This is self-defense, and I think Hamas is an international terrorist organization and a proxy of Iran. And I just don't think it's appropriate to continue with these very, these are dog whistles, is what this are. Saying genocide and ethnic cleansing over and over.
Warsaw genocide?
These are dog whistles.
Was Warsaw genocide?
Yes.
Just don't say the word, Morty.
Right, don't say the word.
Okay, in the context of Palestine, so-called Palestine.
No. Make sure.
You should be in favor of free speech, Morty.
I am in favor of free speech, except when it's annoying.
You know what? You annoy me with your kind of weird accent, but it's no problem.
Wait, Matt. Here's what we're gonna do. All of those 30-pound refugees in concentration camps, we're not gonna call them Holocaust survivors. We're gonna call them war veterans.
See, there's the spirit. I like that.
We'll call them war veterans. Those were not survivors. They were soldiers who were injured in battle. Think about how sick that sounds. That the individuals in Auschwitz were soldiers injured in battle that were at war with Nazis.
Yeah, but you're just being too logical. It's not gonna crack Mr. Morty over there. You realize that, right?
I mean, look at the pictures. Don't you see them you don't see them in uniform?
Are you talking to me? You're preaching to the choir.
No, I know. But what I'm saying is, that's how ludicrous he sounds.
Well, it's obviously ludicrous, but I think it's fascinating. I'm joining in here too, because
women in hijabs were actually wearing helmets. Helmets. Those are helmets. Those were not hijab. Nope.
No, they were stealing for yarmulkes. You just didn't look close enough.
Of history.
What is it?
These aren't my ideas. This history revisionism you're suggesting.
I told you that. Anything you say is not going to convince me.
Soldiers, were they at war with the Nazis?
You're not going to convince me. I have a closed mind.
Were they at war with the Nazis?
No.
No, of course not. Of course not. It's too logical. Don't talk to me with real logic and real words.
Let's just stick to this.
It's too much for my little brain, Brooklyn brain.
Right, Amir. Weren't those Holocaust survivors wearing uniforms when they found them? Weren't those rocks that they had in their hands that they were?
They had steel enforced yarmulkes.
Right, there you go. There
it is.
That's it. There. I'm showing my true color, Morty. I'm a self-hating Jew. It's obvious. I need better pita bread with my hummus.
This is not laughter. This is derision that somebody could call Jews in the Holocaust, Jews who survived the Holocaust, survivors. But everybody else around the world, no, those are terrorists. Same condition.
Would make it so much sense, will you?
Right. People in Gaza are terrorists.
Yes, I agree. Anytime you say that, I agree.
Warsaw, who actually fought back, those individuals are not terrorists. Those are heroes.
Yes.
There's heroines too. There was some women that did some stuff too, Morty.
Well, we don't have to get too about it.
Oh, okay. I'll go back to sleep and snore with you. Don't wake me up. My ambience taking over.
I came here for a serious discussion.
How sick?
Oh, yeah, very serious. But you're not allowing any new ideas in. I'm seriously close to any new thought.
It's true. How sick and cold must your soul be in your body?
Well, to his benefit, he's ignorantly blissful, wouldn't you say?
No, he's not.
You don't think so? Oh, yeah, he's a schmuck.
He sits on his couch
Right.
And he jerks off at the
Well, I don't know about that.
Oh my God.
He jerks off. He creams his pants. Creams his pants at the idea of Israeli IDF soldiers using Palestinian babies for target practice.
I don't jerk off on the
Well, I think you might be going a little too far. Oh, okay. I opened the door a little bit, and
you know
now
what?
I'm wondering.
He's never in a day in his life ever won a fight. There's always been somebody who bullied him, who tried to knock his yarmulke off his head. You know, name one instance of anti-Semitism that he thinks that he experienced.
He couldn't find the mustard at the pastrami place.
People say free
There it is.
Palestine to me
Life
all the time.
So,
when I have my yarmulke on. There's an anti-Semitic example. They always say free Palestine.
For you.
You're just hiding your bald spot. Come on, give me a break.
For you. You know what? Real Jews like me got spit on by Jews and non-Jews alike. And guess what? My
Equal opportunity anti-Semitism.
Right, there you go. There you go. Real Jews who know what it is to fight on two planes to be Jewish. Not you who get to take off your yarmulke when it's convenient when you go into
Morty, you're just all class here. Just throw up the white flag. Throw up the white flag, Morty.
I'm winning this
Oh,
debate.
Oh, yeah, in your mind. I'm winning I'm really winning
I do have a question for Morty the Zionist or anybody. Rolo is asking me, Rohan, he wants to see my picture. I told him I'm straight. I don't know why he's insisting.
Ew. Is he really?
Yeah. Check the chat. Check the chat. He's asking me for my photo.
Maybe he wants to go out with you. You never know.
Well,
You're a very attractive voice.
I do think that Clubhouse has a great potential as a dating app.
Bro,
What?
I'm not into men. I'm not into men.
I mean, not yet.
Oh, not yet. There's always a chance, you know. Look what happened to me.
Amir, in a really sexy voice, tell him, you first, baby.
I'm good. I'm not going down the path. That's crazy.
That's that Jewish sense of humor I was looking for.
Yeah. Too much.
Maximilian, man. Yeah. You know how to do this.
Oh, no. I just have a good teacher, a good Rebbe that's teaching me everything.
Yeah, but Maximilian, on this app, they do corner you, right? I know.
I've been pastramied.
I'm sure you got cornered by Rohan in the audience and Yaakov and a whole bunch of other Normal and a whole bunch of Zionists, right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Try to get you to change your mind and position and whatnot.
Not change my mind, just hurl insults.
Yeah, just stay strong with the with the position you have because you got to stay anti-genocide, you know.
Right.
You know, as El Normo taught me, Zionism is inherent in Judaism.
Has Elmo taught you?
That's what El Normo taught me. That yes.
Ooh.
Did he tell you that pork chops and applesauce are a part of the kosher laws too?
No, he did not. He's a good Jew.
Yeah, I've got a lot of bacon here, says Morty. Don't attack that. I'm still Jewish.
Nah, listen, pork, whether you eat it or don't.
Yeah, that Congress, they got a lot of pork belly because of all those APAC. I can tell you that.
I don't even like talking about APAC because I think it's literally the fulfillment of every horrible Shylock stereotype. Like it's really kind of scary how we will tell the world, please stop saying that Jews buy politicians and APAC buys politicians.
Jews, we're very good at being magicians. We're good at everything, even being magicians. We're good at accountants. We're good communists.
Converting shekels to dollars is their biggest magic trick.
No, I wouldn't say that only.
Or dollars to shekels.
Only. They could be very communistic, technically, you know. They could be very, they could go down to the South out of idealism. I would not, my alert meter just went off.
Sick.
And I just want to say we're not buying politicians, okay? That's not what we're doing.
No, you're just bribing them.
No,
right.
Listen, are you people familiar?
It's just a coincidence that these districts that have nothing to do with anything. They have to go to Israel.
Every New York congressman, every Florida assemblyman, every single one of them has hundreds of thousands of dollars from AIPAC.
But they're not bribes.
No, of course not. They're not bribed.
Wait, hold on a second. What is the abbreviation AIPAC stand for?
American Israeli Political Action Committee.
It's a foreign entity.
There you go.
It's to set up a good relationship, a good working relationship.
Right, and that's why dual allegiance is a stereotype.
It's just about relationships.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
But if I could just interject something, okay?
Let's let him speak. It's a good...
I don't think we should call it bribery. The Citizens United 2011 Supreme Court decision ruled that giving money to political campaign contributions is free speach.
Yes, this is one of the great changes that have happened. Yes, this is great.
Wait.
I know you're excited about
the chutzpah to talk about Trump receiving a plane. Chutzpah! How could he receive a plane?
It's speech. I'm just telling you, this isn't bribery. This is speech. This is how grown-ups speak to each other. You people aren't grown-ups. Grown-ups speak to each other with cash and gifts.
I wish I could grow up and be just like Morty.
It's not a bribe because a Jewish person did it. That's why.
These are just speech.
Yeah.
That's how we talk.
But in the event, it's right. Shylock, you're right.
Oh my lord.
Oh my lord. No, it's not. It's not. Oh my lord. It's Gott im Himmel. Get it right.
Oh, yes.
Did your parents speak Yiddish?
No. You can just make that guttural sound somehow.
No Yiddish.
What's even
No
scary?
Yiddish.
No Yiddish at all?
No.
Do you know what being a schmuck means?
Wait. Hold on 1 second. So where do you get your Jewishness from?
My mother, of course.
Wasn't Jewish?
Then it must be. Wait
a minute. Hold on. Your father wasn't Jewish?
No, not a Jew.
He was Seventh-day Adventist.
He converted later in life, but he wasn't.
When he got the light, when he came to his senses.
Yeah, he wasn't born a Jew.
I got you. Well, he's still a Jew.
Yeah.
When my mother wouldn't sleep with him anymore, he thought it was good to convert.
What do you think?
I wasn't going to go there, but
it's
never considered this nuance.
A little nuanced, yes. Very fine. It's comic relief.
Do you guys have a number for how much schmear AIPAC is responsible for?
Are you talking about cream cheese?
I'm not talking about cream cheese at all. How much schmear is AIPAC responsible for? How much money do they give politicians?
Way too much. One of the greatest.
Somebody asked ChatGPT, how much money does AIPAC smear on American?
Yeah, and compared to other lobbyists.
I don't care about other lobbyists. I care about a Jewish lobby.
It makes sense to compare it if it's way out of proportion. I think it does make sense.
You have a hell of a way of talking about one of God's greatest gifts to America.
Bribing? Yes.
AIPAC.
Wait a minute. About God's greatest gift to America? Billions of dollars in debt from giving Israel billions of dollars in munitions? Do you know what we could do with that money?
What? What could you do that's better than giving Israel money?
You could have a lot of yeshivas.
No, we could feed our homeless. We can make sure to take care of our veterans. We can make sure that every child gets to eat lunch at school. Yeah. Should I continue?
Let's have this conversation when Israel is secure.
Let's have this conversation when
secure or well, let's not even
stop compromising American citizens to be able to protect war-driven Israel.
Why are you so concerned about American citizens?
Oh my God, there it goes.
Wait, hold on. Because American citizens live here and in Israel.
Okay. Yeah, the ones with dual citizenship, yes.
Yeah.
We can advocate for them, I agree.
70% of them.
And the Jews.
Stop the lies.
Yes, the Jews and the... Okay, well, I'm not that concerned about them. You know, color me cold. I'm sure you will. You already have.
Color you. Because when you can't live in this country, because you're making sure that a country that has surplus better than you and your kids, we'll talk.
Well, you know.
They're not starving.
Not sure I appreciate your sophistry.
They're not starving. They're not going without.
As ChatGPT says, since the establishment of AIPAC, since AIPAC's foundation in 1954, exceeds $300 million, with the nearly $144 million provided directly or in super PAC spending in just the past two election cycles alone. So they've spent a lot of money in the past two cycles.
Sounds like a low ball from 1954. That sounds like what they just.
Oh, that's because we're good accountants too.
So it's not just so. Here's the deal, right? It's not just the one Zionist Jewish lobby. There's actually more than 15 of them. Let me check into all of them. How many Zionist Jewish lobbies? Because everybody knows AIPAC because AIPAC is a famous one, but there's other ones at play here as well. You know, not the evangelical. The evangelical, that's another lobby as well. They got evangelical Christian lobby. Let me see how many are there Jewish, Zionist Jewish lobbies.
Make sure you look up the Morty Israel First.
You know, look, it's a trope. Okay.
How much money did Ted Cruz?
I don't even think Morty exists. He's just some sort of bot.
Yeah, exactly. He's a voice suspended in the abyss.
It's like the programmer made some mistakes, and they're just sending it out with us.
I'm a good Jew.
Yeah, you're a very good Jew. Very, very good.
So ChatGPT says there's totaling over 100 organizations, and they've funded a lot of money. And some of them are actually, some of them are Jewish, some of them are non-Jewish, but they're all Zionists supporting Israel. Like you have this, of course, the AIPAC would be the number one, number two ADL, number three Zionist Organization of America, ZOA, J Street, the American Jewish Committee, Conference of President of Major American Jewish Organizations, Christians United that's a Christian one, Democratic Majority for Israel, United Democracy, Birthright Israel, Stand With Us, Israel Project, Hasbara Fellowships. What the hell? They even have Hasbara bullshit? They make up bullshit? They spread lies about, it's like a pro-Israeli narrative.
Morty the Good Jew, what is the sixth commandment?
Thou shalt not be without the good mustard when I get a pastrami.
Thou shalt not murder.
Do you think you need to master the first 10 before you get to the other 603?
Well, it's already written down. I don't need to memorize all this stuff. It's all at my fingertips.
Understood. No, I'm still saying, do you think that we need to, as Jewish people, do we need to master the top 10 before, there's 613 mitzvot? Do we need to master the top 10 before we get to the other 603?
I just have to know how to Google it.
I see.
I mean, look, I'm not really that religious. I think you probably figured that out by now. I don't think it's going to come as any surprise to you to learn. Culturally Jewish.
I got you.
It's not just a religion,
You like bagels and cream cheese and schmaltz herring every now and then.
I can eat bagels and cream cheese every meal.
I believe you. Actually.
Only if it's from a good New York Jewish deli.
Yeah, I would agree. Good stuff. But
glad we agree on something.
More to being Jewish than just bagels. More.
Yeah, matzo balls, schnitzel.
Again, can we move a little closer to North Africa? Do we have to stay in Poland? Do we have to?
What's up, Assalamu alaikum, welcome back, Scotty. Anybody want to come on up? Just unmute and come on.
Have you even heard of Jachnun? Have you ever heard
Sounds
of
like a UFC fighter.
Boy. No Malawa, no Jachnun, no Baba Ganoush, no hummus, no...
of course, we invented hummus.
No, it's not hummus. That's your
What's Hamas?
I see. Hummus. Say it with me. Hummus.
Hummus.
Mm-hmm.
We invented it. I know. It's a Jewish original recipe. It's so funny.
Say lahmacun. Blocks and gin. What I'm trying to say is those countries that are closest to Israel and the Middle East are closer culturally to Torah and Judaism, right?
Yeah, come on, the terrorist countries?
Is it?
That's what I was going.
A little bit off topic.
More religious Jews live in Muslim countries than they ever lived in Poland, Russia, or Germany.
Just a little bit off topic. I was wondering, have you seen Macron's wife? Is it a man? Is it a he or she?
I think she's just a very ugly woman.
I think it's a woman.
Brigitte. Can you put some respect on her name? Her name is Brigitte Macron.
Her name is Bubba. Her name is Bubba Macaroon.
So Trump called Candace Owen to tell her to shut up and not say anything because he confirmed that he had dinner with her. He had dinner with her.
Well, you know why? You know why this is significant?
Why?
Because Macron is not really with us in Israel. He's been speaking out a little bit against us. So Trump is trying to manage that relationship, massage it a little bit, and bring him back around.
Massage it a little bit. Oy.
We need to bring Macron back onto the.
Pause. That sounds like some homosexual stuff.
Come on, where are your people's heads? Why is everybody's head in the gutter?
The table a bit, you know.
I know it's the middle of the night. You just accused me of masturbating on my couch, which I don't masturbate on my couch, for the record.
I know you do it in the mikveh with all the other sick people.
Oh my lord! You know, I'm not gonna First of all, I'm not gonna disclose the location that I masturbated. First of all.
You're giving me like heat rash. Stop. Disgusting. Just the thought.
That's crazy.
At the end of the day, no. I think it's important for us to realize, whether we want to own it or not, there's going to be a whole lot of world leaders and people who are going to come out against Israel very, very soon.
Not if we can help it.
Well, how can you avoid it with what people are seeing today?
Mossad.
Mossad is not that good at Hasbara. Not that good. Well, you cannot take that sight of Gaza and those children out of people's minds. You can't.
Well, here's the issue.
You know that Christian Zionists are pulling back by the millions in terms of dollars?
I didn't know that. That's concerning.
It's very concerning for anybody who's living off of those funds.
We need an aggressive.
But watch this, and this is all seriousness. What sense did it make politically, strategically, for Israel to bomb the one Catholic church in that region?
I condemn that attack.
Oh, that attack you condemn.
Yes.
But the bombing of masjids, not so bad.
Well, it's, Muslims are a little bit incorrigible, to say the least.
But guess what? Those are your cousins, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, your cousins that you don't get along with.
Torah doesn't allow you to stand in allegiance with Christians. Enter the Crusades, enter the Senate.
Yeah, but they're coming around. They're coming around with.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
In what countries were Jews the safest?
Muslims.
I can't believe you actually formed your mouth to say that.
I figured that was the answer based on the line you would think.
Amir, can you please find the applause button? Morty is coming around, people. Here we are. Pew, 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 pew.
Morty he's honest, actually. When it comes down to some of the facts, he is honest, and I respect him for that. But he's still a Zionist, I respect him for being honest.
Wait 1 minute. This is good stuff. Where were Jews the least safe throughout Jewish history?
Amongst the whites. The whites are savages.
Now you want to call them whites. Say it with me. Amongst the Christians.
Yeah, same thing.
No, because because you didn't call Muslims whites or blacks. You called Muslims Muslims. Now you say amongst the
Muslims. I call them Muslims.
Okay, I don't know who those people are. Muslims were kindest and the most loving to Jews. In fact, here's another fun fact. Most Jews from those countries no longer spoke Hebrew. They were so much a part of Arab culture that they spoke Arabic. Mm-hmm.
Well, this is very nice trivia from back in the day. But if you haven't noticed, the Muslims hate us.
Where did the Holocaust take place in a Muslim country, Bubala?
It almost took place, at the hands of Palestinian Islamic Jihad and the Al-Qassam brigades, if they weren't stopped.
Can you stop?
No, never. Never stop.
Such a pile of hogwash. And I'm not saying that to you because you're a Jew. Hogwash. The most money, the richest Jews on the planet thrived in what countries?
Muslims. You just asked me this question.
Yeah. No. I said where were they the safest? Meaning, which countries were Jews safe? They weren't expelled en masse from Muslim countries. They some of the richest Jews you know and I know.
Right.
Iran, from Syria, right? Yep. From Egypt. How is that possible? That today individuals who practice religious freedom, who allowed us as Jews to live and thrive in their countries, how did they become the subjects of such ire? Could it be that European Jews came in and caused dissension between Arabs and, between Muslims and Jews? Is it possible? The worst thing I ever heard an Iranian say in terms of what they resented their Muslim neighbors for was that they couldn't build a synagogue higher than a mosque. Boy, so horrible. I don't ever remember hearing of any Jews in Muslim countries that were exterminated by the millions, by the thousands, by the hundreds. Ain't it funny in 2025 that the state of Israel stands more in alignment with Christians and Christian Zionists than they do their own family members in Gaza? Kind of makes you wonder what's at the root of all of this.
Well, I don't appreciate your sophistry, as I've said before, but it's getting about that time I have to go to sleep. It's been a very delightful conversation. I'm
going to teach you a little Yiddish. Gay schluffen means go to sleep.
Yes, but I just want to end this by saying I'm still undefeated in clubhouse debates.
Actually, I just put you to sleep. Good night.
Good night. Take care, Morty.
All right. Good night, everybody.
I hope I bring you back to the pro-patty side.
Never.
Maybe just be a mensch. How about that? The rest will come.
I could never. A mensch is
just
a good.
Be a mensch. A mensch is a decent human being. We don't even have to say pro or anti. Just be a decent human being, and you'll make your bubbies and your zadies proud.
I am a great human being, so I'll continue being great.
Take care.
All right. Talk to everybody later.
Take care, bro. Take care.
Amir, this is too easy. I need a bigger challenge.
We got Nubian. He's a bigger challenge. Nubian is.
This is the quietest I've seen Bull in months. What the fuck? Bull.
No, Bull doesn't like Nubian. Nubian doesn't like Bull. They were going head to head earlier.
No, I'm saying usually I come into these rooms and Bull is going in. Where you at tonight, brother?
Nubian, by the way, Sister Izzy, she's Jewish. She doesn't support what's happening over there in Israel and whatnot.
Yeah, I was actually just enjoying the conversation, so I was just listening, to be honest.
What did you say, Nubian?
I don't believe in Jews who aren't Jews. It's no such thing.
What? You don't
when
believe
I see
what?
Jewish people, let me be clear. When I see Jewish people who claim Judaism, but they aren't, they are of other nationalities, then I just look at them as a myth. Like it's like seeing a unicorn.
Okay. Is that you in the PTR?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So why are you making assumptions about her?
No,
Do you know this lady?
Do you see what he looks like in his PTR? That's why.
Yeah, no, but you know this guy right here. He thinks he's the all-knowing and he knows everything. Like he could just like take a look at you and just. Did I cut you off, sir?
Only on the. I hate this guy, Amir.
You
bite
hate.
This guy's ear off.
We need to coexist. We need to go like Amos says. We need to coexist.
That's just blabber from Amos. But then again, bro, he thinks he's all-knowing and that he could just like take a look at a person and he knows everything.
This
and
guy's mad that I went to college. He's literally mad that I went to college. Bro, anyone can go.
Who said that I haven't been to college?
No, but Bull.
You see? And now he's trying to deflect from the conversation. What was the thing that he said about he doesn't believe? What was that again? That you could Judaism.
He said that when he hears Jews who are of different cultures, I think I heard that he does. I don't know. Some
different nationalities.
You mean white? You're talking about the white Jews, Dr. Nubian?
Yeah.
I don't see the white, black. It's just Jews. And I know what a Jew is. I've always known what a Jew is. As I said earlier, I grew up in.
So do you think the sister Eze is Jewish? She's Jewish.
If that picture is her in the PTR, then absolutely not.
Oh, okay.
You see that? What? He knows everything.
Wait, hold on. He grew up
this guy right here, bro. He's a problem. You don't want him to represent the cause. I'm just saying, telling y'all. Okay, all right, you got it, Eze. But you're the one who called for me. Remember?
No. What I'm saying is, I want you to look good at this person's horsehead PTR and understand that people whose parents were sister and brother, they go to college too. Leave it alone.
Thank you.
Parents, sister, and brother. I'm confused. But like I said, I just don't.
Meaning you're the product of incest, and it shows on your face.
But I'm absolutely not. My parents are not even from the same country.
Like I said, it shows on your face. You were talking about someone else not being Jewish because of their race, and I'm looking at your face and saying that you probably have the same problem, which is why you're probably pointing at others. You grew up in Williamsburg. You didn't grow up in Sudan. You didn't grow up in Iraq. You didn't grow up in Afghanistan. You grew up.
How'd you know he's from Sudan, Eze?
I said he's probably not from those places. He said himself he grew up in Williamsburg.
Oh, okay.
Williamsburg is in Brooklyn.
Yes, I'm aware of where I grew up at.
Right.
She wasn't talking to you.
Are you a Muslim?
Absolutely.
Okay. Where do you go to pray? Al-Taqwa? Where do you go to pray?
What?
Where do you pray? I'm from Brooklyn too.
She's asking what mosque.
Yeah, I know. But this is just getting
weird. He's afraid to say. You know why it's getting weird? Because you're a fraud. You're a fraud.
Yeah. And you overcompensate a lot.
That is an AI picture. Not really you.
Okay.
It might actually be him.
No.
Amir, can we get a reset?
Let me tell you something. Dump off the mic.
Now it's getting creepy. Now you have toxic victim mentality, but you just went at the sister for nothing.
There you go.
Idiot. He said I don't believe in non-Jewish.
Starts with personal attacks and ad hominems, and now you're the victim. Imagine that.
Nubian asked me. He literally asked me. And I answered.
Nubian, but brother, my question.
Got off a mic, and you came out of your face with some nonsense, knowing full well that you literally AI'd that photo to make yourself look more Muslim. Nobody in Brooklyn, Williamsburg looks like that. Just cut the crap.
I'm not from America.
You're
what are
full
you
of
talking
shit.
about? Just raised
Full of shit.
I'm not from America.
You're full of shit. I know Brooklyn.
He's from Sudan.
Amir, he said he's from Brooklyn, Williamsburg. That's 5 minutes away from my house. He's full of shit.
He was raised over there, but he's from Sudan. I know his cousin is on here.
Do you know that for a fact?
Yeah, because his cousin is on here. I know his cousin Mahdi. You'll see him in some of the Quran-centric rooms, or
I'm gonna say one of his Muslim or Arabi uncles married a black woman, and that's how he came.
I'm not mixed with African American at all.
You I don't know what you are, but at the end of the day, I can.
Okay, I'll tell you this. I know you're not a Jew. That's the point that I was making.
Because guess what? Because you're such a expert, I'm gonna take your word for it.
Okay. Believe in non-Jewish.
Either you know or you don't know.
Okay.
Right? Have at it, bro. I mean, one retard leaves and another one shows up, bro.
I don't think that's
right. And this is why this is why Amir was trying to give you the fair warning that stop doing the friendly fire, but you're beyond reproach.
We need ceasefire between Bull and Nubian and Sister Izzy, man.
It's not gonna happen. Nubian, he's too arrogant.
Nubian. All I'm gonna say, I think you're probably thinking about the black Hebrews were light. Is that what you're thinking of? But Sister Izzy is actually
no. That's not what he's thinking about.
Claim to be Jews, and like I'm thinking of black rabbi guys like him. I just hate people.
No, she's not like black rabbi. Black rabbi is something else, bro. He's not even Jewish.
He's not going to stand corrected. He's too arrogant. He's too arrogant.
She stands with the Palestinians, bro.
He doesn't care. This guy is a cloud chaser.
It's about a tribalistic based religion. So how when I'm an Asian Jew.
Don't open the door for him. Leave him
alone. Leave him alone. We don't want to hear him talk, bro.
You're very controversial, brother. You're very controversial.
What a clown.
Oh, very controversial. Nubian, I think I could use you for one of the the big rooms.
Yup, because I'm not trying to hear it.
Oh my God! Just leave it at that, bro. Like a beautiful
imagine,
just leave it at that.
Imagine if I just came
out. Just leave it at that.
Imagine if a person just comes
literally.
out.
Imagine somebody up at 5.
Like, oh, by the way, I'm a Jew.
Talk about like who somebody else is or isn't.
What?
Imagine that. 5 o'clock in the morning, he has nothing better to do than to pontificate about who's a Jew and who's not. As a Muslim.
It's 12 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm in Saudi.
Yeah, he's in Middle East, as in near.
There's the problems in the Middle East.
It's lunchtime. I'm drinking mango juice and eating nuts.
Nubian, do you do this in the Quran Center group as well, bro? Is that what you do?
Lord have mercy.
So
what is going on where people in the middle have time to talk to people in America about their religious identity?
No, he's a businessman. He told me about some business things. He's a very he's gonna become a tycoon one day, right, Nubian?
One day, inshallah.
Yeah, he's gonna become a billionaire one day. Business tycoon. I told him once you get the $1 billion, let me hold $1 million.
What time is it?
I'm in California. It's 2:16 here. She's in New York. It's 5:16.
I told you he was a cloud chaser, and he's just trying to come up in the Islamic world. I told you. Yeah, man. He will do and say anything just to run shoulders.
Social media. This is the only social media I have.
Oh, it's cool, man. It's on need-to-know basis. You don't need to inform us about what you've been eating, why you here, etc., man. Relax.
Amir was talking.
His teeth are bigger than his freaking fingers. That shit is off the meat.
Hey, Eze, he was over here lecturing Palestinians on how to go about their business. The audacity of this guy.
Wow.
You see what I'm saying?
Wow.
He thinks he knows better. Yeah? Yeah,
I thought we were discussing geopolitics of the Middle East, but
how the hell is he gonna make money as a tycoon, wasting time on Clubhouse? Let us know. How did that work?
So even his country, as it's going through a genocide, I feel really bad. It's thanks to the UAE, right? And the Sudan, there more than 200,000 people dead. It's very sickening that some of these country leaders are responsible for it. Like the UAE is actually responsible for it. Israel is responsible for it, and because they found a whole bunch of weapons in the hands of like a militia in Sudan, and these militias aren't even Sudanese. They come from outside of Sudan, right, Nubian?
Yeah, they're Zionist puppets.
Yeah, and they found weapons with the Israeli serial numbers and the weapon serial numbers. Finally, America came out and did arms embargo on the UAE. Like, how would you do that? A Muslim leader from UAE giving weapons to the, militia, so that way they can rape women, kidnap their children, take over villages.
It gets even better. They finally responded to it, and what they said they said, "Oh, well, we sold we sold the Janjaweed those weapons when they were killing the Yemenis, not when they were killing the Sunnis." And I'm like, what?
So, Nubian, what is your position on Saudi Arabia and the Houthis and Yemen?
My position on Saudi, I think
you think it's wrong?
Well, I'm not going to keep talking.
You're not going to use the same premise? It's a long-term plan and all of this shit that you were saying earlier?
Yeah, all right.
Or maybe UAE is having a long-term plan, right? It's a long-term plan, bro.
I'm not going to keep conversing with you.
Everyone needs a role, remember? Everyone got a role. They got different components they got to do, right? Idiot.
See, this is what happens when you make less than $1 million a year. This is how you talk.
So now it boils down to money. It's not about life. Look at this guy. He's exposing himself. You see? So you feel good now because of some money you have in your pocket? Is that going to bring you Jannah? Are you going to get heaven because of the money you have in your pocket, Nubian? You're a very wicked person. You know that, right?
A wicked person.
Repent, man. Repent, bro.
It's only 5 minutes.
That is not the way a Muslim speaks, Dr. Nubian.
I'm sure you would know, Jew.
You're right, cousin.
I can deal with ease, but Bull is actually mad, and I don't have the energy for people mad through social media.
Who's mad, man? Nobody's mad. Nobody's mad.
Yo, Amir, who is Omar?
I'm not sure. Let me see.
Omar's my guy. We're with Omar 100%.
Where is Omar? I don't see Omar. Oh, right here? Oh, this Omar is a good brother.
Yeah.
I don't trust your rooms, Amir. Like, they be staking out your rooms. For real.
Oh, no. These are all pro Pallies. We got everybody. I think in this room right now, the majority of them are pro Pally, except for we had Rolo. And this guy, Anan is back. That guy, idiot that streams my rooms, man.
There's two Anon in the group.
Yeah, one of them is a recorder. He streams my rooms on YouTube.
Amir, you have to tell these people who don't. I know I haven't been on Clubhouse in a while, but I've been in here warring with Zionists, like on multiple occasions. Destroying.
I know. You're a destroyer. You should change your name to Dr. Destroyer, Dr. Nubian.
You see, here comes the cloud chasing. Hey, yo, do you want a cookie? Do you want a cookie? Do you want a medal or something? I mean, bro, you know what? We should just open up a house for Dr. Nubian so he can have a whole award show.
I used to have
this guy, bro.
I used to have a house. I don't have a house. I prefer Quran centric and Amir's house. So I come to these two rooms. That's pretty much it.
That's good, thank you.
Islamic philosophy.
Well, I honor your presence. I know you you like to start shit sometimes.
I come in here just to start shit. Like that's what I come in here.
I know. And then we have a lot of people from Zionist that they're shit starters. They like to start shit with pro Pallies, man, all the time. Like today, the guy wanted me to put my picture, like in the chat. If you read it, his name is Rohan from Australia. His daughter is pro Pally, and he wants me to put my picture up. I'm like, I'm not gay, man. And they into doxing business. Normal. You have the Rohan. You have the other people like Randy the Candy. That David B. That guy. He actually met up with you know Rohan?
Yeah, I've had war with him multiple times.
Are you talking about the Australian one?
Yeah.
What did he say? Did you get him to change his position?
I don't think anyone can get him to change his position.
But his daughter's pro Pally.
I didn't know that. If I would know that, I would use that as a weapon. I'm just waiting for I'm really waiting for Black Rabbi again. So that's what I'm waiting on, because I want to really have a conversation with him about what tribe he's from, and I just want to really just dive in to the tribe. What tribe of Jews is he from? That's like my arch nemesis. He's the Sith Lord to my Jedi Order. So
that's your arch nemesis.
Yeah, I hate that. I hate him more than you.
And you're supposed to be this super duper intellectual guy?
Actually,
imagine that as a look at him.
I'm just mad at this panel.
Suits you, man. Suits.
I'm just mad at this panel.
Yo, I did not know. I'm sorry. Now that I'm taking a deep dive into APAC, I didn't know that Hakeem Jeffries receives money from APAC too. Yo, that's some shit. Hold on. No wonder he doesn't come out for Gaza or Palestinians. Damn. And that's probably why he didn't stand up or publicly endorse Mamdani. Remember that? He needs to be able to say, what was it? Global Intifada. What was the statement? Amir, what was that?
Globalized Intifada.
Globalized Intifada. No, Hakeem Jeffries. I was wondering why he didn't stand up or endorse Mamdani. And it's because he's on the take from APAC.
He is?
Yeah.
Amir, when you moving back east?
Inshallah, once I do what I need to do, inshallah, then I think it'll probably take me 3 to 6 months.
You're paying triple in California.
I know. I want to move and just buy me a property.
Hey,
And
Amir, don't put too much of your business out on the internet, man.
No, I know.
This is not a social room.
That's true. But I want to be close to the Zionists, so that's where I'm gonna move to.
Yo, this dude got 1,635,000.
Wow. It's a big list. It's a big list. So many of these people are connected. Even when I was telling somebody, if we go to a grocery store, right, we buy something from a cashier. We don't know if this cashier is connected to the Zionist entity. We don't know. You know what I'm saying? Because they're all connected. They're spreading the narrative. They're pushing that, envelope or whatever you want to call it. And now what they're doing is because they lost the PR war, they're attacking Islam, the faith. And even Mamdani, because of Mamdani, some of these people are calling Mamdani like a terrorist Islamist. So they say he didn't even say anything about Islam or whatever.
Wait, you said Mamdani didn't?
Yeah, no, Mamdani didn't mention anything about Islam, that he's going to bring Sharia law or anything like that. But these people, the Zionists and some of the white supremacists, you could say, they're, the one that are Islamophobes, that they're spreading this narrative on social media. If you go on Twitter and on here and even on TikTok, they're spreading this narrative attacking Islam, that, this Mamdani character is going to bring Sharia law, he's a terrorist, he's this. And in relate to the Zionism, if you go to the Zionist rooms right now, since they don't have any more talking points, nobody really talks to them as much because they lost the whole narrative, right? So what they're doing is they're attacking Islam. That's what they're going through now.
Wow. But you know what? Fuck them. I'm so serious. Like, the world is finally seeing who people really are.
Easy. You'd make a very good Muslim. You should consider the Quran.
Amir, is this one of your friends?
Nubian, calm down, bro. Calm down, Nubian. Calm down. This is not one of those rooms, brother. I know what you're trying to do. I know, leave it at that.
I just saw a perfect opportunity for dawah.
I know what you're trying to do. But leave it at that. Sister Izzy, she's a good sister. I came across her a long time ago. She would call out all the Zionists on this app, and they attacked her. They even called her workplace. You know that normal character, the Zionist mofo. He called her workplace, trying to dox her, whatever.
How the hell you find it?
Bro, these people are able to find everything on people. That's why, and the normal call start calling Fawad Jalani. So I called my other AI account Fawad Jalani. Because I want to spread this narrative full of lies. And even apparently he's making up another claim today that I have a arrest warrant out for trespassing. I'm like, which property did I trespass?
You're trespassing at a synagogue.
That's what he wrote in the chat. If you scroll up, it says, you were charged with trespassing. I'm like, which charge? Where is it? Which property?
That's crazy. Yo, the fact that they called your job is nuts. Yo, that is crazy.
It's not. Listen, if you Google me, I mean, you will see speaking engagements. You'll see articles that have been written. I don't hide.
Oh, I said, you're a public figure. Okay, that makes more sense.
At the end of the day, you know where to find me. I know exactly where he prays. And the synagogue, I just haven't been to New York. But he's going to shit himself when I walk through that door. He's literally going to shit himself. His whole diaper is going to, turn into a tsunami. Because he talks shit on Clubhouse. He's not going to know what the hell to do with me when I walk up. Not at all.
When can we arrange that?
I'm sorry?
Me personally.
When can we arrange that?
Are you right? I need to.
Me personally, things like this is why I avoid social media. I think the internet's become a weapon. It used to. I remember when social media first came out, and it was like, you can connect with your friends and family. But it's just become an information database where the fact that someone can find your job and call your job and find out where you pray and all of these different. So me, I just avoid. This is the only social media app I have. I don't have Instagram. I don't have Facebook. I don't have Twitter. I only come on here. That's it. Because to me, it's just crazy that people can track you down. And,
but to be honest,
the problem
thanks to AI and the rest of it, they can do that anyway. If they really want to.
The problem isn't social media, it's the people that you're hanging around with. If people are in the business of doxing, they will dox, regardless of where you find them.
Yeah. Truth. I gotta decide whether or not to put Jeffries, expose him on my Facebook.
Okay.
The tracking system is going to be worldwide. It's not an American thing. It might start in America in the West, but make no mistake about it. Where you are, Nubian, it will come to a city near you as well.
I'm not safe, right?
Lord have mercy.
I think I'm in one of the safest places in the world. But good thing I have multiple passports. So if it gets unsafe here, I'll be on move to the next location. I like to travel.
But Doctor, Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, you sure do like to humble brag a lot.
Saudi Arabia doesn't allow multiple passports.
That's not true. So one, being American, if you're an American citizen, that's already one. Then two, you can have. I don't have a Saudi passport, obviously, because I'm not a Saudi national. But you can obtain multiple passports, multiple residency very easily. So I don't know if that's a rule for Saudi nationals, but that doesn't apply to me. I'm an American citizen.
Yeah, it's for that's what because I rented cars out to a Saudi national before, and he said you can't do that. And I actually looked into it, and I think they have a law you can only have one. Some countries only allow one passport.
Yeah, I think that I think that goes for their citizens. I don't think that applies to countries because I have.
Not for foreign citizens, no.
Yeah, because I have a Sudanese passport, an Egyptian passport.
Is it true that if you've been to Israel that you can't travel to Saudi Arabia or you can't make Hajj or anything else like that? Something like that, like certain countries you can't visit because you have Israel on your passport.
I've been to Israel before, and that was back in 2017 or 16 or something, and I didn't have that problem.
Yeah, but they don't stamp your passport, does it, in Israel? They know that people they don't, same thing in Iran. They don't stamp your passport.
Right, I got a little card. When I was there,
they treat you like a terrorist. I'm like, God, I never been through such security in my life.
Nubian, they did a cavity search on you?
Bro, damn near. I mean, my full name is long. My full name.
Oh my God.
My first, middle, last, and then I have like all my grandparents. Ibn.
Oh wow, you're done.
Yeah. It was
so where was that part? In Israel or someplace else?
Say again.
Where did you go through that?
I was going to visit an upset. That was the purpose of going.
Oh, you say when you went to Israel, you went through this.
I said I've never experienced a security like that in my life. Like,
yeah, he went through Israel. He got to Israel.
The craziest shit. When I went, when I went, it was all green lights. I don't even want to tell you guys about that trip. That was like, I'm not going to do it on Clubhouse, privately maybe, but all green lights.
You must have an English name. If your name is Arabic, if there's a Muhammad and a Fadullah and all these different.
Don't disclose anything. Don't disclose anything. Just let him slumber. Just let him slumber.
My first name is both Arabic and Hebrew, and so is my father's.
Oh, okay.
So maybe I don't know. But at the end of the day, I'll never forget because all of my siblings went to learn there. Like last year, high school is part of their program. But I remember my mama, blessed memory, she was so funny. I was like, I know, dude, they're gonna put all of the black. And my brother-in-law, not my brother-in-law, excuse me, my brother looks more Yemeni than he looks black, right? His hair, his face, whatever. I was like, watch Ima, they're gonna treat him like he's a Palestinian. They're gonna treat him like he's a Muslim. And my mother's on the phone like, don't say that out loud. Don't say that out loud. They're gonna put my son off of it. And I'm like, Ima, at the end of the day, this is who these people are. And I talked all this shit knowing that they were gonna do that to me, right? They were like, Mrs. Eze, please move to the right. Okay, yes. Who are you going to see? Okay. Miss Yatova. Kept it pushing. I got scared. I was like, I know these niggas will set me up. For real. Like, I'm looking around over my shoulder. But 10 years before, a group of black Jews had come from New York, and they were detained for over a week. At, not the airport, over, like, in El Al. Because at that time, black Jews walked in solidarity with Muslims and Palestinians. I don't know, that's a little bit longer than 10 years. I want to say maybe 20 to 30 years before. Real talk. What do you think they would do now, Amir?
So I think they're looking for everybody, like the brother that does spaces on Twitter. They put his name on the rockets that they shot at Gaza, Suleiman Ahmad. He's pretty much on their wanted list. They passed a law. If you support, what was the law? The law was if you support Palestine, if you criticize Israel in any part of the world, and we have the information and whatnot, you would not be allowed entry. I think that's what they're doing nowadays. So if for me, I don't think I'll be allowed. I would have to go through probably Egyptian border.
Wow.
And Mazi that comes in here, he's an activist. So he's been to Gaza multiple times, that brother. He went in there with the aid and whatnot through Egypt. He said Egyptian, they took away, they went in with 2 trucks of aid or whatever before 7th of October. And they kept one of the trucks, and they made him wait at the border for 8 hours or 6 hours. And then they allowed him and his crew with 1 truck, into Gaza. And he said the Hamas were very respectful. They allowed it. They respected him. They showed him around what the Gaza, how people are suffering and whatnot. This is before 7th of October.
Gotcha. I don't know. I mean, I think with Facebook now and Instagram and the rest of it, they can do a search and find out who you are, know what your beliefs pretty much are.
Yeah, Facebook is owned by Zionists.
Like I said, listen, you can keep it real. You have nothing to hide. If they do, they do. If they don't, they don't. Why be something else behind closed doors? Why? Who's that? Yo, I think you do have a bunch of Zios in this room, Amir.
You have the alien account. Or is it down in the audience, 1 or 2 account? The recorder. He's running for government. I have his everything information. This idiot. I wonder. I'm gonna check with the lawyer if he can send him a cease and desist. So John, don't worry. We have a lot of information on you. His name is John Kitover or something.
Yeah, I think.
We'll send him a cease and desist. If not, we'll have to take him to court.
Wait, Amir, could you repeat that?
So the idiot down in the audience with the ANN account, you see that? With the ANN account, I can't kick him. I can't do nothing with this stupid new feature that they have, the Plus account. I have a Plus account as well.
Yeah.
I can go into incognito mode. I can jump in. Can you stop that? Wow. Seriously? Okay, have a safe flight to the hallway. Bye-bye. Okay. So that person with the Plus account, like myself, I can go into incognito mode into any room and nobody can kick me out. And what he does, he streams it directly on YouTube or into his rooms and then from his room to YouTube.
Does he have nothing better to do?
Nope, he's a lowlife.
But shouldn't Clubhouse be able to do something about that once it's reported?
How do you report an anonymous account? Click on his account and you can't even report it.
No, can't you use the account that he has with his real name?
Oh wait, how do I send a friend request to him?
You could report that account, but what do we do about 30 phones? He's got 30 phones.
Oh, I see what you're saying. The madness.
Wait, Amir, you have a Plus account. Shouldn't you be able to see and view who it is?
I can't. I click on it, it just gives me the same option what you see.
Amir, there's a simple solution for this. Move to the Middle East. That'll solve all your problems.
Bro, I lived over there.
Come back. We miss you.
We miss you. Look at him. Nobody misses me, bro. But doctor, the Saudi Arabia, to be honest with you, apart from the holy sites, there's nothing there, bro. It's dry.
Wait, Amir, I have a question. Do you prefer the Muslim community in Los Angeles, or do you prefer the Muslim community in Saudi Arabia?
To be honest with you, if it was in my hands, I would love to boycott all of the GCC countries because they are responsible for what's happening to the Palestinians. Whether, doctor, we agree or disagree, but we could always agree to disagree respectfully. But these countries, they're liable. They, like the UAE is liable for what's happening to the Sudan, Palestinians, what's happening to Palestinians. All GCC countries are responsible for it. It's not just one.
So then we should just all live in America. America's not liable.
No. America is responsible. So I talked to my accountant how to not give the money to the genocide. So my accountant told me give it away to your either local mosque or give it to like UNRWA or something, and you get a receipt and you can file. It's a tax write-off. And I gave something to General yesterday, and General said it's called a defund. I found out through Twitter Spaces. So what it is it's like a trust account. You set up a trust account in the UK. And the government would have to show you that the money is not going to the genocide or war. It has to be used locally, right, General?
Yeah, tax. So, for example, in the UK, when you work for an employer, your employer automatically takes the tax out and gives it to HMRC. What you can then do is you can request a refund of that tax, put it into a consolidated account on the side, essentially, until the government proves that they're not aiding and abetting the genocide or war crimes. And then when they've done that sufficiently, they can then access those funds. But it is a very interesting way of doing things.
I think that's both great and amazing. Me personally, I've hated America since my parents came there, so I prefer to live in the Middle East. I like it better here. But I hear you. I've been to California a couple times. I've been in North California. My ex-wife is from North California.
Oh yeah? Mashallah.
America's is not it. Even with everything you said, sounds great. And I hope Americans utilize that and give as much money as possible as they can afford to Palestine and Sudan and any other cause. To me, it's nothing better than
yeah, but Nubian, you don't you don't see racism inside Saudi Arabia. I felt racism, bro. The racism to the next level.
Amir, what are you? I don't know what your nationality.
I'll tell you about it later because people are trying to kill me on this app.
Right. When I lived over there, bro, even Black Rabbi gave me a threat. He said he wants to kill me. If I told him I'm in Compton, come up, pull up. He might get robbed before he gets to you. No. I mean, so Compton is getting gentrification. They're gentrifying it. Did you know this? Because they built a Rams stadium in Inglewood, right? So and they spent I don't know, almost more than I think $1 or $2 billion on the Rams stadium. So city of Inglewood used to be really bad. The crime. That's where next to the Rams stadium, there's actually a cemetery where Michael Jackson's grave is, where he's buried, right? Oh wow. And that area, the houses and everything, the crime rate was really high in that area. And now, if you go to buy a house, you're looking at minimum, what is it, 1.5 million or 2 million? Because me and my partner, we were looking into buying a small parking lot for the cars because I'm in the car rental business. And tiny place, like you could barely hold like 10 cars across the street from Ram Stadium. You know how much they wanted? $1.2 million for a tiny piece of land. And I was in a shock. I'm like, wow. Well, that's California, man. You should be used to spending $1 million on a regular basis. No. So I'll tell you this: before the Ram Stadium thing, right? It was you could probably find the land in that area. That area was full of the crime rate was really high. You could get one for 100,000, 200,000, 300,000. It's because of Ram Stadium, everything gone up. Well, as far as your question, have I experienced any racism in the Middle East? In the past, yes, not in Saudi though, but I have experienced racism in Qatar. Now, it wasn't towards me. I've never personally encountered racism in my life, other than in Israel. But I think that was more so because I'm Muslim. But in Qatar, I've heard about a lot of instances. I've never been upon it. But in Riyadh, I've had a house here for years. I used to come here frequently for business, and then I just decided to move here. But no, I've never experienced any racism in Riyadh. When I lived over there, I had to carry a copy of a residency, Iqama, right, with me as a 6'8". Like, can you imagine 7-year-old? And I did get pulled over by the cops over there in Saudi Arabia. I was living in Jeddah, and walking to the grocery store, whatnot. My dad gave me a copy of his residency, right. And I got pulled over, and I had to show them the residency. Otherwise, they pick you up, and then your dad or somebody would have to come in and get you released. And there's a lot of these things back in the day. And if the women didn't wear hijab, they would, they will detain them, and some women would get their, beaten up and whatnot. You were there in the King Salman. Yeah, and the women could not drive. This is in violation of the Sharia, the divine law. The divine law is they're supposed to get the right. So there was a lot of these things, right? It was very restricted, and there was a lot of. And my dad was like, "Be careful! Don't say anything against the king, and this and that. Otherwise, And people get picked up like right and left, and even the scholars are doing time inside Saudi Arabia. Or anybody that speaks up against, any of these kings. And in their schools, they like to glorify fucking kings. You see what I'm saying? I mean, but what's wrong with the kings? Wink, wink, hint, hint. Wink, wink. I know you're not. Don't say it. I know. I don't want something to happen to you, bro. Oh, I'm good. Saudi Arabia is very welcoming. The Middle East is very welcoming to what they consider to be American investors. So I don't have those issues. But plus, it's really different here than how you're describing. I wasn't here during that period, but I did have family members in Riyadh during that period. What do you do in Riyadh? Why not live in Jeddah, like close to Makkah Mukarramah? Like you could drive to Makkah for an hour, and Medina like 4 hours. Riyadh, there's nothing in Riyadh, man. It's like a desert. You say, well, there's business. I'm here for business. So I know, but I'm saying at the same time, you could visit the holy places as well, like once a week or once every 2 weeks if you live in Jeddah. Yeah, Jeddah's nice. Jeddah's very pretty, but Jeddah's hotter than Riyadh. Jeddah, bro. It's nighttime. Yo, it's nighttime. I tell everyone this story. I come out the airport. It's literally like 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night, and as soon as the sliding doors hit me, 48 degrees Celsius. Boom! I'm like, the sun is gone. What's happening? And I spent most of my adult life in Florida, and I've never felt that. So that was crazy. Jeddah's hot. This other thing is Jeddah's so far away from business.
What I was saying was the discrimination in general, like the kafala system, like it's basically, so when I lived over there, right? So my dad couldn't even buy a car under his name. It had to be under his, the kafil's name, right? Somebody that has a Saudi national. And, even the house back then, you would have to buy it under somebody that's a Saudi citizen. You would become a co-owner or whatever. There was a lot of these things back in the days, right? And you wouldn't believe it, my dad's old friend, he bought a store, a Rialain store near Mecca, right? Near the Haram, And, he spent about 50,000 reals, right? He opened up a store. It was a tiny place, and he started making good money, And it was under the Saudi national's name, and he was sort of like a side partner, you could say. And that Saudi guy, he saw him become successful, took over his business, kicked him out.
Oh, I've heard of that many times.
Bro, there's a lot, and I felt like, what the hell is this? Look, I have respect for it only for the Holy Kaaba in Medina, right? The house of the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings upon him. But other than that, there's nothing there, bro. There's nothing there. These people are destroying the Islamic historical places. Like, look at the.
Well, to be fair, everything you named is literally probably 7 to 10 years ago. So none of those things are really happening now.
Because they are destroying historical places, though. The Masjid al-Qiblatain, they were in the process of destroying that, right? They even flattened Jannat al-Baqi, right? Where the graves of the Sahabas are, right? Whatnot. They've done a whole bunch of. And do you know that they were going to break the green dome on the top of the mosque, right? And there was a report in 2014, a cleric report from Saudi Arabia. They wanted to move the grave of the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings upon him, to an unknown location. There's a lot of these things. Blood that these people, who gave these people to control the holy places, man.
Yeah, I think they have an organization that governs that. Again, like I said, I wasn't here for those different events. In relation to me, as you know, I'm a businessman. So I'm here for business. Riyadh is better for business.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Yeah, because you have Dammam is nearby, Abu Dhabi is nearby, Qatar is nearby. If you're going from Riyadh, whereas Jeddah is a little bit further. Jeddah's like a 3-hour flight. So that's why we're Riyadh. Me personally, I still love Saudi. I came down from Saudi. I hear all those things you're saying. However, you're talking to someone as yourself. You're talking to someone who lives in America. So we go for atrocity for atrocity. We can do that with every country in the world. There's no utopia on planet Earth. So for me, I just prefer to live in a Muslim country. Plus, how you see me dressed in my PTR, I dress like that almost every day. I prefer to wear jalabiya. I prefer to dress traditionally, even when I was in Florida. That's just how I am. Who's probably gonna hate that? On the average day, you catch me in jalabiya and Louis Vuitton sandals. So throw that out there for Bull to cry about.
Bull don't mind. He can live the way he wants to live, bro. Oh my God.
Really, he torments me. So
No, it's like a love and hate relationship between you and Bull. You guys both good brothers. It's just maybe look, me and Bull, we had that beef as well in the beginning, but then we found a common ground. You see what I'm saying? So he'll come around. He'll come around. You guys both will come around. One day.
When he comes to Quran Centric, I'll make sure. I'll make sure I utilize my my capability.
What are you gonna do with it? You gonna kick him out? Oh my God!
Wait till he starts talking, and I'm gonna kick him down.
Why would you do that?
Amir Kuni, you fucking terrorist Palestinian. What's up?
Oh my God! Who's this guy, man? Let me move him down. This idiot. Did you want to move down? Did you want me to move you down or kick you out?
No, keep
okay, consider the audience. He wanted him up. He's calling me a B word in Farsi. Oh my God!
Yeah, but you should have kept him in it. You should have saw his PTR. Guys like that are hilarious.
Who's this guy?
But like I said, Amir, we miss you over here, man. You know, there's really nice villas in Qatar for you. You know, we can set it up. You'll have a perfect view of the
Qatar, I heard, is a nice place, but a lot of these nations are getting filled with expats.
But bro, you have a perfect view. In Qatar, you have a perfect view of the missiles from Iran. Perfect view. I mean,
perfect view. Look at him, brother Faz. Look at this guy.
Did you see them fly over you?
I was actually in Qatar when that happened. I had a layover in Qatar. So I was flying from the United States. I was actually in Qatar when that happened. That was insanity. People were overreacting, though. They weren't as close. They were very high in the sky. I thought it was a shooting star until I saw like 10 of them.
Oh, good.
They were shooting stars.
We the people of Iran, we the people of Iran don't want our bombs and missiles to fly to Israel. That's what you terrorists love, not we.
We terrorists love.
You want Israeli missiles to fly to Iran and kill your
He's a Pahlavi
No,
supporter.
Israel has no problem with Iran and Iranians as long as this terrorist regime that you love so much is raging over Iran. The missiles are gonna fly over Iran.
You want Pahlavi the prostitute to come back?
I want Pahlavi, the one that fucks your mom every night, to come back. Yeah, that's right.
You want him to come back so you can fuck your mom, right?
No, I want him to come back so he can put our dicks in your mom's ass.
Yeah, oh really? It sounds like you've got Pahlavi's dick in your mouth.
No, I pushed him down.
Yeah.
You don't need this conversation.
You could have let me. I was about to unleash some Iranian missiles.
No. You don't have to do that, General. I mean, what kind of
You have to
language?
stoop low for these scumbags, these dirty rats.
5,000 years of Persian culture.
He had 30 seconds. And that's what he chose to talk about.
I mean, I don't understand. I was watching yesterday. I think I suggest everybody watch this. Mehdi Hassan is doing a program. Did a program.
Did you watch it with 50?
Surrounded.
It's brilliant.
It's brilliant. And
Did you see the Iranian one?
I saw the Persian guy. He says children in Gaza. I mean, Mehdi Hassan asks, is it okay to snipe children in Gaza? Because IDF has sniped children. He justifies it. He says yes, because children are indoctrinated by the Palestinians to hate Jews. So it's okay to kill children. He literally justifies it. So Mehdi Hassan goes on to say, look, you may have your problem with the IRGC, and just because Iran supports Palestine, you don't have to hate Palestinians just because your enemies. I mean, I'm putting these words: your enemy's enemy is your friend. But he says no. The children are being, radicalized. The Palestinian children. So literally, he says that it's okay to kill them. I don't understand these Persian people, man.
Yeah, but first of all, the burden of proof is on them. Where are they being radicalized? First of all, you are radicalizing them. No, but when you know how you radicalize Palestinian kids, you kill their parents. That's how you radicalize them.
Absolutely. And actually, the radicalization happens in Israel for Jewish children. They are the ones who are being radicalized. They are the ones. They have these Hesder system of education, which literally combines both military as well as normal education, military and religious education in a normal school. So this Hesder system of education is funded by the government of Israel, and it teaches children literally what the Talmud says about the Goyim, about the Arabs being lower in status and so on.
That's absolutely true.
They literally teach it to their children, and they start growing up hating Arabs and looking down on Arabs. This is exactly what they teach. And then when they reach the age of, just before they have to join the army at the age of 18 or 19, they are given rigorous training in, killing, theoretical training in killing, in bombing and so on. The theory is based on religious scripture in the sense that what will you do? One of the questions that they will be asked is, What will you do that when you are, chasing terrorists, if a child comes across in front of you, what will you do with the child? Will you still, your goal is to catch the terrorist. In this case, they refer to the Arabs. But a child is going to hold you back on that. What will you do? The answer has to be, the answer they're looking for is, I will kill the child in order to go and catch the Arab. That's the answer they want every would-be IDF to say. That's how they are radicalized. So there's so much of radicalization in Israel that the more I read it, the more I'm scared for not just for the Palestinians or the Arabs, I'm scared for the whole world. This country, in my opinion, the longer it exists, the less safe the world is. This country needs to be dismantled from its current form. Something else needs to come up in its place. This is the reality. And I don't come here and BS. There are schools that teach this. There are yeshivas, the religious schools that are teaching these things, and they are funded, by the Israeli government. And there are thousands such yeshivas, and also what is known as the pre-yeshivas, which are basically called mechinot. Mechinot is the kind of preschool or the medium, what do you call, it's a high school before you go into the pre-university. So all these things are literally radicalizing Jewish children. And I don't see how that's going to be stopped. I'm just talking in the context of this Iranian guy shouting. I don't understand what's wrong with these Iranian guys. You can have your problem with IRGC, you can hate IRGC, but it doesn't mean that you have to hate Palestinians. And for this guy who cursed General and Amir, let me tell you, I don't consider Hamas as a terrorist organization. Take it, deal with it.
Yeah, but the irony about these so-called scumbag, Iranian Zionists and prostitute Pahlavi supporters is the irony is they say that the IRGC is tyrannical, but they want to replace it with something that is almost worse. Look at his father, the Shah of Iran, that prostitute. He was a dictator. And he had an organization, a secret police called the Savak. Ask them about what the Savak did to the Iranian people. They do not want to replace it with a liberal democracy. They want to replace it with the Pahlavis.
By the way,
they want to make him the king.
But the friends, you guys remember Aiden, that used to be here, that used to come in the chat, the girl picture? Do you remember?
Ada, no Ida.
Ada. Remember that?
Ada. Yeah. I know.
It's the same person. He had a different picture, and I checked the back channel message. It was the same person. Can you believe it? He was
He transitioned.
He transitioned. There you go.
Oh wow.
And he just texted me back channel. He's like, "Stop being a hypocrite, mofo. When did you become a guy from a girl?"
He detransitioned.
Yes, Sia Wash. Did you want to say something, Sia Wash?
Yes, please. First, I want to say hi to everyone. Second, so I can understand Andy, but if you search Evin prison in north of Tehran, it's a prison of north of Tehran that Israel bombing. In that
Evin prison, was it?
It's an Evin prison in north of Tehran.
Yeah, they bombed it.
That prison is only for opposition. For the people that they are protesting for, hijab and everything, and Israel bombing that. Can you believe that? It's a small room in a prison. The prisoner can't move anywhere. But Israel bombing.
I heard that they killed a few people in the prison.
Andy, every time Bibi said, we don't have any problem with Syrian people. We have just problem with Bashar Assad. Where is Bashar Assad? Israel is bombing Syria. He said, I don't have any problem with Lebanese, but he's bombing everywhere in Lebanon.
Even brother, he said he doesn't have any problem with the Gazan people.
Please,
but and he's killed how many thousands?
Yeah, a lot. Wash your eyes. See the word in a fair way. Do you know? that prisoner in the Tehran, I'm repeating that they are opposition, and Israel, yeah, the meaning is they have a problem with government in Iran, and Israel bombing that. I saw a preschool or even first they are bombing, and after that you can ask them why you bombing a prison. The answer is they are using that for I don't know making bomb, making rocket and other things. Come on. First, I want to let you know this, and with this way you don't have any bright future because you are fighting with everything. I'm so sorry, guys.
You know, Tommy Robinson, you might have heard of this guy, a British guy who's a Zionist who support, you know him, yeah. So this guy issued a statement. He's an anti-Muslim and Islamophobic, pro-Zionist, pro-Israel, anti-Palestinian, who I think who's still in prison.
He's out.
He's out. Okay. So he issued a statement that Bashar Assad never killed a single Christian. Christians were safe under Bashar Assad. Now, so basically the U.S. and Israel, you know, got him out, brought in allowed Jolani to take over. So now they are saying that Jolani is bad because Christians and Druze are being attacked. So these people have no basis, no conscience, nothing, man. It's on a day-to-day basis they change their positions.
In the north of Tehran, it's a street, we call it Pastan, or the last name is Sultanate Abad. Iranian Jews, they have store over there. They're selling antiques and something like that. In these 12 days, before and after, you can't see anything from the other Iranian to say them why Jewish are doing that, because they are living here, the Iranian respect them, and they are respecting Iranians. They are living together for more than 3,000 years.
Yeah.
So Iranian Muslims, they don't have any problem with Christians and Jewish, but they have problem. Not the Iranian Jewish, but the Jewish that they are living in Israel, they have problem with Muslims. Everything at the Holocaust time happened for them. They are doing that with Palestinians, but they changed the view. Just they changed the view, then you can believe that it's a I don't know, because it's not 100 years ago, 80 years ago.
But Siavesh, only after this 12-day war, I found out, you know, that Iran has the second largest Jewish population in the world, and also one of the oldest Jewish population in the world. And in Tehran alone, no, not Tehran, I think Isfahan or some city, they have about 14 synagogues and all old, you know, traditionally built synagogues.
Iran is fourth or fifth. Iran is fourth or fifth because after revolution, most of them moved. The problem is because before that can support the country Israel. It was legal in Iran, but right now they close the way that they can support every Jewish must support their country. I can understand. It's really good if Muslims do something like that. It's good for everyone. Do you know? But it's fourth or fifth. I think right now we have less than 1 million Jewish in Iran. And I'm not support my government. I have a lot of problem with them. I have a lot of problem with them. But I want to be fair. Do you know? Right now they have a chair in parliament in Iran because of their religion. The only person that they don't have any chair is Baha'is. Unfortunately, Iranian government they are not believing them. Christian, Jewish, Zoroastrian, I don't know, all of them have a chair in parliament. Come on, dude. I'm not talking about democracy. I know He's one of our friends said Pahlavi was dictator. Yes, he was dictator. But when you want a dictator, you are comparing with Hitler, Gaddafi, I don't know, a lot of person. He was not like them. But remember that it's Middle East. You can't bring a democracy like Swiss here. We are far from there for 200 years maybe.
But Siavesh, can I intervene here? Pahlavi came after ousting Mossadegh, who was a democratically elected leader. So you already had democracy. Swiss had their democracy very late in today's life. You know, I think it came about only in the last one. You had democracy. Iran had democracy and elections much before the Swiss started having that. So you don't, I mean, when you say that, you know, we cannot have a democracy like the Swiss overnight, you are making it's a wrong statement. You already had democracy. Mossadegh was, you know, electorally elected leader, and he was toppled by Raza Pahlavi. Okay, that's the truth.
No, Brazil by the British. Different by the British and Americans. Honestly, I have problem with Reza Pahlavi too, because for 45 years he doesn't do anything as an opposition. He just sitting, eating, and have fun with his friend. I have problem with that. And Mohammad Reza was a good king, honestly. And remember that if you search for your interviews, he has problem with Israel too. He said to Palestinians a lot of things too. For example, you don't have power. You need to do something for yourself. The Muslims are just sitting and watching you. And he has problem with Israel too. He said all the media is under Israeli control. And your voice is not, and the people of the world, they can hear your voice. Muhammad was a good king, honestly. He was dictator, yeah. But he was a good king. But forget about Reza Pahlavi. He's son of the king, and he's just, I told you, he's sitting, eating, and have fun with others. The problem is, yeah, we have democracy here, but remember that we are choosing our, I don't know, for example, president, but they are coming to our election as a systematic control. For example, they are choosing 4% and said, you guys can vote to one of them. I don't. It's our problem, honestly. It's our problem. It's not I don't know, word problem. And the other things I told you, I know it's Middle East. We are better than other countries. Do you know? But we have a supreme leader, like before revolution. The supreme leader, he can control everything. I don't have any problem with that. Do you know? I have problem, honestly. I have problem, but we need to work as a political things to resolve a problem, not just fighting, shouting, I don't know, saying bad words to others. Like unfortunately, some of Iranian, they forgot the subject. They just want to fight together. Do you know? They forgot that Hamas. I'm so sorry. They forgot that the person that he's trying to keep his land is not terrorist. So Hamas is not terrorist. They are fighting for his land, for their land. When I don't know, Iraq attacked our country, some of the Iranian, they are starting to fight with Iraqi people before the army can come there. So Iraq can call them terrorists, yes, because they are fighting with you. But in our view, they are not terrorists. They are fighting for their land.
Siavesh, I have a question.
Hamas and Palestinian, they are fighting for their land. So they are not terrorists.
Okay, Siavesh, I have a question for you, and it's a very genuine question that I really want to understand. Why is it, you heard the other guy who was here, the other Iranian who was here abusing us, cursing us, calling us Palestinian terrorists.
Who is that?
Who was that, Amir?
So that's Artash. That's Artash. His name is Artash. Yeah.
Yeah, his name is written in Persian in the.
I blocked the other account. He started coming into the room with the girl's picture in the audience.
And then kept on complaining, why you kick our artists? I'm like, come up, let's have a conversation. I kicked this account as well. And then today he comes up with the guy's picture and comes up, starts cursing, hey, B word, this and that. And then I check the back channel message, it's the same person. I'm like, oh my God, catfishing.
Okay, so this is my question. Maybe Nargis also knows. Siavesh is here. So, okay, I totally understand the problems that Iranians have. Some of them don't want the IRGC, some of them want it, and those who are opposed to IRGC want IRGC gone, the Ayatollah gone, and all that. Okay, every country has its own problems. I don't have an issue with that, okay? But here is my point. Why is it so many Iranians, like this guy that I just mentioned, who was telling Mehdi Hassan in his show that Israel has can kill children because these children are terrorists. So why is it that some of these Iranians hate Palestinians? This is something that I don't understand. Is it simply because of the belief that your enemy's enemy is your friend? Like Israel is Palestinians' enemy, therefore Israel is my friend. That kind of a thing.
Obviously, Fayaz, it comes from like superficial thinking, right? This would not hold true to all Iranians who do not want the IRGC. What you're witnessing is just loudness exhibited by a handful of people who are kind of jahil in a way. Like it truly comes from a place of ignorance, I think, because how is one equivocating a bad government to being okay with the death of innocent children, whilst the very complaint against this government is that they are crude or cruel to the innocent. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So somewhere there.
Yeah, the right word is jahil. You're right.
It is just a pure ignorance.
Pure ignorance, and also a lot of, I think, brainwashing takes place.
But a very small group, Fayaz.
Yeah. Okay.
This is not, whatever you're hearing is loud noises from like a particular small group.
I want to explain my view too. First, you can't believe that they are too much. There are very few because you can find them in media. And media is the place for, the people, they have a lot of free time. They're getting social or other things. I don't want to say anything like that, but honestly, it's just media. In the street, if you can ask Iranian people, they don't have any problem with Jews, but they have problem with Zionists. They don't hate Palestinians. Do you know that? If you can ask in the street, don't believe the media exactly like CNN. Al Jazeera is fake, honestly, but BBC and other things, the organizations, media, they are telling you that the things that they want. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to tell you my view, but mine is not perfect like you guys. And the other thing, sometimes yes, if you want to close your eyes, you can believe that your enemy of your enemy is your friend. But honestly, they are not your friends. You can see Palestine, you can see Lebanon, you can see Syria, other countries. They just need to read more, but they are not too much. There are a few.
Yes, I know. I understand that. I understand that. But this is, I was shocked when I just narrated this before Nargis came into the room. This guy, this American-Iranian guy who's opposed to IRGC was sitting in front of Mehdi Hassan in his show yesterday and justifying Israel killing children because, according to him, Palestinians, radicalize their children to hate Jews. So he literally justifies killing of children by Israel. He had no other explanation for that. That's why I was, this was at the back of my mind, and then this guy comes and starts abusing us. That's why I had to ask this question. But I know it's very few people who are jahil enough to do these things, say these things.
By the way, I forgot to tell you guys. So Trump came out yesterday. He said, not Trump, White House officials said Netanyahu likes to bomb everything. He's a madman. Isn't that funny? A madman, and he liked to bomb everything. That was.
Who said that, Amir? Who said that?
They didn't give out the name. They just said White House officials.
Okay.
How
No, this,
they make a statement like that, man, for us? Like, I mean?
It was in the Axios. It was like a leak. I don't know. I don't think it was a leak, but Times of Israel picked up on it.
Oh, wow.
And you guys know how I feel about Times of Israel, right? Shame goes. He probably had a subscription of Times of Israel.
Yeah, Amir, I'll consider it. Amir, I'll consider it.
You want to become a Islamist or you want to become a Salafi?
Oh my god, is this Nubian?
Nubian wants to become a Salafi. Oh my god. When is this happening? Are you going to read the Ibn Taymiyyah, Shaykh al-Islam's book? Are you going to read it?
What'd you walk into, bro? Doc, what'd you walk into? Don't like it, buddy.
I'll consider it.
You consider what?
You invited me to be a Salafi. I'll consider it. You have to show me a few things.
He will never.
Okay. Do you take any of the scholars, the four
Nubian
Muslims?
won't, bro.
What about Imam Abu Hanifa? Do you take anything from Imam Abu Hanifa?
Like I said, I'll consider it.
No comments. Oh my god. Don't tell me we have another Mahdi here. Is that another Mahdi?
He's not his nephew.
I know, but he's not another Mahdi.
He is his nephew. Like, he's his relative. He
I
calls him
know,
Uncle Mahdi.
I know.
I'll consider it. Name your scholars. I'll consider it.
But doctor, do you take anything with Imam Abu Hanifa?
Define consideration. What are you considering?
Oh God. Okay, how about this?
Speak up, Nubian.
No, just watch this. I invite you guys to my private room. We can have a conversation.
In my private chamber shall I reveal to you the secrets of the universe.
Randy said that for like 2 hours yesterday in Lions Den. They were attacking him, calling him a heretic, and he just kept inviting everyone.
He triggers from everybody.
He was like, everyone can come.
Even I triggered him one time. I said, bro, you don't know what you're talking about.
I crashed out on him, man. Just day before, I crashed out. And he was having a lot of support from like Christians and some others around him. I was like, and he's being all quiet. I was looking bad. In the end, I ended up apologizing. I freaking crashed out on him.
But you do take from Imam Abu Hanifa, right, doctor?
I'll consider it.
He does.
No, I'm just asking you. Do you? So
Okay.
which are the one of the four scholars do you take your the madhab from? Like
See, I can't tell you who my scholars are. You have to come to my private chambers. We have a conversation over some
Doc ain't
dates
gonna
and
answer that question.
So do you call yourself a Hanafi or a Shafi or Maliki? What do you call yourself?
Oh, okay, that's an easy question. So I call myself a Muslim.
None of them. He's dodgy it.
All right, so I think what it is it's very complicated, doctor. We'll leave it at that.
I need to save me.
Status is
I came across quite a few people like that on this app. They just follow the Quran Kareem and the Sunnah, and that's it.
Not even.
No, the Quran is a case of.
I seen you've been debating.
They don't like Quran.
You've been debating Nazia, huh? She's a good debater, huh?
I'll put it like this. To the Sunnis, I'm a Quranist, and to the Quranists, I'm a Sunni.
That's true. These guys, so they're Quran-centric or something. I mean, that whole movement of Mahdi, no?
No, but doctor, just gonna tell you one
thing. Pick and choose hadith. Pick and choose.
Imam Abu Hanifa's position was that it was sort of like close to Quran-centric position. Okay, you should look into Imam Abu Hanifa, right? That's one of the madhabs, right? And that was his position, more from the Quran Kareem, right? And then the hadith. But the other madhabs, it's like 50-50.
Well, I could sleep at night. I'm a Hanafi. Yay! Where's my
ये लोग
cookie?
कभी मजहब को नहीं
Give me my
लेते
cookie.
आमिर ये लोग कभी भी मजहब को नहीं लेते
I want you to teach me
Say
so
it,
come to
Amir.
Riyadh.
Nah, I'm good. I'm not gonna go down that path. I'm done. I'm done.
Fayaz, what?
If you go down that path, you better be skipping.
You
skipping
know,
Lou.
have you watched Hindi movies, the British Raj movies, the English, these English
Stop
army
it
people?
I speak good I speak good Hindi I speak good Urdu I mean tell Fayaz
I felt like I'm watching Lagan. I'm hearing a dialogue from Lagan.
Yeah, she's fluent in Hindi. I actually I found out, right? I was in a shock. How could an Iranian person speak, this language, this tribal language, right? I was in a shock.
No, she
But,
lived
she lived over there.
Yeah.
She lived over there. I was like, wow, that's interesting.
Oh yeah,
and she seems to
I mean, look at Nubian. He speaks Arabic. He's not an Arab. He speaks Arabic.
Nargis tried to teach me Urdu. She tried.
Right, Nubian, you're not Arab. You're not an Arab, right?
No, Amir, what you don't know is that Narges has not only lived in India, she has lived in an area where they speak the most colloquial Urdu.
the worst like everything I learned was from like service providers if you know what I mean those who give you service
Khoshai Chagabala? Like you don't speak Sindhi too, do you?
No, I don't speak Sindhi.
Wow.
Oh, do you speak Sindhi? Oh, wow. Are you from Punjab?
We'll have to. What do you say?
If he speaks Sindhi, he should be from Sindh.
Into detail.
Where's Sindhi?
We can go into detail.
Yeah, Doctor, I think we're gonna pass on that. I think you need to take it up with the Lions Den. There's a lot of clubhouse scholars in that room.
Doctor is a lost cause, man.
There's a lot of clubhouse scholars on this app. You should go into the Lions Den and kill their brain cells, Doctor. I know. I think I could sense it. I think everything is gonna be a question mark.
If you want. I got this quick stutter step cross if you want.
I think you got under the skin. I think Bull and who was it? I think the sister Eze, and then there's other people. I think they had a problem. I think it's gonna be the same thing with when it comes out to the madhab.
May I know why you've become a doctor overnight, doctor?
That's what I was asking. When the hell did you become a doctor?
I've been working the whole time I've known you guys. I've been working on my PhD. I told you guys that in Madison.
What is your thesis on, doctor? What are you?
Shut the heck.
What are you doctor of? Sorry?
No, my education is in construction engineering.
No, the doctorate is for what?
Say again?
No,
for
what
gibbering, for jibber bullshitting. That's what it is for.
No, you have a doctorate on what? You have a doctorate on what?
His doctorate
on which
on
subject?
trolling.
I've already answered the question already.
Sorry, I didn't hear. Can you repeat that, please?
I said my education, my formal. Where are you going? My formal education is in construction engineering.
Construction engineering.
Engineering, yeah.
Okay.
That's what I do. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I hope you weren't expecting something, like philosophical. I wouldn't waste my money.
He does speak tongues, though. Well, at least he did. His profile did yesterday.
Speaks tongues? I don't know.
Anyway, we started talking about what the Trump officials said about Netanyahu. But you know what has happened actually, Amir, when they bombed this Catholic church in Gaza. That has actually touched a raw nerve in most of the American Christians, so at least Zionist Christians. I don't know if you guys know this guy called Michael Knowles. Michael Knowles is a right-wing conservative Christian who also believes that unless all the Jews gather in one place, the Messiah will not will not come. So he's one of those believers, and he's also the editor of there's a magazine called The Wire, the Daily Wire. Okay, so he has extreme views on pro-Israel extreme pro-Israel views. So he came out yesterday, he issued a statement. He has a YouTube channel as well. He issued a statement saying that we have so far been, he was addressing Israel and Netanyahu, that in spite of everything that you have done, we have been supportive of you simply because we believe that you are doing the right thing, which will help the Christian cause. But you have now crossed the line. I'm just paraphrasing what he said, what I heard him say. You have now crossed the line. You have started bombing us, in the sense, bombing the churches. So you will have to be careful going forward. So this guy, Michael now justifies everything that's going on in Gaza. Now, if for him to come out and say that you have crossed a line is a big thing. Even Mike Huckabee, the U.S. ambassador to Israel, he also went out and made a statement that Israel is, this was with regards to the attacks in a village called Taibe, where they are attacking Christians and they are ethnically cleansing Christian Palestinian population. So he made a statement on that. He also made a statement that Israel is not giving visas for Christian missionaries to visit Israel and propagate their religion. And he even warned that we will kind of reciprocate it. We will restrict visas for Israelis coming into the US. So, it is all happening now. I just hope that it all happens faster than it is happening.
Yeah. Is everyone going to ignore the fact that Nargis just grew a mustache? Or?
Yep. That is kind of interesting to see men become a woman.
No, that's the Indian part of it.
Women become a man.
Come on, General. But doctor, you have written that you are working with your wife, and you still have your earphones on you.
No, I don't have my earphones. I have you guys on speaker pressed to my ear.
Okay.
I'm about to get in this car now.
Alright. I think you stay busy with the family, doctor. What are you doing on this app?
Please don't be jealous, though.
No. Doctor,
We're so jealous of you.
I'm not jealous, Dr. Nubian. I'm saying it, family comes
and I
first.
are so jealous of you, Dr. Nubian.
No, you know why Nargis, when my wife and I are going out together, and if I have my earphones on my मेरे कानों में जब होता है ना, तो she says, what is it that you don't want to tell you?
Oh. So sweet.
That's flawless right there.
My wife is used to me. My wife is used to me either being on Clubhouse or on a business call. I live on the phone. Everything I do is on the phone.
That's disgusting.
So your phone is basically your private chambers then.
Your phone is your wife. That's what it is, Nubian. Your second one.
And we should find a girl for Amir.
Amir is that? I thought he was married.
Wait, he's also an older gentleman. He's 70, almost hitting 73.
No. He's much younger.
He's almost 73, mashallah. Is an elderly gentleman. What are you talking about?
Where's Amos? I think Amos needs to find a wife as well. He wants to find an Israeli wife. He's the kibbutznik. I told him you should move to Poland. I even told him, I said, inside Israel, it's so expensive to live over there, right? Leave and you can find 2-3 wives in Manila. There's a story in Haaretz newspaper. There's one, this girl, she said, it's so expensive to live inside Israel. And she packed up and she left to Manila, Philippines. She said, I was only making enough to pay the rent and the other stuff, I couldn't afford it.
Nice trick.
Israel is expensive.
Nice
We
trick.
can put Nargis on with Black Rabbi. Amir, what do you think? We can put Nargis and Black Rabbi together.
Oh, wow.
Nubian, shut your mouth. Come on.
Nargis is
Black
my
Rabbi,
friend.
bro, is a confused soul, man.
Why did you and Black Rabbi marry Nubian?
You say what?
He would make a nice companion to you, Black Rabbi, and you.
No,
Both of you can travel the world and spread your religions. Like
no, so my wife, I have a lovely wife. I'm totally happy with
your religions with no mazhabs in it, both of you.
No, I totally get it, doctor. I know your wife is listening to what you are saying, so you have to say all these things.
Yeah, I just got pinched.
Bro, your phone is your second wife, doctor.
No, it looks like it's his first wife, actually.
First and only, I guess.
Dr. Nubian, say hello to us, to our sister. Assalamu alaikum, sister. If you're there, just punch Nubian out every day. Punch him until he drops his phone.
Now we're just gonna explain the mustache, or we're just gonna have to accept it.
Just enjoy it as you see it.
You look like a straight Michael Jackson in your profile picture.
Yeah, don't get too excited, doctor.
Don't
Relax
get
yourself. Relax yourself. Nubia and I don't get along, guys. I just want to let you guys know. Recently, I blocked Dr. Nubian. What?
Did you really? Did you block him?
He's so annoying. We both got into like battles before.
We're besties.
Ideological. Now we are friends.
Oh, it's like.
No. Uskane. No.
Don't even say it. Don't even say it. Otherwise,
listen, I was modding with him. I made him mod today. He dropped me in the audience within 5 to 10 minutes.
The guy.
Huh?
The guy.
Yeah.
Who, dropped you?
Oh my God.
No, Fayaz, you don't know that story. It's long.
So, see, Dargis, yesterday when I said how long before you're going to be in the same room together? Remember when I said?
Listen,
They only wait for 5 hours, 6 hours, baby.
It was funny, bro. Come on, it was funny.
No, it was funny, but then
Omar was there as witness.
Yeah. Nargis is gonna have coffee on Rodeo tomorrow.
They did a hostile takeover of
Hollywood Boulevard, actually, not Rodeo. But she's gonna have coffee on Hollywood Boulevard tomorrow.
That's Amir goes there. What do you think? I can go there. It's
personally, I have personally no problems with Nargis. I consider her to be a friend, a co-member of our house, Quran Center. I appreciate her philosophical comments and her little murmurs and whispers that are usually unintellectual,
it
but
is
however.
haram to walk into your spaces. That's all
I think you should avoid words like haram. But, all in all. But all in all, like I said, I have no problem with Nargis. Nargis is one of my besties on this app.
Nice. Wishful thinking is a good thing.
I hate her. My mom's name is Nargis. It's weird whenever I say Nargis on this app. I hate her.
Are you serious?
There's only a few people on this app that I have to say I hate, and it's mostly Black Rabbi. I have to literally rip his arms off with my bare hands and feel
he's
nothing
so
about
annoying,
it.
man.
I literally hate that.
I have the same feelings about him. I can't. That's one person I cannot stand on this app.
Just Rabbi.
Yeah.
Amos is
a nightmare.
He's funny as heck. Amos, you
He's a nightmare. And Amir exposed him. Oh my God.
Amir, you dictator.
No, the way he says coexist.
Picture of this guy with a rainbow wig on.
Israelian. Fayad. Israelian.
Yeah. Coexist.
He was here earlier. Sister Ezra, she actually called him out. She said, the Jewish sister that was here, she calls out all the signs.
Ezra's damn cool, man.
Yeah, she called out the Amos that you are a Nazi and this and that, and he got butthurt. He said, you always talk about Hamas. Do you talk about, what about the 7th of October? And then even Rohan was in the chat, in the audience, right? He's like, well, can I put your picture on? I want to see it. I'm like, I'm not gay, bro. Come on. and then she triggered him really badly. He kept on shouting top of his lungs, and then I actually had to move him down. He kept on shouting it and she told him, like, how many babies have you killed? 20,000 babies on the other side. Why don't you talk about that?
Them, man. It's a very sensitive chord. every time.
These people are sick. I mean, when you really just play by play, like when you just really listen to these Zionists, they're actually sick. Like it's madness. Like they have no, even Morty's the same way. You can talk, hey, this many babies were murdered. Well, they'll just be like, well, it's crazy.
Okay, that was very good contribution. Obviously, a lot said passionately and mostly nothing at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you, Narj. Thank you, Narj, to translate.
Nargis, how much longer before you're going to be co-modding that person?
Never.
How long? 3 hours?
Plus, he had blocked me right away. Can you imagine? What audacity.
He blocked you?
What audacity.
Because
I called out some real metaphysical flaws.
Doctor, by the way, do you believe in Hadith corpus, Doctor?
Absolutely not.
Okay, I'll just leave it there.
He does.
That's true.
Do you care about, do you respect the companions?
Yes, I do.
Okay, there's a video on YouTube. We called her out. Me, Nergis, and there's other brothers. We were part of
I do respect the Hadith corpus, Narj.
Look, we
I know. I said pick and choose.
We used to be part of this religious. I'm not gonna name any names. We used to be part of the Dawa room, and apparently she sent one of the brothers a message. She cursed the companion. She called the mother of the believers the B word. It's available on YouTube. If you Google it, if you YouTube it.
Wait, Nadia?
Yes, and Nadia and her husband.
Oh, her husband. He's something else.
Both of them. I'll put the.
He used to be eating bomb. I was like,
no, bro. He recites like he's rapping.
Yeah, I figured, but I cannot believe Nadia said that. I cannot.
Okay. I'll back channel you the link. I'll back channel you the YouTube link. Just watch it. It's like only 1 minute long, and I used to go in there in Quran Centric. I would call it out, and I even told Brother Bahadi, but he's like, maybe it was taken out of context. I said it wasn't taken out of context.
I was the last person you should have told us to, because I am gonna troll the shit.
I'm gonna send you the link right now, and just I don't even engage with these characters. Nazia blocked me, and I am happy. I used to trigger her every time I come across her or her husband. I'm like, these people shouldn't even be allowed in any Quran rooms.
Yeah, they're Quranists the Western Quranists, I should say, are very interesting characters. And then her husband doesn't even read or speak Arabic. So I'm like, how are you a Quranist if you didn't learn the language of the Quran? Like, it's just madness. But I still can't believe, I have to literally see that. I still can't believe she would actually say that. Like, you said the B word? That's extreme.
Yeah, I'm going to send you a back channel you the link right now. It's a disgusting brother. I know all the Quranists on this set. The part of the room that we were part of, they all started fighting because of the rooms that we used to host. And Nargis knows them, all of them. I know all of them, every single one of them, what their position is, how many rakats they pray, if they even believe in rakat or salat. It's disturbing. And I got tired of it, and then I was more into the Palestinian thing. I went on Twitter Spaces, and then I said, on this app, we don't have a freaking permanent room. So I started opening up rooms. The first room that I opened up, you know what the title was?
That's what
Therapy Room for Zionists.
Therapy Room for Zionists.
Hold on, what was it?
Therapy Room for Zionists.
Oh, therapy room. Okay.
For Zionists. Because, they come in, it's like a therapy, back.
Her husband and I were arguing over the proper way, the proper shahada and all this madness.
Ooh. What shahada?
I respect the Sahaba. I don't know what you're talking about. Again, I'm a non-sectarian Muslim. I respect the Sahaba. I respect the Prophet. I respect all of his wives. I respect all of it. My thing is, my only contention that I always make, that I say it 1,000 times. Sure, if you want it.
So there's a link right there.
With anything, anything should be.
Wait, what is a non-sectarian?
I think every document, every hadith should be scrutinized. That's for relevance.
Wait, what?
Okay. I send you a back channel message, doctor. Please do check it. That's only 1 minute long. If you might, if you want to watch it right now. I'm not putting it in the chat because some of the people, they might use it against other people. Anyways, what's up with you, Layla? Anything new?
Nothing. Wait, did he just say that he's a non-sectarian Muslim? What does that even
Bro,
mean?
If you were part of the Dawah room, Layla, you come across people that are non-sectarian. You come across people that are Quran-centric, Quranists, Shias, non-Shias, non-Quranists. They believe in. There's even a guy on this app. I forgot his name. He believes in. He believes that according to Islam, they were what was it? They were the Jesus peace and blessing upon him was killed or something, according to Quran Kareem. Yeah, you come across a lot of characters.
A lot of Malikis believe that. Did you know? It's not a small number, Amishan. It's quite a considerable number that, but they won't hold to the story of resurrection. Like this would be the difference between like somebody who holds.
Not the brother Sufyan. I don't know. He doesn't.
Oh, Sufyan. Yeah,
he does. He doesn't. He's a Maliki madhab scholar.
Correct.
I'm so confused. Okay.
So Layla, are you Hanafi, Maliki, Shafi? What are you?
I'm not too. I don't get into Islamic debates because I'm not educated.
Okay.
But
so look where you're from. A lot of majority of the people are Hanafi. So
Which
just,
we are.
No, I know what I am.
Take the title. You're Hanafi. Okay, take the title.
No, I know.
Are you
I know what I am. I know what I am.
Salafia?
No. My I've been taught madrasa and I went to Qalam, so they taught the Hanafi madhab.
Did they hit you? Did they abuse you?
No, well of course not.
No, at the madrasa they beat kids.
No,
really?
Who's Sunni? Who's Sunni? Oh my God, that's Nova. I can't believe you changed your name again, sister. Assalamu alaikum. I went to a madrasa school back in Saudi Arabia. They do beat kids, and I told my mom to take me out. I was going to become a Hafiz Quran.
You're going to be an atheist or what?
No. I instead of going to school, I saw there was a family friend that they left the school, and I was kind of I tried something new. I think what was it? I don't know. I was 7 or 8 years old or something. Tried it, did like it, and then they took me out, and then I went back to the regular school. So yeah, did you watch it, Nubian? Did you watch it, brother?
He's on a walk or something. What time is it for him to take a walk?
He's in the daytime. It's at 12 o'clock. He's in the daytime.
It's what time? 6 o'clock.
He's in Saudi Arabia.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's good. But watch the video.
Isn't dusra wife hai, I think, over there?
I love whatever he has, Anyways, just watch the video and call her out when you get a chance. It's disgusting and disturbing, man. So Layla, what you been up to? Are you enjoying the little carts on the side of the road?
No, dude, I got sick.
You got food poisoning, just like Netanyahu?
Yeah.
Netanyahu got food poisoning, guys.
The day that he got it, I got it. I was like, astaghfirullah, man.
Oh my God, you guys have something in common, right?
No, please don't ever say that.
No, food poisoning. I'm not saying anything else. Food poisoning.
Yeah, I was tripping out for a second because I was like, what do you mean?
Right.
But it's okay. I'll be fine. I'll survive.
Inshallah. Just drink lots of water and see a doctor or something.
That's what I did, right? And they sent me home with liquid IV. Where I'm at, the doctors ain't it. They sent me home with liquid IV, and they told me to drink water, and I was like, damn, thanks. I'm not gonna get any actual medicine, okay.
Yeah, drink lots of water. Make sure to get a spring bottled water because the tap water you won't be able to handle it.
Yeah, that's true.
Because you're Americanized. That's the problem.
Oh, hell
That's the
no.
problem with these people that are Americanized, man. These people, these people have been Americanized.
Totally,
What are you
100%.
talking about? I can't have a single glass of tap water. What are you talking about? You think you're the only one with a freaking heart? I don't have it, man.
I get my water from the water store.
Oh, do you buy it from there?
So
Why don't you buy these filtration? Mama, when my mom came here a couple of months ago, she installed like filtration devices on all my taps.
Oh yeah. But I've been using the same water store for the past 8 years or 10 years, so I'm hooked up to that water, that taste. I want that same taste. So even if I moved out of the area, I drive about 5 or 6 miles. I take my empty 5-gallon bottles, they fill it up, right, and then I bring it home. I have a water dispenser. So yep, I go there like
come and drop it off at your house. Why are you freaking going?
Because I did subscribe to Sparklet and Arrowhead. I didn't like the taste.
Yeah.
And I'm hooked up to the water store. The water store doesn't do that.
Oh, it doesn't deliver or what?
Nope.
Oh wow.
Guys, I love Dasani. I don't know what it is. Dasani.
Ben, did you want to say something? Well.
Ben, hi.
Yep, that's good. So Ben is not speaking. We have Layla. She's speaking. Go on, Layla. Entertain us, Layla.
Okay, let me tell you about the time that I made a Zionist shit his pants. So I'm not even kidding, right? So basically we had like this like tabling thing at our university, okay? And so the Zionist, like, he kept like, so we used to table like every Wednesday, right? Every Wednesday he'd come up and he'd like hog our time, right? So so basically there was this one time, right, where somebody wanted to take the shahada at our table. And, like, we were getting the works, we were coordinating, like, a sheikh to come to the table and give the shahada and whatnot, right? And this friggin' Zionist comes up, okay?
Omar, if you think using my profile picture will get you more girls, it's not gonna work out. I know you're correct.
And then, I was like, okay. So I was like, hey, do you want a cookie? And I put a few lactates in the cookie. Like, it was like a cookie sandwich, right? Like, the like wood cookies, right? So I put a few lactates in the cookie, and I crushed them up, and I gave it to the guy, right? And 20 minutes into interrupting us, he started to shit his pants. I kid you not. Like, he just stood there and just started shitting himself. So yeah. I don't know if that was funny, but, like, to me it was funny in the moment.
I hope he was wearing a diaper.
No, he wasn't. That's what made it funny.
Yep. Doctor, did you watch the clip? Nah, bro, you don't miss me, man. Doctor, did you watch the clip?
Amir, we miss you. Come home. Crazy.
Yeah. I asked my dad, right? So I went to Canada, by the way. Doctor, my dad retired, right? He worked over there for 40 years in Jeddah. So I asked my dad, how do I boycott Saudi Arabia, right? He said, just don't go for Hajj or Umrah. I said, it's a yay and nay, right? You have a religious holy place, which you're required to, do, at least once in a lifetime. And then you have the leaders in power that are always about the money. I know what you said to Layla earlier. It was all about the money, right? But I think we'll have a difference of opinion, man. I need some physical people, physically there and doing something on the ground. You know what I'm saying? I know, Nubian, it's what you said, that's a long game about the money thing or whatever.
What is this Nubian telling you, bro?
So Nubian went back and forth with Layla, right? And Layla, she agreed on certain things she didn't agree with him.
Don't agree with Nubian Layla. He's the
So I agreed with certain things with the Nubian about the money thing, but then the money thing doesn't really matter. The lives matter, man.
He's obviously serving his masters, this Nubian. Exactly.
No, he's a good debater, right? He can I think you know how the Zionists they come in here they can derail the topic and whatnot. I think Nubian can put everybody sort of like give them a good comeback for the debate.
Yeah. He has he has value as a debater.
Yeah. He's got a value. That's why he got pissed off. Huh? But I can't believe, Nergis, I can't believe you co-modding with that person. I just spoke to you like yesterday.
Within 5-10 minutes, I was demodded.
Oh my god.
I mod and I get demodded.
I just spoke to you like, how long are you going to wait until you're going to co-mod with him? And you're like, fuck you, Amir.
I thought of you. I swear I thought of you.
God.
When I gave the mod, I was like, should I wish Amir was here and watched this whole freaking... Immediately, I was attacked for my metaphysics. You're an atheist. You're a fucking atheist. Like, you piece of shit. Do you understand metaphysics of God?
What is metaphysics of God?
Like, there are many arguments for like God's existence, right? And some of us like hold models that don't look like the typical traditionalist, hardcore, like fundamentalist model, which is fine. But people don't ground you that worldview for God.
Yeah, there's different models, but Layla, some of the models, take you out of mode of Islam. Nergis explores all the models. She explores all the models.
I am definitely kicked out of the fold many a times.
They did the takfir on her, they called her kafir multiple times.
Yeah, I have also answered back with a lot of grace.
But Nergis, they did the takfir on me as well, like 100 times or 80
Never,
times.
Amir.
No, they have done it on...
on you?
Yeah. People have done it, yeah. It's a normal thing.
Guys, I'll be very honest. I don't understand why people get into religious debates on Clubhouse. Like, political debates I understand, but like, if you guys are all shayukh, you would not need to be on this app then.
We're not. We're not.
We're not.
I wish we were. But we have Clubhouse scholars. We have Dr. Nubian.
These are fucking made-up scholars, bro. Like, these are lame-ass arguments.
These are Salafi scholars. What are you talking about? Look at Mikhail. He's a Salafi scholar.
I just come on here to, find arguments.
Control.
Exactly. I don't think I don't think religion is something you should roll about. But like, you know what? You do you. Allahu a'lam, Allah knows best.
That's true.
Yeah, what the hell is it with Morty, bro? Like, I've been seeing him like being a Zionist in one room and then being a pro-Pally in another room.
Do you not know Morty?
No.
Okay, I'll back channel you something. Okay, just look at the message.
Okay.
I mean, can I tell you something? Because I heard that couple times you said Farsi is the tribal language. I'm so sorry, it's out of your conversation. If you want it, I can let you couple, sentence about it. If you don't like it, I can tell you later.
See, Amosh, you know why I say this?
Yep. What?
We have disgusting Zionist Iranian that come into this room, the Pahlavi supporters, that they justify the killing of innocent Iranian children because they hate IRGC. To piss them off, I say anything to piss them off. Nothing to you, nothing to do with you. It's the one that are Zionist Iranians. So I do everything in my power to say things that I don't even mean. I do it on purpose. So you know, brother, it's nothing to do with you. It's not tribal. I know it's not a tribal language. I do it on purpose. I say this on purpose.
گروهی میان بعدش یه چرت و پرت یه مش چرت و پرت میگن با هم دیگه خب آره Na, in bemoish koi na de bonus. Kheli khola. Ye mosh
Yeah, of course.
tunanian ham.
They can hate our GC, but it's not meaning that you can love Zionists. Do you know?
They do.
They love Zionists here, watch.
Yeah,
So,
unfortunately, yes. And all the
do
time
you
I'm
know?
fighting with them. Do you know?
Forget supporting the Zionists. You know this attack that happened recent? They justify the killing of the children, the 50 or 60 children that got killed, because these are the children of IRGC. Any children I see is innocent. You don't attack children. These people come in here, the Iranian Zionists, they justify, and that pisses me off. You don't do that.
But all the Jews are not. It's funny for me, because I have a lot of Jews friends in Los Angeles. Actually, all the time they are supporting Israel. But in this time, in these 12 days especially, they never support Israel. Do you know? Because they
You're wrong. Friends. Brother, you're wrong. Inside I'm talking Israeli Jews, not American Jews. Israeli Jews, they supported it.
Yeah, of course. No,
So, because look, the American Jews don't have any saying what happens inside Israel. The Israeli Jews are the only one they get to vote.
I told to my friends, they are not my friends, in the other rooms, they are supporting Zionism. I told them, European pushed them to leave the Europe 100 years ago, because they are tired because of them. You know, other Jews, they are supporting Israel and send money to there because they want just keep the Zionism in that land. They don't want them in, I don't know, America, other countries too. Different language. I know you guys actually is done with this conversation. So it was my bad, because I told you are talking about the tribal language. I want to tell you my. Okay, got it.
It's not tribal language. I know it's an old language, bro. Even some of the scholars on the Sunni side, they spoke Farsi. But anyways,
you know what I mean? The guys who organized the protests here in my city, one of the biggest ones, the ones in downtown, they were the gays from Hillcrest, and also Jews from downtown, especially the ones I work with.
Nice.
Can you imagine?
So the Jews are doing it, huh?
Some of them are quite in it. I think they're feeling embarrassed or guilt.
Pro-Pali or pro-Israel?
Pro-Pali? What do you mean? There's no such thing as a pro-Pali. I mean, pro-Zionist protest.
No, they have pro-Israel protest. Yeah,
I see. And then they closed down the Starbucks on 5th. Can you imagine? Not the Jews, but the gays. They organized a whole freaking large-scale one too.
I wonder how the Zionists are doing in Malibu and Beverly Hills.
Yeah, enjoying themselves.
And some people live amongst the Zionists.
Are there?
Look at the evil laugh this person is doing. Look at it. Look at this evil laugh.
The lotus grows in the most filthiest of waters. What do you think?
These people, they live amongst the Zionists.
Alayla, the most. Zionists. They don't. You should bloom like a beautiful lotus in the filthiest of waters.
You have no idea. My neighbor is a freaking Zionist. So basically, right, I was telling Amir, right, about where I live. Basically, my backyard is a beach. I'm very, very grateful, okay? My freaking neighbor starts, like, setting up his freaking lawn chairs in my part of the beach. And the part of the beach that we have privatized so that me and my sisters can, like, go swimming, right? And we don't have to, like, like, we can go comfortably, like, there's no guys and stuff, right? This guy starts coming around the fence and starts putting up his freaking lawn chairs. Like, damn, you're gonna colonize my house in America too now? The freak. Starts taking up, like, starts putting lawn chairs. Starts like putting his stupid succulent plant that nobody gives a shit about. I just want to throw his chair into the ocean.
Ooh, why would you grow like succulent plants when you live by the beach? It's so weird.
That's what I'm saying. Dude, that's not even the weirdest thing. Oh my god. This guy, he has, okay, randomly every week, right? He just goes out into the ocean and he sets up a tent. And he just stays in the tent.
That's kind of cool.
No, it's not, because he'll like get out in the middle of like at midnight. He'll get out and he'll start swimming in the water or something. Like
creepy.
I know. Like, and me and my sisters one time we were coming back from a bonfire, and we saw him. He's just it's in the middle. It's like midnight, and he's just standing in the water, like staring up at the sky.
Oh fuck, that's creepy as fuck.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Fucking
I used to
weird.
live by La Jolla, and there used to be there used to be a lady with like a very tall hair, and she used to kind of wear it like an erection. And we used to call her the erection lady. So she, listen, Layla, she would like have this cart, okay, from like the grocery store, like Trader Joe's, and then she would like push it and walk along the beach. And she lived in one of these freaking magnificent homes. But yeah. So her husband left her for some other chick, and she kind of went cuckoo. And so her kids live in the house, but she freaking walks the streets, pushing this cart with and wearing her like Gucci's and whatnot.
What the fuck?
Can you imagine? With her big long hair, like a freaking so fucking weird.
That is so fucking weird. I'll probably laugh if I see that. Allah haram, bro. There's no, like, dude. Malibu is some of the weirdest people ever. Like, it's all those, like, finance bros and, like, surf boys and stuff like that. Like, the hair dye gets to their head.
A lot of orange.
Literally.
Orange spray. Yeah.
Literally, like, I used to have friends like that, right? Especially the ones in high school. Like, a lot of my friends are white. And I'm like, dude, if you spent as much time spray tanning yourself as you did reading about Palestine, you'd become the next Mahdi Hassan or the next Candace Owens.
It's really sad. The amount of orange, the amount of freaking duck lips that I get to see on a regular basis. And the thing is, they get bigger and bigger and bigger.
Because those fillers.
Yeah, fillers and just plastic. Kind of sick of it. I wanted to like pack up at some point. I don't know if I told Amir this. Just move. Freaking move. From America. Just go live in like, I don't know, maybe Spain or somewhere by the beach too. But okay, I got tired of the water. I don't know how, yeah. It gets tiring.
Yes, go and start living in the mountains.
I did.
You do?
I did. I'm close to the hills actually. Yeah.
Oh yeah, nice.
Mountains are the best, man, for us.
I'm building a house, mountain. Inshallah, in a year, we will move into that house.
It's beautiful, man, for us.
Inshallah.
Mountains speak very different than water does to you.
I like water. I think for me it's just more calming. Mountains give me anxiety because they're so high up.
But once you reach the mountain, on top of the mountain, you're, at level with the mountain.
Yes.
So you shouldn't feel that.
You're not looking up to it. It's living with you.
That's true.
There's something about mountain life. Something really beautiful about it.
Inshallah, this is going to be my...
Inshallah,
What about
it'll be
the
nice.
landslides? What about the land?
You have negative Nancy has to speak. Like, why would you why would you think about it, I mean?
This mountain where I'm going to have the house, inshallah, there are no landslides there in that part of the world,
Is this south or up north?
South, yeah,
South.
south. Yeah.
South has beautiful mountains.
And it's going to be, I live in point A, which is then my workplace is in point B, which is in a straight line, about 100 kilometers from point A. Then this mountain is in point C, which is about 20 to 30 kilometers from where I work. And then
That's
further
far
down.
away, man, 5 hours.
Yeah, it's okay. It's closer to my workplace. So then I have another, a straight line. If you draw a straight line and if you put 5 dots on the straight line, those 5 dots is literally my life, because my daughter lives in the first dot, then I live, or we live, then my workplace, then my son lives. No, then the mountain comes, then the sun comes.
Yeah, it's really nice. All of it in Siratul Mustaqim.
Siratul was absolutely right. Siratul Mustaqim.
Listen, Fayaz, this is, don't dox yourself, but do these mountains contain coffee plantations?
No, it's not the one that you are referring to. Okay. But I can tell you later, or in the back channel.
Okay, fine.
Sure, that's not a big deal. But what I'm saying is, of course, I must have done something good, some good neki for Allah to bestow me with all these good things in life, Otherwise, I don't deserve them, to be honest.
Only He who is infinitely abundant provides infinitely, in abundance.
Bilkul sahi, absolutely.
Right? To expect anything less is idiotic.
What are your guys' thoughts on Arabic poetry, or Islamic poetry, or Arabian poetry?
I don't know Arabic. I can read the Quran without making mistakes. I understand it to some extent, but I cannot speak, I cannot read Arabic. Yeah.
Not your language. Yes. Like none of our languages. I think scripture came to sort of, as much as like one would say like it's good to know the Arabic behind it, I still think the main like mission of any scripture from any religion was to show guidance in some form or the other.
Yes, but if Allah wanted to, reveal His words in any other language, He could have still done that. But why did He choose Arabic? Many scholars say that this language was chosen because this is the only language which can be read and understood even by non-speakers of any non-speakers from any area of the world, any region of the world, and they still don't have to know the language to read it. And it is true. I learned Quran by reading Quran. I was taught to read Quran by a ustad, and all that I learned was to read the Quran. If you keep a Quran Sharif in front of me, I can read from Alif Lam Mim up to the end of the Quran without making a mistake. But if you give me some Arabic text, I cannot read it. Yes, I can read it, but I will make mistakes. You get my point. But the same thing you cannot do with other languages. If I gave you a book in French, if you did not know French, you will not be able to pronounce it right. Maybe because the alphabets are English, similar to English. You may still be able to read it, but you will read it as an English text. You will not be able to, pronounce it the way it needs to be pronounced.
What do you mean? That's also taught for us. Like even the pronunciation of like words in a language like Arabic are still like taught. That's how you've learned.
Yes, I know. But what I'm saying is, it's very difficult to learn other languages just by reading. If I had
phonetics.
Phonetics, yes, that's the word.
True. And every letter would have its own distinct sound, which is very particular to Arabic. Like in Farsi, we have all the letters, right? And 3 or 4 more added, like p, g, j, ch, which Arabic doesn't have. But it won't have a distinct sound in like the S's, like the s and the whatever, the different S. And like the z's will have the
from the throat, guttural, right?
yeah. So in Farsi, it's the S's are S. There's no distinction. Although when you write them, you'll utilize the different sounds, but not when you say them. Yeah. Like Arabic has
I like to, I like to hear people speak Farsi. That's kind of melodious. I like that. More than Arabic. It's more like I think more romantic, more French in its flow.
Yeah. Also contains quite a few French words.
Oh, it does? Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Like mother, and just any other, a lot of them. Like here, basic colloquial. Farsi contains a lot of French.
I didn't know.
Probably because of the French rule and the all-inclusivity. So I think Dari would be the original language of the empire. Till like all-inclusivity in the expansion of this empire just led to like a pantheon of Farsi. Just keep adding on to the language.
What is the origin of Farsi? Which
Dari.
let us.
Like Afghanis speak.
Okay, Dari, right.
Yeah, Dari. I find it hard to understand some of the Dari, which is weird because can you imagine how much change Dari must have gone through for it to become Farsi? Some of the basic stuff would stay, but yeah, the innovation to Dari would be the Farsi speakers of today.
But anyways, the Imam Abu Hanifa's opinion was that you could actually, recite in English in your own language, right? If you can't speak Arabic, and his students actually had difference of opinion. So people, that when they're reading when they're praying or whatnot during the prayers, they can read, they can cite the ayah or whatnot, they can use the translation. If they can't do it, like for the new viewers, until they learn.
It's quite forward thinking.
Yeah, that's Imam Abu Hanifa. That's what I was telling Dr. Nubia, that Imam Abu Hanifa, he actually, it was more sort of like Quran-centric position, you could say. But there's other madhabs, they do 50-50. You see what I'm saying? And
Dr. Nubia is from Sudan. So these are the Sudanese follow like the Ansars that came from the Muhajirin and Ansar, right? So these Ansars went to Africa, went to Sudan first and foremost, and sort of settled there. They go back to the time of the Prophet.
Assalamu alaikum, Rahil.
Yeah, hi. Walaikum assalam. Hello everybody, how are you guys?
Good, Rahil ji. Kaise aap? How are you?
I'm great. Everything's good, alhamdulillah. So it caught my ear when you said Farsi is a romantic language. I was just, I agree with you, but I was also agreeing if Farsi is a romantic language, are Persians romantic enough?
No, they're
What
not
kind of a
romantic.
question is that?
Persians are not romantic.
What is the point of a language being romantic if the people are not as romantic?
No. Rahil Bhai, how do you know Persians are not romantic? Have you what do you call it? Interacted with them? Have you met them? Have you lived with them?
Yeah. Two very important people in my life were from Iran, and it was a very beautiful experience. Unfortunately, one of them is not in this world anymore. So all I have is the memories now. She died very young.
So are you saying they are not romantic? Is that what you're saying?
No. They are extremely intense. Uh, and romantic will be a very small word. They're extremely intense and dedicated. And they can, I don't know if any Iranians or Persians on the house here, but if they love you, then you're a very lucky guy. And they are very, very selective also. They are very selective.
Have you ever met Pahlavi supporters? They're beautiful souls, and you should get in, you can talk to them, have a conversation. They're Shah Iran supporters. They use beautiful language. We were engaging with him earlier, and he went down on his own, in the audience. We didn't do nothing. So yeah.
Rahil, I know. Amir, Rahil is a friend. Oh God, no. But Rahil, the thing is, Iranians are nice people. Their language is beautiful, and I don't have much interaction with them. There was one girl who studied with me during the college days. Okay, she was from Iran and she was studying here. That's all. That was the only interaction I had with any Iranian, in life. But she was a nice person. I knew her parents. They were nice people. That's all I know. But I know some Iranians on this app, and they're all nice people, nice, beautiful souls. Like Nargis on this app. You see Nargis? She's from Iran, and she's a nice, beautiful person. Okay? So, yes, I agree with you. They are nice. They can be intense also, and I'm sure they are very romantic as well.
We'll have to know Nargis better to know that. But I think, you're right. They're very intense and they can be very extreme also in their feelings. I don't know if Nargis is from Iran or where. Like if they like you, they love you, then you are very lucky, very, very lucky. But if they decide that you're trouble and they don't like you, then you'll have a tough time surviving. You know what I mean?
You seem to have had a good experience with them. What happened? Tell us.
I would like to remember the positive experiences. Why I remember the negative experiences? So yes, it was very early days of college, when you're 17, 18, those days. So a very, very beautiful experience. And as I told that, unfortunately, it was just for a couple of years. Then we had to part for, and they are very, Iranians and Persians are very, what do you say, that protective, that okay, you should marry, a girl should marry, a boy should marry within the community. Like that's what my experience has been. They're not very open to people, their girls especially, getting involved with a man who's from outside the Shia or Iranian community. And unfortunately, they can be a bit racist sometimes. At least the Iranians I've met in Pune, where I grew up. So color of the skin is the big deal for them, which is very sad. That is one negative. But anyway, my love story couldn't go the long hog, and we had to part. And then after a few years, I came to know that she has left the world. So that was very heartbreaking for me. Uh, it's this. I can't say more about it. Thank you.
Not so racist. Maybe a little bit.
राहिल भाई, हमारे देश में भी तो कई रेसिस्ट हैं, we are racist to some extent. Indians, as Indians I'm saying, we are also racist. So the racism exists in every society, every country. So we cannot generalize. But I'm very sorry to hear that your love story could not be, did not extend beyond a point. But I'm also sorry to hear that that girl is no more. But at the end of the day, Rahil Bhai, there's only one thing. Okay, nothing is in our hand. It's all predestined. माथे पे लिखा हुआ है, right? So she wasn't made for you probably, and maybe God did not want to give you a pain, so He took her away before she actually went away. So a lot of things. If you really want to talk about college days and all these broken heart stories, we can have a separate room for that. We can invite everybody. Everybody can share their thoughts and pains.
Actually, you know what, since we're on this topic, so I don't mind sharing a little bit. You know why? Because it might be helpful for people who are listening, who have young daughters or sons and all, because this is a very interesting thing, and that is why I feel like sharing. It's okay with you guys. So, her family, and we just can't force people to marry to someone whom we like. Like, can't force a kids to marry someone whom we like. It should be the kid's choice. So her family were really shocked and upset and angry that how could she even think of a non-Shia guy? Iranians are mostly Shia, and I'm a Sunni, right? Khan. So, so they were very angry, and her uncles and cousins and gundas behind me and all that, which I got a bit scared, but I could deal with that. And then she was ripped apart from me and forcefully taken to America. And then at that time, I don't think there was internet and WhatsApp and all that, so we could not stay in touch. So they literally forced her to take her to America and all to relatives there. And then after a few years, I got to know that they got her married to a guy who was 12 years elder to her, which is fine, who was a Shia, which is fine, and who was extremely religious. Like middle of the night, he used to pray. If you know Tajud ki namaz, 3 o'clock in the night, there's the 6 namaz in Islam. He used to pray that. Software guy, drawing a huge salary in an American company, and they used to popularly call him as a Molana. Although he was a software expert and but still very, very religious. So they thought he's the best guy for her, although a bit elderly, but that's okay. And they got her married. And okay, against her wishes, of course, because her parents forced. Yeah, I don't know what's so funny about that.
How he's elderly. He's 12 years older. How you
Yeah, older to her, I mean. Can I just continue?
Yeah.
Yeah, older to her, not elderly. So then I said, fine, good for her. She's married a nice Maulana religious guy who's doing very well for himself and all. Then after, and she had a daughter also, lovely daughter. I met her once. So then we didn't really stay in touch. It was not the right thing to do. So after 5 or 10 years, I got to know that she killed herself. She took some poison and killed herself. And then all the skeletons came out afterwards that the reason was her husband, the same Maulana guy, the software guy, who was a extremist kind of guy. He used to not like her wearing Western clothes and men looking at her, and so he used to be a lot of domestic violence and things like that. That too in America, not in India. Okay, and poor thing, she didn't get the support she wanted from her family, and she thought the best way out will be to kill herself, leaving her daughter behind. So that's a very sad story and probably a lesson for. Yeah, and that's I think a lesson for all of us here. That's why I shared it. So we should never force our children to get married to someone whom we like. We should let children take the decisions and let them see where life goes. Because whatever good bad happens, then at least they chose that, Because we as parents are not in a position to say what is good or bad, who they should fall in love with. Yeah, I'm done. Thank you for listening.
That was such a depressing story. Thanks for sharing, man, Ron.
Thank you, Jazakallah khair, for sharing, Rahel. Did you find another person to get married to, Rahel?
Yeah, of course, life goes on. Yeah, we all live, but that pain will always be in my heart that at that young age, I didn't fight for her and I didn't do heroism and pull her back or run away. And because of that, today she's up there in the skies, probably watching from there, from heavens. So, but at that young age of 18, 19, you don't have the courage to fight the entire police and gundas and parents and rich and powerful people. You know what I mean? So that regret will always be there that I didn't fight for her.
Yeah, maybe Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has something planned for you, that's why maybe it was going to happen. It happened for the best.
It's not your fault, right?
No, it's not your fault.
Don't carry that weight on your back. This is not your fault. She had to do it. And it was her choice. You have to respect it.
No, it was not her choice. No, it was forced upon her. Like she didn't have a choice.
No, we all have choices. Either live or we don't. Living is a choice. It's a privilege.
Oh, you mean that? I thought you're talking about the marriage. For the marriage with that Maulana, she didn't have a choice.
But living in and of itself is a choice. It's a virtue to exist.
No, but see, certain times, it's very easy for us to say that people have choices. But when a person decides to kill himself or herself, I mean, they have really lost all hope. I can imagine. I can't even imagine neither of us that because taking your own life requires a lot of courage. Lot of courage. It's not easy to take your own life unless you're intoxicated or you're under drugs. But if you're a normal person just going through depression, to take this extreme step means you have gone through hell, extreme hell, and that's why you think this is the best way out.
Right, it happens a lot in America, by the way. A lot of people. If you look at the data, there's a lot of people that try to commit suicide. It's because it's depressing, right? You have, a lot of people are lonely. I'll share this was posted in Times of Israel, Times of LA Times, a long time ago. I keep bringing up Times of Israel. So this was posted in LA Times. When I used to own a store, I used to read a newspaper, hard copy, every day, because I was selling newspaper. So there was a story posted, an old man, right? He would go to a park. He was so lonely, right? No family, no connection, and whatnot. He started paying people to sit with him to have a conversation with him. That's how the loneliness, it gets to you. You see what I'm saying? And it happens a lot. Why do you think on this app, there's a lot of people on this app, they actually have loneliness as well in their real life. They don't have nobody to talk to. Why do you think people are on this app? It's because of that. So all I'm saying, and I have spoken to a few people that were going to commit suicide. They told me that. And I spoke to them in private room. So I'm sure a lot of you here.
Sorry, you didn't complete? Okay. No, in Japan, loneliness is a very big issue. In fact, they now have government sponsors people to go and spend time with senior elderly people because they commit suicides, they take their own lives. So there are also agencies in Japan whom these elderly people, lonely people can reach out to, and they will send somebody to spend the evening with you. So this is a big thing. I agree with you, but I just want to get back to the point that Rahil was making about, he kept referring to that guy as a Maulana, and he also said that guy was also reading Tahajjud. No, I just want to mention one thing. Just because somebody reads, I don't know about that guy, so somebody reads Tahajjud, we cannot call him a Maulana. Okay? I pray, every time I have a hajat, something that I need to ask Allah, I try to pray tahajjud. Because if I pray tahajjud and if I ask for something in tahajjud, alhamdulillah, Allah responds. He gives it to me. And this has been my experience. But I am nowhere near a religious person. Okay, people who know me, they tell me, tum kab sudroge, you know what I mean? So that kind of a thing. I don't have any vices, but I'm also not a religious person. So just because somebody reads Tahajjud, we cannot brand him as a Maulana. And we, I don't know why we as Muslims, denigrate the term Maulana. It need not be denigrated. Maulana is a title given to somebody who has studied religion. And this guy that you are talking about, he may not have studied religion. Okay? So this is just something that I wanted to tell.
Yeah,
but no offense to you, Rahil.
No, you're right, Fayaz bhai. But the thing is, he was popularly called as Maulana. He was not given the title, in a lighter vein, because he was so religious. That's why people used to refer to him as a Maulana. Like, he's such a religious and nice guy, inverted commas mein. So that's why, it was just in lighter vein, people used to address him as that.
But regarding Tahajjud, Rahil, I tell you one thing. Try to pray Tahajjud. I'm telling you, हर एक मिन्नत हमारी पूरी होती है. Literally, God listens to you when you ask Him for something in Tahajjud. And I'm talking to you with personal experience.
There's something about that time of the night, right? It works differently. Like spiritually, it just hits a different chord.
That's around 3 in the night, no? You do the... Am I right? Fayaz?
Just before Fajr.
Yeah, just before dawn.
Maybe 2 hours before.
Yeah, that's right. But I do, Rahil, it gives you so much peace of mind. You literally are one with Allah when you are praying at that time. When you are in sajda, you literally are transported to the other world. And whatever you ask for, if it is good for you, if it is going to bring benefit for you, you are given. There's no denying that. You are given. Alhamdulillah. So I always suggest everybody, that if you have some issue, just go pray 2 or 4 rakat tahajjud and just submit the application to Allah. That's it. And do it in such a way, and you do it in such a devout way that He cannot ignore you. But what happens actually is when you are in tahajjud, you are actually alone. Even the people inside your house are sleeping. So literally there is a calmness that you cannot get anywhere else. Okay, during daytime, if you are praying in a room also, where only you are there, you don't get that calmness. But at about 3 o'clock in the morning or at about 4 o'clock in the morning, that's the time when people get the maximum sleep, what is called as a REM sleep, that's the peak of your sleeping pattern. That's the peak in your sleep rhythm. So that is the time when everybody is asleep and deeply asleep. That's the time when you wake up, you go and start praying, and you are literally one with the God. There's nobody around you or between you and God or within you. Literally no one. You are just there with Him. That's it.
Yeah, well said. But but Rahil, there's a lot of Maulanas that are good people. There's a lot of Maulanas that are bad people. There's people that are non-Maulanas that are good people. There's non-Maulanas that are bad people. And it's you can't just generalize it. There was a Maulana and this and that. Maybe Allah knows best. Whatever happened, I don't know. To be honest with you, it's sad. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala give her space in Jannah, but committing suicide actually goes against the religion.
So 2 years ago when I was a Maulana, guys, I have a story to tell you. So the most successful years of my life, in fact, I was so respected, called to places to speak as a Maulana. And soon I had to give up that profession because they didn't find me good enough. So,
Was it on Clubhouse?
yeah, it was my Clubhouse career as a Maulana.
Yeah. And the person is still here. That keeps kicking you out.
I guess, don't you still do the work? I mean, I've seen you in the rooms on religion quite often. You are discussing.
She gets kicked out of her own room, brother.
Oh yeah, she told us.
Today was an exception, yes, Brother Fayaz.
That's all the time. It's not just the first time.
It's been a long search for me, Fayaz. I was not raised with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
But Nargis, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to preach, but this is one thing that everybody should try. Everyone who knows, who wants to practice, who wants to practice Islam, try tahajjud.
Of course, I have, yes.
I'm telling you, everybody. This is what I tell anybody whom I want, who comes up to me for a solution or suggestion. This is the first suggestion I give them. Whatever I have to tell them, on a worldly basis, once I do that, then I tell them, look, just go and do this. And you also know that in the Quran, literally every word is meant for something. Okay? Every word is literally meant for something. And when you join two words, they give you something else. When you join three words, now for example, Ya Subbuhu Ya Khuddusu. If somebody is upset with you and somebody is, giving you a lot of problems, all you have to do is look at them and pray to Allah by reading these. These are these two are his names. 99 names. These are two of his 99 names. Okay, Ya Subbuhu Ya Khuddus. It melts their heart, and I have tried it. It literally melts their heart. They have no rancor against you. It literally works. Then I'm just giving you a few, tips. I'm sorry, I'm going on the religious side now. Rahil started it. So, for example, if you read, Surah Quraysh, Lila fi Qurayshin Ilaf, okay? If you are not able to find, for example, you have to go somewhere, you don't have a transport, you don't have a ticket, you are not able to get an airline ticket, or you're not able to get a car to go, read Surah Quraysh and pray to Allah. The way He arranges it for you, He arranges transport for you mysteriously. You will not believe how it happened. Similarly, there are thousands and thousands of small things like this. Nuskha, like we say in Urdu, nuskha. I mean, small cures for everything. You get it from the Quran. Literally everything. Okay, I'll just be back in a while.
Yeah, sorry, I was not in a network area for the last 10 minutes or something. So I didn't hear if anybody asked me any question.
Okay. No, I think we didn't ask anything. But anyways, if anybody else want to come on up, because I can come on up. I think this room has served its purpose. I don't know. I think I'm probably going to end it. So if anybody want to come on up, you guys welcome to come on up. If not, I'll be ending the space. And okay, Kim, come on up, Kim. See what you.
just want to say, Assalamu alaikum. I just wanted to say before you end the room, fuck Israel.
All right. Anybody else want to say anything?
Free Palestine as well. Yeah, fuck Israel. Yeah.
Yeah.
Check what's in.
What did you say? Check. Okay, let me see. Let's check. There you go. Yep, I see it. Yes. Okay. Check. Did you get it? You got it?
Yes.
All right, good. Yep. There you go. We're in touch, and apparently, that person, that person changed his name to. I'll send you what he has changed.
I know.
You seen it, right? He really wants more of the dinero.
Wait and see what's coming.
So are you gonna do it on this expose? When? So when should I be expecting? I need to grab my popcorn and soda. When are we doing? I'm gonna bring my people in there.
Not me. Come on.
Who's doing the show?
The officials will take care.
The official, but on this app I'm talking about. Somebody's gonna do the show.
I'm not sure now. If he's around, I don't want to.
But you have to let me know so I can bring my people, and I can be on this app and just join.
I'm not the only one. Like, if I'll let you know.
Yeah, I need advance notice.
I'll let you know.
So Nargis, can I ask you this? The numbers, would you say, is it 5 zeros?
Not just mine, the others match also.
No, I know, but other people, are they in touch with you?
Yeah.
Okay, how many would you say? Is it 5 people, 10 people?
No, large amount. Are you kidding me?
No, I'm talking about the people in
Yeah,
general.
people. Those still on here, still hanging around, lurking around him. But some others also I heard. That's why I got on, because that's what the government needed, info.
So your side is 5 zeros, right? Okay. Do you think anybody has 6 zeros in there?
No. Of what I know, not yet. No.
So I want to give you this scenario. So do you think this person can put his hands up in the air and say that it has nothing to do with me, it's the other party that was involved?
Yeah, can. But that's what they need to take. Which other party? What's your network? Who are those involved working with you? Etc. This I filed a while ago. It was required of me for the sake of my taxes and all that. And then, I have to let you know.
Let me know. I'm gonna bring my popcorn, soda. I'll probably be in the audience. If you do the, and make sure you do the room with the replays on.
What room? Agar wo hai around, because of the amount of damage being done, it's just unbelievable.
रोज ही यहाँ पर बैठा होता है तो
इधर पे
रोज ही होता है सर पे पता है ना रोज यहीं पे सोता है हफ्ता सब कुत्ता यहीं पर ऐसे ही आता है
Why do you think?
जी तक उसी की बात कर रहे हैं ना जो है वो जो सांस जिसको सही नहीं आती हाँ वो यहीं पे अभी भी ऑनलाइन है रोज
morning, good or night.
रोज उसके हमारी यहाँ रात होती है, उसकी सुबह होती है। वो जाग रहा होता है पूरी रात।
Markets, no? How they move. Anyway, all have understood the working process. Even the little religious boys that were like drawn into it and cheated. All of it. Done it to a lot of good people.
Man, you know what I would suggest? It has nothing to do with me, but I think if it was my case, I don't know if you signed the NDA. Have you signed the NDA? No. Okay. Do you know the party's name and the company name and everything?
It was a scam. So.
Okay. So if I was you, if I had the information, I would, once the case goes through, then we got to bring awareness of this app as well.
So people. Absolutely. Yeah.
So you would have to open up a room or something.
Absolutely. They've opened before. That's how I came to know. Through some other brother who said, do you know this person? Like, don't ever get involved if there is. I was like, you kidding me? It's 1 year of misery. I've been fighting this shit out. उसको मालूम नहीं है. But with the companies through which these things were done are reputable companies. They should not have allowed it. So those are the ones like that I fought, right? And it's come through almost after such a long time. But now, like, even those friends I have, like in Hollywood, the ones who make documentaries, he was like, my God, how has he planned it out? Like, this has to be like scam of the decade.
Ponzi scheme. Ponzi.
This is scam of the decade. The way, like, all of this was put together. So if they do anything, then probably he was like, let's do something about it. I said, no, wait, like, you can't jump into it like that till like everything is settled and closed. And then someone is going to get a knock on their door. Because even if the government doesn't care, okay, about your personal thing, they still want that dollar amount to come out of that taxpayer, right? Who has the funds? They don't want fucking stolen funds, right? Because who's paying taxes on those? These guys are not paying taxes on those.
Yep.
Yeah. So for its own sake, it's going to be after such crime. No, has to be exposed. Has to be. I don't care. Even if it means like dying for it, I will do it. Because there's so many others who will fall for this shit. Calling people into rooms, talking about how much you've got, this and that.
कितने जूते दिखाता है उधर कंजर.
And that juta is an excuse.
जूते तो इसको जूते पड़ने चाहिए. उसी जूते से जूते पड़ने चाहिए.
All these सब जूते are excuses. उसके पीछे जो होता है, that's a different criminal.
वही बात है.
Yeah, tomorrow anyway I have a meeting with my lawyer. Yeah, and after that, like, just give it a little more time, a couple of weeks, 3 weeks, till I sort of settle this one out and then get to that. What fucking. This is why I think when decisions are made based on just, this person's religious, looks like they cannot do you harm. I've not had that experience now. I mean, for me, like anybody who holds religiosity means they're good. This is what's happening in my psyche. I was not raised with such an environment.
बहुत खराब इतनी अच्छी दोस्ती थी, बहुत खराब कर दिया उसने. वो गेंडे ने.
What happened with you, but?
With me?
No, because I wasn't there.
तो मेरे ऊपर उसने 20 रूम चलाए हैं, 20 से 25 रूम.
क्यों?
बीच में सलाफी की जो ना मैंने माँ बहन कर दी थी इसके रूम में, तो किक आउट कर दिया था कुछ ना रूम बनाया मेरे ऊपर. बार पता ही ना मुद्दा करना होता है उनको. 3 साल की बच्ची के साथ या उसके साथ जो भी शिया लड़की कोई भी आ रही कि मैं तुम्हारी बेटी है, बेटी के साथ मुद्दा करूँ, ऐसे गंदे लोग हैं इससे. मैं जना उनको मना करता था मत करो निकाल दे रूम से तो वो निकाला फिर उससे कंप्लेन करा फिर उसके बाद दूसरी कंप्लेन फिर दूसरा रूम बना फिर उसके बाद दूसरा ये वो बैक एंड फोर्थ एंड देन आई मूव्ड ऑन आई एम लाइक फक यू उस रूम भी कुछ खोला मेरे नाम पर कंजर है नंबर का तो वहाँ से फिर हट गया और आखिरी आखिरी मेरा हुआ है अल्टरकेशन उसके साथ नूरी के साथ नूरी कंजर जो ना मेरे नूरी और एजे कंजर एक सुअर का बच्चा पीठ पीछे बहुत गंदी बातें करता है उसको तो मैं डायरेक्ट मेंटल रिटार्ड वगैरह बोल के उसकी वो क्या कहते हैं ट्रिगर हो गया था उससे फिर नूरी बकवास कर रहा है मेरे पीछे और फिर मैं जब रूम में आया तो मैंने कहा मैं तुम्हारी माँ के साथ मुता कर रहा है इसलिए तुम तो और ट्रिगर हो गया क्योंकि सुननी है ना ये सीआईडी टैक्टिक यूज करो तो ट्रिगर हो जाता है मैंने कहा तुम्हारी माँ के साथ मुता कर रहा था क्योंकि मेरी पता नहीं क्या क्या बकवास कर रहा था मैंने कहा तो वो आखिर में उसमें से एक कोई मॉड था उसने मुझे किक आउट कर दिया फिर उसके बाद आई थिंक दूसरा रूम चला फिर उसके बाद दूसरा रूम तो ऐसे फिर जो है पार्टी प्लेस और या पहले आता था यहाँ पर या फिर गायब हो गया तो उसके बाद जो है फिर
तो सब बिल के काम करते हैं कुछ कुछ करते हैं
I don't know.
I don't know either actually to be fair
I don't think
yeah, I don't think so yeah.
यूके वाले भाई साहब तो नहीं वो नहीं सिर्फ इसके ये कहानी इसका और इसके पीछे पड़ गए कुछ लोग हैं और ये चोर है एक नंबर का वही लेकिन मुझे नहीं पता था कि कब नरगिस लेकिन कब पैसे दिए
around this time last year
बताते तो सही मुझे कि पैसे दे रही हूँ मैं
how did I know
एडवाइस तो ले लेती कुछ लोगों से
अरे how did I know कि ये है
मैं तो पता है शुरू से इसको
इंट्रोड्यूस किया और ये सब लोग डाले kept paying and then I was very well done but my god such a well done
लेकिन नरगिस मैं डे वन से जब से रूम शेयर किया जब से ये फ्लैक्स करता तभी बुलशिट में लगता था क्योंकि जो भी फ्लैक्स करता है सब बुलशिट है ऐप में
मुझे मालूम नहीं था
पता है ना यहाँ इस ऐप में बिजनेस रूम के अंदर ज्वाइन किया था ना चाहिए वहाँ पर इतने बुलशिटर आते हैं कि मेरी इतनी प्रॉपर्टी मैंने कितना बड़ा बुलशिटर है साला जिसकी प्रॉपर्टी होंगी ना वो कभी बकवास नहीं करेगा ऐप पर आकर फ्लैक्स करने के लिए फ्लैक्स
didn't know those things
कम से कम एडवाइस तो ले लेती कुछ पूछ लेती
didn't think na all was done under the guise of people
चलो it's okay but अब लॉयर के थ्रू देखते हैं क्या होता है
ठीक है I mean there is a system of justice by which like this world is governed I've never lost hope
inshallah I hope you win the case
yeah inshallah I hope the wrongdoers get caught because they're creating more harm for others ये जो लड़का है जिसने सलाफी लड़का जो दूसरे लड़कों के साथ उसने इसके बिजनेस में इन्वेस्ट किया है और उसने कहा कि इतना पैसा हम लोगों ने डाला इसके बिजनेस में और पूरा का पूरा ये चोरी किया एंड 1 साल से इससे पूछ रहे हैं एंड आखिर वो आके मुझको like almost he was like requesting so much कि कुछ करो हमारे लिए कि मेरी इज्जत गई है इतने लोग क्योंकि ये मुसलमान रूम्स और these दावा रूम्स लगा रहा था तो इसलिए सबने सोचा कि ये कभी भी ऐसा काम नहीं करेगा लेकिन डायरेक्ट इन्वेस्टमेंट जो इन लोगों ने किया like more than like 20 people or so 22 people इसके ही डायरेक्ट काम में इसने चोरी किया है has not just not provided a profit on the investment इसने वापस ही नहीं दिया unbelievable these are large amounts including mine and some others who joined so it's almost like 30-40 people I know of which.
कितना होगा 5 लाख होगा ये जूते खरीदता रहता है बार बार के अंदर
Uses this whole Amazon thing. What the fuck it is. Anyway, I shouldn't give up on such a thing.
No, inshallah, I think you'll get it back.
Every time I go, like my heart just sinks and I feel pain. I was so embarrassed for a few months because I have been a business person.
इसलिए गायब हो गई थी
Huh? The depression was fucking.
Oh yeah, Allah.
I felt like dying. And imagine like having a child being answerable for it and falling for some bullshit Islamist on an app. Because I thought, कैसा झूठ बोलेगा ये जो इस्लाम का
नरगिस 50 से ऊपर है
Of course.
50 से ऊपर दिया है
Way more.
या अल्लाह नहीं आपने
Way
Yeah, what's going on here, man?
Yeah, hang on, AB, please calm down. I'm about to end the room anyways. I'm just trying to finish this conversation.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I'll let you know. अब मैं नहीं बोल सकती. मैं तुझको मैसेज को दूंगी.
Okay, no problem.
Okay.
चलो अपना ख्याल रखना और एक और सवाल क्या ट्रस्ट कर सकता हूँ दोनों की मॉडरेटर इस रूम की
लेकिन मैं in and out हमें
उसके पास चली जाती बार हाँ
नहीं I'm in and out working I'm just in and out but yeah when everything resolves and stuff
बनोगी
definitely give me some time
ग्रीन स्टार बनोगी
थोड़ा टाइम दो मुझे को
चलो कल परसों ट्राई करते हैं
हाँ
चलो इंशाल्लाह फिर बात करते हैं All right, thank you for the share. Thank you guys for coming, guys. Sorry, we were engaging in it was a secret conversation, confidential. When the time is right, you guys will find out, inshallah. But until then, please don't trouble your mother and don't trouble your brothers, sisters, your family members. Just, take it easy with them. And we'll be in touch with you tomorrow, later today when I open a fresh new room. Thank you for coming. Assalamu alaikum. Take care, guys.
Dead also before they actually announced when he died, right? Because a lot of times people get so caught up in religion, they forget about the relationship. They forget about when if we're going to talk about God, right? When God is speaking to you and giving you information, right? That trumps anything that's just willy-nilly, even on the news. Because even the news, everything, they give you bits and pieces and they throw in lies in there as well. And this is why critical thinking skills is a lost art. Because a lot of times people receive whatever information, even if it's a quote-unquote reliable source, and they run with that information as its complete fact. And the reason why they don't tell you everything, especially when it comes to the Roman Catholic Church, is because they don't want you to know. There's things that they keep secret and hidden because they don't want the public to know because they feel like the public is either stupid or don't have the capacity to understand why they hide certain things, and then they're scared they're going to be accountable for the things that they do hide as well. So I'm speaking from, let me tell you about me. I was in Catholic school for 7-8 years. I had to learn everything from the root of the tutor. I couldn't even pass to go to the next grade. So you're not speaking to somebody who does not know about the Roman Catholic faith. And I'll land here. I have been to Rome. I've seen the Sistine Chapel. I've been to the Peter Basilica. I've been to Spain and seen the La Sagrada Familia that has a museum attached. I've been to Israel. Okay, I've been to all the lands that the Bible derived from, besides Egypt, and maybe we went a little bit in Jordan. So I'm not speaking from someone who has not actually experienced these things, seen these things with my eyes, put the little pieces together, and even then, I don't have all the answers. So I only speak on what I actually know, and that's what I'm about. When I interrupted Magnetic about, when she was speaking about the death of the Pope and the code, that to remind everyone that was listening that he opened portals before he died. That's all I said. And I don't know how this turned into, you know, I need to tell you, social media. It's not that serious. It is not that serious. I'm glad that you're well schooled and your theology and understanding the Bible. I hope you know about the Apocrypha, and if you don't, check it out. And that's it. I land my.
Yeah, so I'm sorry that was.
He's not well schooled. He's given the Bible in the exoteric format. That's the.
Girl, I was being magnetic. I was being nice. I was being nice.
Yeah, we can't be nice with these people. They're crazy, girl. Shit, they want to give out that bullshit in that upside down version. No, that's the wrong way to give out those scriptures. And did you know the word Cretan and Christianity are one and the same? It meant stupid, imbecile, stupid people. Like, it was derogatory.
We can't even talk about Mommy Wata.
Yeah, so.
Okay, so go ahead.
I just wanted to respond to what you said. So I don't think my response about the doors had anything to do with what you said. I think I wanted to let you finish respectfully. But my response was just basically on the general idea that they mean anything else other than what they meant traditionally. And I'm sure you with your experience and your studies of the Catholic Church and going to Catholic school and things of that nature, I've been to Catholic school as well. I mean, I'm sure that you understood or should have understood about the tradition. The tradition has been carried out every 25 years, 15 years or so when these things take place. So it wasn't a response to what you were saying about them. I show conspiracies about like the news and things of that nature. I really take no part of. I mean, that's pretty much where it's at. I don't think the response was towards you. I think the response was generally that on social media, people believe that these portals meant something other than what they actually were. And that's because TikTok and things of that nature came about after the first one that occurred. Well, not first one, but it's been going on for 1,400 years. As you know, right, from what you studied. The opening of portals was going on for 1,400 years at these 5 basilicas. But what we noticed is that TikTok came on the scene after the last time the doors were open, which is around 2015, 2016, and people started to take them in a different way. So that's pretty much all I was highlighting. And about the whole thing about Christian comes from the word Cretan, that's actually been proven to be false. The etymology of Cretan don't match with Christos. Christos comes from the Greek word to rub on, which is where we get our word Crisco, right? It comes from the whole idea of rubbing on or to smear on. That's where it comes from, which comes from a Hebrew word that's already used.
Sir, the Christos is the Christ, and the Christ is a sacred elixir that's located in the central nervous system. What the hell are you talking about?
Okay,
and
so I'm talking about the etymology.
And Christianity go hand in hand, and it means imbecile, stupid, knock it off.
Yeah, magnetic. Could you provide any type of proof of that? Because Christian comes from the word.
You got something? Don't you got something in your hand that's called a smartphone?
Right. So, well, I'm asking you because you made the claim, right?
I don't care if I made the claim. That means you need to go look it up.
Well, here's the thing. If the idea is that we should look up what someone is saying, then I think that you should have done, right? Like, for example, when I mentioned Christos, which is actually a Greek word, actually spelled with Christos, right? Christian, tien, the suffix tien actually means those who are related to. Christianity means those who are related to Christos and also practices those things that are related to Christos. So that's where it comes from. The word Christos itself is not original to the concept, though, because again, he came as a Jew. And the Jewish people was being dealt with. So
Jesus was a female, and the word Jew is the root word of jewelry, and the jewelry will take you to something called family crest, and the family crest gonna take you to somebody called the people that stole a lot of our shit, which we the motherfucking Moors and shit.
So we ain't trying to hear what you're talking
the
about.
Moors, the Moors would have been in the Moors would have been in the 8th century AD after
You
the
speaking mumbo jumbo,
Islamization.
sir. What you about to say, Rock?
Well, no, it's not. I'm
What you say,
magnetic. I'm
Rock?
just trying to. Yeah, magnetic. I'm just trying to set some things straight.
Jews not even real. That's talking about the jury. It's giving you codes and symbols. The jury speaking of, esoterically, the jury is also speaking about inside the body is connected to the 7 of the chakras, sir. It's connected to how you raise an ascension.
Okay, so all right, no problem. So what I'm asking is that there's a lot of claims to be made here, right? So number one, when we're talking about the Moors, they stole from the Moors. How could
the Moors stole from people?
How could
and mirror
So how could a religion? Let's look at this claim for a second, because we're making an anachronism. The Moors were for the Islamic caliphates that ran through Africa, sub-Saharan Africa. Those Moors actually ran themselves up and took over much of Europe in the middle of the medieval period, right? Christianity actually has its roots in the 1st century. And largely Christianity has its
religion is a fairly new concept brought to the realm. If you don't knock it off, that shit is new as fuck.
All right, no problem. I don't think I have to.
In primordial times, we never had a religion or Bibles. What are you talking about?
No problem, but
you all with this new age shit. That from the reconstruction to the construction. Y'all just lost. Get out that motherfucking Bible. But listen, if you really just want to learn that Bible, I mean, you want to be in it that bad, then okay. The Bible do got hidden information in it, codes, clues, like I was saying earlier, but you wasn't in here. Go learn it from the ESO. Listen. Go learn those scriptures from the ESOTERIC way. Please. If you learn it from that way, we can really talk. I ain't gonna lie to you. I can talk to you but with the way you got it going on, it's gonna be bullshit. Because I understand that Bible from the esoteric and the exoteric format. If you're only trying to give up that one unbalanced version of it, and that's not good.
Well,
motherfuckers is tired of that version. That's the belief base. The way you're giving it out is trying to keep my people vibrating in a 10% or less thought form in a belief-based system. Belief systems are null and void now, sir. We're in something called the knowing.
I hear what you're saying, but
you cannot put us under that spell anymore because that shit is dumb.
It's not a spell.
Don't work.
So here's
it is one. It used to be one on me, but that shit ain't no more. And now I understand it from both formats. One format is lies. The other format is the truth. And you want to be on the lie. That's dumb. Go learn it from this other version.
So what I'm trying to do is just understand where you're coming from, respectfully, just, and a lot of things what you're saying, I'm sorry, they just don't match up with history, like the Reconstruction period. Like that was after Civil War, and that was like maybe 1,000 years or so after the time of the Moors, and the Moors was almost 1,000 years after Christianity. So I think when you're putting all these things together, sure, they sound nice.
Boy, I'm talking about
the new,
just not. I'm talking about a new reset. Boy, this is you so stuck in that damn Bible, you don't even know when we had a reset. That shit was not that far along. That shit was not that long ago, sir.
So magnetic, I want to
ask you. The Bible is made up.
Okay, no
the
problem.
Shit you trying to equate to 1 BC and all this shit, that shit is made up, sir. Okay, it has a meaning there, but it's not the meaning that you think it's saying at all.
All right, no problem. So, what do you know about Christianity? When did it start?
I don't give a damn when it started. I don't.
So, I mean, even if you're against it,
I do. That shit is not real.
Well, hold on, no problem. But if one says that it's not real and one is
shit
against
is not.
I would think that they will.
From the context of you, the way you giving it out, none of that shit is real.
No problem. But I feel like if one is to, if you're going to be in your position, which is fine, then I think that you should owe it to yourself and others to actually prove what you're saying, or have knowledge of what it is, that even if it's a lie, to refute it. And the thing is that if I'm talking about the Bible,
didn't your God tell you, sir? Didn't your God tell you that to not talk to people that you're not that you're unequally yoked to?
No, it doesn't say that. The Bible doesn't say that.
It's bullshit. So I can't. It ain't that serious. I'm not about to argue with you over something. And you in a belief system.
So magnetic. The Bible actually does not say that. It doesn't say.
Let me tell you something. You really in too low of a system for me to even be conversing with you. Because for right now, you think you can pull off my frequency, but I know how to transmute energy, buddy.
Okay, no problem. So
You're giving up information wrong, and this is not a Bible thumping room.
Okay, no problem. No. I'm not trying to make it a Bible thumping room. What I'm saying is that in your claims about the Bible, right? I'm verifying if you're familiar with what it is that you're saying, right? So, for example, when you say that, Christ is a female and this, that, and the sort.
I said, what did I say? I can go to where it says she a female now if you want me to. I didn't say that, so you're lying on me. I said Christ is a sacred elixir located in the central nervous system, sir.
Okay, did you not say Jesus was a female?
Oh yeah, he is a she. Yes.
Okay, can you provide proof for that?
Well, your scripture said that Jesus was born over virgin birth, and that virgin birth is very significant, and it's good that it said it because that's a code. So the virgin birth mysteries are the parthenogenesis mysteries, which we only birth females from that, sir. So yes, Jesus is a female, and two, the letter J is still not in you guys' alphabet. So at that time, they were using the small letter I. So instead of Jesus' name being spelled J-E-S-U-S, it will be spelled I-E-S-U-S. When you have two vowels right next to each other, you drop the second one. You can drop the second one. Hold on. You can drop the second one. So that means instead of I-E-S-U-S, because we learned that in school, you're going to say it's I-S-U-S. So I-S-U-S surely sounds like my sister Isis, which was the youngest female principal that you guys came to colonize when she was on a low vibratory rate.
Well, hold on. So let's back up a sec. So here's what we're talking about. There's no okay, no problem. So I don't want to say things on your mother or anything like that, but here's the thing. So all right. So number one, I just want to talk about a couple of things you just said. So number one, there's no feminine pronoun that's ever used for Jesus at all in the New Testament. So we can't conclude by this thing of a parthenogenesis.
Sir, your scripture said Jesus.
Okay, no problem.
What'd you say,
so
Ron?
also the whole thing,
about
because
you're just trying to debate me about this Bible bullshit.
No, I'm not trying to debate you. All I'm saying is that
I want to hear what Rod has to say because me and him is on the same level as information. What you say, Rod?
All I wanted to, first and foremost, because I'm gonna give respect where respect is due. I appreciate the brother approach, being diplomatic and patience. Right, that's something I can rock with. However, but that point when you say this is spoke about in the New Testament, a lot of this modern information is made with a twist. It's a great ritual to remove you from your original mind. I don't have a problem with your belief, Kevin. My thing is this: how can we all come to a medium? I said this before. The thing about the information that me and Magnetic and Shiny is speaking from, people like Barack Obama, not Barack Obama, I don't even know why he came out. People like Bobby Hemmett, people like Phil Valentine, people like Eileen Bay. These cats can take the information no matter where it's coming from an Islamic, Moors, Judaism, and can relate to how it metaphysically makes sense, right, to what's actually being spoken about. But when you, coming from your perspective, it's like, okay, but this is what I'm saying, and at the same time, if you don't see it this way, then it's like we can't have a conversation. That's kind of like what you're telling me in Magnetic. If we're not seeing it from your way, we can't have a conversation, and that don't make good solutions, or or good resolution.
Yeah, I don't think. So I never made a claim of the sort. I don't think I ever said anything about, well, if we're not speaking the same thing, we can't have a conversation.
No, you didn't say that. I assume that. But what I'm saying,
okay, no problem.
I'd rather listen to you and sister have a conversation, right, and see how y'all can relate versus going at it, because it's like you want to, you're trying to trump her information.
Well, no.
Exactly. Even when I said portals instead of doors, he had to say no. It's doors. We know what we're talking about.
I said anything like that.
Sir, it's in the chat. Sir, it's in the chat.
Yeah, I just said portals can be doors. That's all I said.
Like I said, it's almost like you want to try to just, you got to, the etymology of the word, or I got to twist the word, we're saying you don't need the extra sauce on there. Like, I said what I said, she said what she said, he said what he said, and you said what you said. Nobody's trying to change what you're saying. Do you know what I'm saying?
Well,
it's a respect level, right? It's not. It's almost like it's being antagonizing. Like, oh, let me play. Actually, that's not what it is. When it still is a portal. Whether you want to call it a portal, a door, whatever the case may be. What I said was what it was too, right? So we can't have a, and this is why I said earlier, we cannot have a true discourse unless research and time has been in what we're talking about, because then we're just talking at each other, and that's what I also said in the chat.
Yeah, I would 100% agree with you. I think research is the way we'll have a common conversation. What I'm about is actually the objective truth, which is what I'm talking about. For example, like I hear a lot of things that Magnetic says, and I respect her. It's her space and things of that nature. But I will object respectfully because the information presented is just not what it is. For example, the whole idea about ISIS being the name of Christ. That's actually not true. The word for Christ, where we get Jesus from, is from a Greek attempt to spell Yeshua in Jesus, because the Greek doesn't have a J, nor does the Greek have a Y. So what the Greeks did in order to try to sound out the Y, they combined two Greek letters, which is iota epsilon. And iota epsilon, which is the beginning of Jesus, was an attempt to spell the Hebrew Aramaic name, who is Jesus, which is Yeshua. So Yeshua is actually the name of Jesus. Yeshua was translated into Greek, which becomes Jesus. And Jesus, because it's Greek oriented, when it came in contact with Germanic languages, that's where you get the letter J from, which is your Latin languages, like, Spanish or like English or Germanic, just your Germanic languages, both Latin and Germanic based. So that's where that comes from. It's not a conspiracy or...
I know what the AA says. It's still talking about, you can still break that down to ISIS, sir. I know what the hell I'm talking about.
You can't, because you don't have...
I ain't retarded now.
Yeah, so that would be impossible, because if you were to spell out ISIS, for example, in Greek, it doesn't spell out the same way at all. Like that.
We ain't talking about damn Greek. We talking about pre-creation information. What are you talking about?
Yeah, no problem. I'm just trying to deal with the
modern world. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're not understand. I get it. You can't understand this realm I'm talking about.
Okay, so I mean no hostility. All I'm talking about is when I came in this room, I heard things, especially with the religion that I deal with and the space that I deal with, a lot of things that just aren't, respectfully, just aren't true. So what I wanted to ask was, where was this information coming from? Like a lot of things I said about history, a lot of things about Christ, and this is why this, that, and the third, and everything else just doesn't chime well. Like one of the basic things about Christianity, for example, when it says that he's female, the Bible actually doesn't posit an idea that the advent of the person of Christ took place in the incarnation. It wouldn't be his birth that actually makes the person. It's who he was before, right? That's why we have in the prologue of John, in Arche in Logos, right? In the beginning was the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The same was in the beginning with God. All things were made through him, and without him was not anything that was made. Then in 14, we have where it says, and the Word became flesh and dwelt among us, and we beheld his glory as the only begotten of the Father. So then we also have in 18, and no one has ever seen God except for the only begotten God. He has come. Notice the pronoun, otus. He has come to make him known. So the Bible fundamentally does not teach the things that are being said in this room. And I think, and you guys should respect that an advocate or an apologist of any standard should have respect enough to kind of interface and see if those things are actually fundamentally true. Right?
No, I understand that, but let me ask you a question, Kevin.
Sure.
Do you believe, and I have my own answer, but I just want you to spill on it. You believe that the Bible itself is a history book or a book of historical events?
Yes.
And that's where we're going to have disagreements. You know what I'm saying? Because we can understand the book without seeing it from a literal standpoint. In my mind, it's metaphysical. When you speak about Jesus, Yahshua, Joseph, Abraham, all of them, when you look at esoteric information, is broken down deeper and from a metaphysical, right? There's a difference between the two terms. You seem really...
What is metaphysics?
I'm about to get into it. That was my next statement. There's a complete difference between esoteric and esoteric, right? And you're coming from an esoteric, which again, a lot of the people who are speaking this new information, like the Sister Magnetic was saying, this modern information going back 2,000, 3,000, bro, that's like 2 seconds old compared to where we coming from. It's new information, and I don't have a problem. See, the thing about information is, I don't believe in right or wrong specifically. Information is information. It's just where the individual who is analyzing it or observing it can see it from a level of consciousness. And a lot of times,
that wouldn't be what esoteric would mean, right? As all esoteric means is that which is understood by a small group of people. That's all esoteric means. So it's not esoteric within itself doesn't carry any level of understanding of information. Esoteric. Here's the thing. So esoteric means to be understood by a small number of people. Like, for example, if the country is 90% conservative and then only
no, brother, you don't have to preach to me. I just looked up the definition before I even spoke. But the point that I'm trying to make is, it's the so-called new information that you're speaking of. It's not information that's going to resonate in a deeper understanding. No one is refuting your information. All I'm saying is, how can it relate to information that we're speaking on versus you're saying, hey, what you're saying is not correct, or you're saying something that's incorrect. What you're telling me is your truth, and it ain't gonna get no deeper than that, to be honest, Kevin. Like, you giving me your, think about it. It's really common sense, even though common sense is not common no more. You are literally giving me your perspective, like your view and how you see things, and your brain and all the makeup in that paradigm, bro, is coming from you. But that don't make it find truth, if you understand what I'm saying. Don't make it wrong.
So
neither.
Yeah, so here's the thing. So the Bible does teach very, very deep things about spirit. We're just,
you keep talking about
as a rule.
Dimensional
objects,
bro.
Well, here's my thing.
Let me ask you something real simple. Are you or the Bible? Which one is stronger?
The Bible obviously is stronger. So yeah. So let me. I just want to finish my statement here. So
no. I mean, that though. I said, is you or the Bible? Which one is stronger?
The Bible.
Okay, we definitely
no problem. Let me just. I mean, it's fine if you make claims, right? But I think those claims should be.
But what I'm saying is, when it comes man made the book, bro. It's simple. Man made the book, but the book can't make a man.
Well, that's fine, but then that will be circular, because if man is greater than the book and the book is a product of man, that means I'm facing the same greatness of myself. But that would be circular reasoning.
Bro.
So, but hold on. I just want to make this statement.
You said in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was God, right? And the Word became flesh. That's the answer right there.
Well, if you understand it, that is. So here's the thing, right? So it's not that Christians are allowed. Let me just finish, brother. If you don't mind.
Question that you are greater than the book. You are a three-dimensional being, right? You're a multi-dimensional being. I'm sorry.
But if you're talking about
that was created in this hemisphere.
Okay, so if you talk about myself as a three-dimensional being, three-dimensional information cannot in no way compare itself to transcendental information or transcendent information.
Magnetic.
So hold on, let me just finish what I'm saying. So when we're talking about aspects and ideas in the Bible, sure, they can go really deep. Just that as a practice, I'm not at liberty to talk about such wisdom if one is not shoulder to shoulder or on the same yoke as me, is what these things understand. The Bible has a plethora of them. For example, when we're talking about logi or logos, as we're talking about, I'll give you this. So logos, for example, let me ask you a question. What is logos? What is the concept of logos? No problem. Okay, you say you give up. All right. So again, I
don't know that verbiage. You can enlighten.
No problem. So here's the thing. I think that in these esoteric circles, information becomes extremely attractive because of the way that they're frameworking and what they're talking about, and they speak of these things in comparison to a traditional view of the church because they feel like the Bible lacks this vocabulary or lacks these concepts, when the opposite is true, right? The Bible's chock full of them. And wisdom and understanding, even from the conceptual, either from a transcendent standpoint or from a peer-to-peer, meaning man-to-man, or even a low point of that, could be understood. Like, for example, there's tons of patristic sources that talk about this. The reason of God, logos, information, the fluctuating information that upholds all things, existence itself, right? These things can be talked about. But the liberty of talking about these things always has to come through the front door, who we will call the person or man you will call Yeshua or Jesus Christ. Christ says, I'm the way, the truth, and the life. There's no way to the Father but by me. But he's also called within that same gospel the Logos, right, or the Word of God, which the Word of God is understood to be the conceptual information that either we can perceive or cannot perceive from a metaphysical standpoint that upholds all things that we are: matter, physics, mathematics, logic,
Evan, what's the point?
morality. So hold on. So the thing about it is that so the idea when we deal with Christianity is that it comes with the presupposition as though we lack this understanding. Well, we do not, right? Just that the understanding of such things must be governed by the truth in which those things are frameworked. In other words, I'm not at liberty to use the palette or paint of the Bible to go and paint my own picture, right? I can only, because it is a set principle, deal with the truths in which the Bible is even talking about. There's a theological goal in the Bible, meaning there's a goal to it. There's something that's going to happen, and there's a goal for every man, woman, and child that puts themselves in Christ, and there's a goal for every man, woman, and child who do not put themselves in Christ, right? But it doesn't lack these things, right? So when we're talking about like information, sure, the Bible has a lot of this, right? But if we're going to talk about these things fundamentally, we must agree on what they are objectively. Like when I ask you what is logos, and you say you're not familiar with my terminology, fine. But if you don't understand what it is, do you also think that it's true that you can just use logos or word of God however you like? No. I mean, you can't.
How
because you're at liberty.
That help me survive in this dimension. This
Okay.
thing that they call.
Because
Can I interject? Can I interject briefly to help, facilitate this confusion? Now I'm going to play by Kevin's rules for 2.5 seconds. Now, Kevin, do you believe, since you strongly believe in the Bible, do you believe the other part of the Bible is not just a religious text? It has spiritual aspects to it that are only unlocked and secrets that come from the Holy Spirit?
Sure.
To interpret. So until that relationship is connected to the author of the book, right? There's no way to interpret everything. We're just going by what we think or our logic. There's certain things that are only unlocked when you tap into the creation, the creator, right? Because it's not all about us. Because we can all sit here all day and interpret things any which way we want and be wrong as the day is long. Can we at least agree to that?
Sure. I mean,
Okay.
I would agree with that because if you look at John 16, for example, Christ even says himself, I have many things to share with you, but you cannot bear them. But when the Holy Spirit comes, he will teach you all things. He will not speak of himself, but only speak of those things which he have heard. And those things he have heard, he have heard from me. And what I received from the Father, and therefore he will take of what is mine and show it unto you. So the whole idea there is that, yes, one cannot interpret Scripture unless one has the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit goes hand in hand with the Scripture because it is also believed that the Holy Spirit is the author of such Scripture through men who are moved and inspired by the Spirit of God, right? So, yes, that prerequisite is definitely there. We shouldn't be trying to do it based on our own way.
Exactly.
However, when we're dealing with something such as the Holy Spirit, we must also understand that the Holy Spirit is going to be one that's going to be an advocate for truth. Would you agree with that? In other words, the Holy Spirit would not would not vary on truth. It's not going to speak a lie, for example. You would agree, right? So if the verification of the Spirit is truth, that therefore the Spirit must base its conclusions on objective reality. It can't base them on subjective whims, right? And the Spirit, being a part of the Creator or proceeding forth from the Creator, who is the Father, if he is making claims about the world, those things must be falsified. They have to be falsifiable. In other words, if someone says they're getting information from the Spirit, and then one goes about and says things that are incorrect objectively, then one, if the Spirit does speak truth, then one can deduce that they're not hearing from the Spirit.
Kevin, I can't let you slide like that, bro. So if you say, given what you just said, right, the truth has to come from the Spirit. That ain't gonna be about no Bible at that point.
Okay.
Okay.
So, all right. So, yeah, I see the magnetic. You're talking about Christ. I think you're referring to the Egyptian word, right? Yeah. So I'm gonna tell you a little bit about my background. So I have studied like pyramid texts. I have studied a lot of things in Egypt. You know, I'm not trying to showboat or nothing like that. But
No. We want that. My next question was gonna be: is this your original plethora of knowledge? Like this is all that you've been studying since? I don't know how old you are, brother, but I'm pretty up there, right? So how long you been studying? What you?
Long time. I mean, I've always been a Christian. My dad has been one of knowledge. I've studied Egyptian, the Nile Valley.
What's a long time? What's a long time?
I would say probably all my life. I would say ever since I was 12 years old, I've been involved with different forms of information. But I'm 40 years old now, so I bet that's almost 30 years of studying. You know, and I've always had a heart for it. Like, you know, I read stuff by, you know, Jacques Vallée and people like Graham Hancock and, you know, some of the more fringe archaeologist stuff, even the information from, you know, Egypt, Canaan, and Israel by Donald B. Redford. You know, I read various lexicons. I read various authors like Dr. Michael Heiser, you know, Daniel Bayarin. You know, I dealt with Egyptology. Like I read about the pyramid text, you know, coffin text book. You know,
you keep saying Egyptology. Do you think that's the preference we're coming from?
No, not at all. But I see that magnetic. I put the word Chris. Like the word Chris actually means to be buried. You mean the root word for Chris does not mean Messiah, right? When we look at, so the only time we see the word Chris,
the Chris is the Christ. If you understand, you don't even know how I'm saying it. So
well, ma'am, here's the
you want to knock me down so bad.
No, I don't want to knock you down.
What's crazy is you don't understand that I stand 10 toes down on any of my scholarships, sir. You can't knock me down, and you can't try to gaslight me on my mama. Because one thing about me, I make sure when I put in that chat, I'm gonna make sure I get research on it.
Okay, no problem. So
every time it's like you're looking at. First of all, you chat gazing. I'm just calling it out. You chat gazing on magnetic. Every time she spills something, you speak on it. You can be having.
Can I hop in there?
No problem.
Yes, sir.
We have another chat. That's fine.
Yeah, can I hop in there?
Hold on, Kevin. Let the man chime in for a second.
I've been listening for a minute, and I get lost as the dialogues go further and further. You know what I'm saying? I think Kevin made a point, and we have to all respect that point. Point is that when we say certain things, you know, we can't just simply just make up what certain things mean and then run with it and create a narrative around it. We have to at least, first and foremost, have a place by which we get these things from and understand what they mean to the people where these meanings would have derived from. So when we talk about things like Christ, where did it derive from? Which people did it derive from? Christ is an equivalent to a Messiah, which is from the Hebrew word Mashiach, which is from the root word Mashach, which means to rub, to anoint. They didn't just make these things out of thin air. And if we don't accept that, right, and we just simply say that Christ means this, it means something else completely foreign to the people who it first derived from, then we got a problem. Right. And that's what Kevin is simply trying to point out.
And I'm speaking from, I didn't mean to cut you, brother. I'm going to let you come right. I'm going to just give me 2 seconds.
You ain't cut him off. He was finished anyway. Plus, we can't hear you, Rob.
Oh, you can't hear me?
I can hear him.
To me, he was going in and out.
Can you hear me?
I can hear him. I can hear you, Rob.
Yeah.
Can everybody else hear Rob?
Can anybody else hear me?
Now I can.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I was actually gonna yield to Brother Yes and let him finish, but the thing of it is, okay, and I'm 49 years old, right? So I've been around the block a few times. My thing is, it's information. Now, if we're gonna be honest, this is right here the normal American conversation. You got people outside of this corporation, because this is what it is, right? That has never had access access to the information that we're talking about, nor is privy to the information, right? They have their own culture and how they see things. And it's like, how dare me say that, hey, this information that you're talking about, I don't even know what this is. This is nonsense. Like, it's going to come off egotistical. I respect the paradigm and his mindset. I'm talking about Brother Kevin. But every time somebody else speaks, whatever their plethora of knowledge is, he automatically has a defense for it. That's ego. Automatically, you show me that you're not open-minded to have an actual conversation.
Well, I wouldn't call it ego. Like I said, I'm an apologist. An apologist is one who is in defense of. That's why
you know what ego means?
Hold up. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. Let me stop for a second. Because number one, Sanu was trying to speak. And before I let Sanu see it in 2 seconds, is the fact of, right, if we really want to get to the word, right, it also says, don't throw your pearls to swine. And if someone doesn't receive what you're saying, dust it underneath your feet. And at the end of the day, regardless of where you got your information from, right, you can always, it does not hurt. Like today, I was sitting in my friend wanted me to visit her church. I listened to what they said about how many angels were actually named in the Bible. They said only 2. I knew immediately they were incorrect. Why? Because I read the Bible. Did I challenge anybody in there? No. I took my own due diligence to verify what I already knew and knew there were at least 4 to 5 angels, and it was actually 4 angels mentioned in the actual Bible. And then I reread what they said, and I said, oh, they were talking about the ones they actually, the ones on the one side, but not the ones on the other side. See, it's okay to disagree with something that someone has to say or don't understand where someone gets the information from. This is why we have technology. This is why we have critical thinking. This is why we have research, right? And we can also read the text. Remember, the texts are, look, I've seen the Dead Scrolls. These things are old. These things are ancient. There's certain things that are not even written in the Bible that people haven't read because they don't even know about the Apocrypha. So always, before you are so strong to say something, at least take the time to research it. So at least when you come with something, you have some validity. Like I could actually come back to that person and say, this is actually wrong. There's actually 4 angels, right? There are actually 4 angels that were mentioned explicitly in the Bible. But I didn't have to do that. I did it for myself. Now, Sandra, go ahead and speak. Thank you for allowing me my 2 minutes instead of 2 seconds. Go ahead.
Peace. All I wanted to say is we increasing. We not staying stagnant in the books. None of that. We increasing. So we know what's in the book, but right now we outside that. We moving forward, going to higher planes and higher mountains, and that's what we're about. So we're not here to digress in conversation. We're here to progress. So just for all who speaking.
Yes, we're here trying to learn. And when you're trying to like discredit somebody or try to, overcorrect, because I mirrored you actually, Kevin, because I wasn't going to say all that stuff about my background, right? But I wanted you to see yourself for a second. I don't need to say my, all the things I studied. I went to the land where the Bible's. I felt the anointing in there. I could have said a whole bunch of stuff, right? But that doesn't matter. That's not gonna. My thing is planting a good seed. I don't care about anything else but planting a good seed. If anybody takes anything that we've said today away, I want you to take home this. Whatever information you receive, challenge it. Even God wants his word to be challenged. So I don't understand the visceral. He don't need anybody to beat somebody down with the Bible. He doesn't need that help. He does not. So you can just take that off your shoulders because it's not needed. Jesus died, Jesus wept, okay, and resurrected, okay, according to the word of God. So he doesn't need you, because you know what happens when people do that and they want to use the word and twist it, or use any spiritual text and throw it at people? It closes people's ears. They can't even receive the information because there's so much visceral. Because I got to prove to you I know something. I got to tell you because you don't know. When we say for people to research, it's so that we can all learn something from each other. That's not to downplay anybody or to make somebody feel lower than the other person, right? Because that gives us an opportunity to learn. You know what? If I don't know, that's why we got 2 ears and 1 mouth. So we can listen more and speak less. Because we can learn a lot when we listen. Okay, I listened to what that person said. I don't agree with this, this, and this. Let me write it down and look it up real quick, and then share what I found. So that's how you can actually have elevated conversations even when you disagree. But when it comes with the visceral, or the let me tell you something about yourself, or let me tell you, or because you don't know, or you're stupid, or you start using you're attacking the person instead of really talking about the topic itself. And that's how people come in and they're lost, because ego and pride is all in it. They can't hear the actual content, because I want to be I want to be right so bad. If the truth is the truth in the word, it can stand alone. It don't need nobody's help. Let's be clear. So I open the floor back up to whoever wants to speak. I just wanted that to be known. You're not going to get anywhere with the visceral. Just in this room, anytime you see pretty open room, it's not a man bashing room. It's not a religion bashing room. It's us actually having discourse so everyone involved can learn, regardless of what people think when they see the title. All right, continue.
Yeah. So, and I appreciate what you just said. I think that nobody
I'm
wants
gonna
to.
just cut you off real quick, and I'm gonna let you finish. Guess what, said Shani? I think we gotta be paying attention to how long the room been open, because I'm sure she want to save her replays.
I know it's been at least 6 hours on this room, and I think they cut off at 12.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been at least 6-7 hours. Go ahead, Yeshua.
Yeah, thank you.
Just time.
Yeah, thank you. No problem. No problem. No, I appreciate what you said, and I think that I don't think it was Kevin's intentions to be visceral or to sound visceral or whatever. I think he was just saying that the information from just dealing with the meaning of certain words was kind of misplaced, and it would actually draw faulty conclusions. But on that, and I'll just say this, and I'll mute my mic. I mean, I love intellectual dialogues, and engaging in discussions that are mind blowing. We love it. You know what I'm saying? Me and Kevin, we do a lot of work together. We share a lot of information, and we tell people where we get our stuff from. And so when the question was being asked earlier about where do you your source for and it may not be to you, but I can't remember who it was towards, but hey, where did you get this from? It was more so of just finding common ground for understanding so that we can move forward. Because that's important, you know what I'm saying? I was born in Nigeria. I have a village that I go to, and there's a particular culture in my village. They have their form of religion that is indigenous to the people that are there. And so I have the best of both worlds of one, living as a Christian, but two, also knowing what my people from a tribalistic standpoint believed in and adhered to, and so seeing the connection between what they believed and what was believed indigenously in my tribe, and what is believed now by the majority of people in my tribe, and why they believe it. So, so I think that just the importance was being able to have common ground with the information and where it came from, so we can build from there. And I think that that's all Kevin was doing. On that, I really appreciate the discussion, and I'm gonna just go ahead and yield. I love you guys with the love of the Lord, and hope that maybe another time we can dialogue further. Y'all be easy.
Yeah, I want to say, I want to turn this over religious room.
Brother Yashua, are you a Christian?
Absolutely.
What you were saying?
I'm sorry, was that me, sir?
Nah, I thought Magnetic was saying something.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'm you.
No, I said we ain't gonna turn this place into no religious room.
That part, because the title was about creating life, and for I hate when people just came in and didn't even like been in this room for 5 to 10 minutes, not even 20, and have so much to say in the chat. You guys can learn so much by just observing. Nobody was arguing and carrying on. Actually, that was earlier, and it wasn't even Kevin and everybody on the stage. So I don't even know.
Yeah, to be fair, I haven't even said a word on here. I was just saying that I definitely,
But Rod, you just got here, sis.
Sis,
You just got here,
respectfully,
sis.
you just immediately interrupted me without even allowing
No,
me
no,
to
no.
even
But
speak.
I actually was speaking, right?
No,
and
you
I didn't
stopped.
close my mic, and I didn't close my mic yet. Correct?
Oh, you have to close your mic to begin
Yeah,
speaking?
I have to close my mic
Oh,
because
okay.
I'm a moderator, and I respect the space and the people in here. And I've been here for a long time.
Oh, okay. I didn't
So what
know
I'm
that
saying
the law
is,
had,
let me
but
finish what I'm
appears-
saying. Give me 1 minute, and you have the floor. I hate when people come into a space and make a judgment call when you've only been here a short time. There has been 2 rooms open on this topic, to be exact. The first one lasted about 2.5 hours. This one 6. We weren't arguing, besides at least, I think, 5 men that came in here in the other room that started arguing. Because we're not here to argue. We're actually here to learn from one another. That's what we're here for. That's why Pretty opens these rooms. Not to troll, not to male bash, not to female bash. We're actually here to learn. So he did have an open floor to speak, but you maybe weren't here when he started speaking. And he spoke a whole lot in the chat. You can scroll up. It is on replay just in case you want to check before you make a statement. I just want people to come in, read the room before making statements, because you shift everything off when you've only been here for 5 seconds. You got the
Yeah, so clearly you misrepresented what I was stating when I said that I think Kevin should have the time to speak after what you guys were stating. I wasn't saying that you guys were neglecting his ability to speak in totality. I was saying that he was not, everybody was consistently speaking and making the same point when I joined in here, and he came off of his mic to respond, and then somebody else went back in and said the same thing again, and then everybody just took back over making the same claim again.
Right.
So, and before you take over, Rock, I would just like to add that the only sufficiency within my claim was stating that he should be able to respond to the ego. Because when you made the statement that you would do better listening, and that when you went to church, like, you didn't just immediately objectify when there was a false claim made, that you went home and did research on these angels, whatever, cool. There's a difference between like appropriate timing in a church and disrespecting somebody who believes that they're leading a congregation versus like a conversation on Clubhouse. So I wasn't stating something that happened before I got here, or stating something that I did not see myself. So I don't know where you're getting this. She just got here for 5 minutes.
Rock, I got this. I got this, Rock. Because what she did not see, which you could scroll up, right? Are you done, Rod, before I go there?
Oh, yeah.
So what you did not see, okay. Are you, okay, awesome. So what you did not see is what him talking about his whole background, about all his learnings that makes him, and his titles that makes him viable to have the conversation. Nobody had any titles when we came on the stage and opened this room. I don't lead with, well, I went to Catholic school for 8 years and I did this viable for what I say. I only mirrored him, like I said in the chat earlier, so that he could see what he sounds like. So at the end of the day, we're trying to learn, not use titles, not feel special. If he wanted to rebuttal at any time, he had the floor to rebuttal when it was silent. Because at some point, everybody does stop talking. I don't think people need a referee here when we have the mods. And I've been modding on stages for the past on Clubhouse and opening my own rooms, right? For a good 5 years on this app, and having my room for a good 3. So I know how to mod a room. So if he wanted the space, I think he's grown enough to like say, hey, can I speak to what you guys are saying? Because we're all trying to learn here. It's not about ego and attitude. And this is why I think sometimes we need to go back to having no chat, because people get so caught up in the chat and they're not on the stage. And then a lot of the things people say in the chat, they could never say on stage or in people's faces. It's just giving people more brazen things to deter the topic that we're talking about. So we're going to stop talking about religion at this point, because, people and spirituality in this manner, since it's gotten people all riled up in a bunch, and go back to the topic at hand, which was scientific when we first started this conversation. So what does anyone on the floor have to say about men don't create life? Prove me wrong. Let's hear what people's background about this topic is.
Yeah, sure. So if you guys don't mind, since my character came up and was judged several times, I feel I was consistently respectful in the room. I didn't come up in the room and even say, "Hey, I'm this, I'm that, I know this or that." That didn't happen. I came up, Rock invited me, and then he asked me, "What is your background?" And I gave him my background. And then even while I was speaking, Rock even gave me the credit to say, even though I see that you're interfacing with Shawnee and I forget what the other sister's name was, he says, "I appreciate you for being respectful." Nothing came up about me being, I don't have that about myself. And I'm not going to argue with people about it because I know it's incorrect. But I thought that I'll talk about it now just to move it forward. That I don't think that is right to say that I was showboating or like there's people up here that know me. Like Ryan knows me and Shua. I've studied with him for about a couple years now, and he knows that about me, right? So I think I don't think that was the idea. I think the prime idea simply was just this, right? That me being familiar with certain things, if certain things are being said, then I think that one who is an advocate for those things should at least offer the truth on them, or just talking about it to make sure that people are well informed about what's being said. That's it. That's pretty much it. But I appreciate Rock for inviting me up and for asking me those questions.
No problem, Ken.
Yeah, appreciate you, man.
Yes, thank you for your share. We appreciate it because it brings, context to what we're talking about in certain aspects. And it's as though we lost Magnetic. All right. So, does anyone want to talk about the actual topic and that's in the goo or whatnot? If not, we've had this room open for, and if anyone in the goo wants to come up, I'm going to close the space in 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, if no one wants to talk about the actual topic at hand.
Dang, man, y'all got up thinking y'all got up in y'all religion, man. They tore it up, man.
Yeah, because people use it as a weapon, and that's the problem. That's the difference between religion and spirituality. And we're talking about science.
It's
and
not
somehow we got here.
It's not in a book. Life ain't in a book either.
Man, so, you can't tell. Listen, the very point that Shiny made, that I think we all can learn, is about when you step in spaces, you need to read the room. I literally came in this space, I seen the topic, and I hit the chat. I said, "Oh, is this another male bashing room, right?" And respectfully, Magnetic, who was at the time, she was speaking, continued to speak, never changed her vibration. No one responded to my question. And I guess, and I'm gonna keep it a beat. I guess because at that time, when I entered the space, the vibration was so high, it was all self-detained. And the point that I'm making is, I didn't even have to get answered. Instantly, I respected the room at that point and said, "You know what, let me see what's going on." And I listened. And it literally took me less than 30 seconds to understand what the space was really about. And at that point, I matched the frequency, and then I got on stage, and it continued from there. It was only until one brother who entered the space, and I guess another brother who, according to him, was already in the space before I came, both coming from a Christian perspective, right? But it never freaking fails. As soon as there's information, that goes against what they believe, they gotta enter the conversation, and it's gonna always be on some ego shit. Every time. I only get it mostly from Christians. We all know there's over 100 religions, but the Christians, some of you brothers and sisters will die for this shit.
No, let's tell the truth. Some of them don't read the stuff just to be cute with everybody else so that I can say I belong to something, because they'll talk about dying and be like Peter and deny Jesus 3 times when his life could have ended right then and there. So I met somebody who was really about that life. I can honestly say this weekend I met somebody that was really about that life, that you know, that literally could have went to jail, could have died, lost his stuff, lost everything twice, and his daughter. That man, he's serious about his faith. All right. I can't say that for everybody. But anyway, that's not about him. But I just wanted to give that example. Like a lot of people just think it's like cool, like being part of a fraternity or sorority, and like to nitpick, because even there was a man earlier that was cursing, using the name of Yahweh to curse the people in the room. I said, where does it say in the Bible that you can curse somebody with God's name in it? Oh, because when Jesus cast out the demons, that's casting out demons. There's no demons up and through here. And a lot of times, while people are sitting up here pointing the fingers, they have the issue that they're pointing the fingers at. And this is why I'm saying for people to read the room before you come in and you speak or you type in the chat, because you haven't been here. Like, and it's sad that the room has turned to where it is now, where I'm getting ready to close it, because now that we said no more to the religion part and back to the topic, no one has anything to say. But the visceral is all around religion. And it's just like, this is why religion is so divisive. It's so divisive because, well, I've had to deal with it, and so has everybody else here at some point in time. And this is why we can't move past things and learn from each other, because, oh, I have to be right because of my background, or I have to be right because I think I'm right. Like, we all don't know everything.
We don't know nothing.
That's what I'm saying. I've been a teacher, okay? And what I've learned as being a teacher many times is a teacher is always a student. And when you come at that with that approach, you're not so quick to let me tell somebody off. Let me tell somebody who I am and what I know. Because that's great that you know that. But there's a lot of people that don't, or have a different perspective that you can learn from. But it gets lost in the sauce because ego, and this is the root of every single thing that goes wrong in this world, is the ego and the pride. And until people can get to know themselves, see themselves as they really are, and for those who believe in God, to see yourself the way God sees you instead of the way you see yourself, then maybe we can get to a level where we can have conversations that are elevated, where we can learn from each other. And I see Paris, you just came on stage. Did you want to add to the conversation?
Yes, I want to say I appreciate the room, the way that you all modded. It was more than lenient with somebody being disruptive and not respecting the title, even when you tried to call them back to respecting the title, and to stop contending with people by asking questions, but rather go ahead and make your own point. That was asked several times, but never honored. And it just came to the point where you all still allowed that type of behavior to go on and still converse with that person as much as possible. So I do want to acknowledge you all for that, because sometimes the grace and the decorum that we have in this room gets or tries to be overshadowed by people who don't like the topic. If you don't like the topic, you can always open your own room and have fun together, rather than come in and disrupt somebody else's room to now they want to actually close the room earlier, but you think that's okay. But I do want to acknowledge you all for hosting a beautiful space, and thank you. And I look forward to being in another room again.
Yes, I see, Angel, you wanted to come up. And, and I see what's in the chat. Only God you don't really know. He knows the hearts of people. And it's really sad. It's really, really sad. That's all I'm going to say. Go ahead. Angel, I just gave you a request if you wanted to speak before I close the room. And then I'll leave it to final thoughts and close the room.
Is all I can say is crazy because before the shindig went down, we was really on some good shit. You know what I'm saying? The frequency was there, the vibration was there, the energy was there. All it takes is one bad apple, and it takes 2 seconds to dismantle and destroy, but it takes so much more longer to get back on one accord. Because we've been at this point for what, an hour now? Probably longer than that.
Yep, because it started in the chat.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know what the experience was with the Christians that you mentioned, and so I can't really speak to that because I don't know what the discussion was all about or how deep and intense it was. I just say that just speaking on for me specifically, and Kevin will probably agree. He's free to agree or disagree. I think that when I constantly hear bashing towards Christianity, I will honestly say that I get incensed by it, and I get irritated by it because many times there's certain statements that are being made that are not necessarily true, and there's certain things that we're forced to accept, especially when it's not, especially around the fact when it's not even true because of the moderation of the room. So I'm quiet and I'm listening. I mean, I looked at the topic, men don't create life, prove me wrong. And I actually agree, men don't create life. The reason why I was quiet is because I was waiting for other people to, kind of speak on it, to kind of get an idea of the direction of the room. But I actually agree with the title, men don't create life. Yes, religion does divide. And I think more than religion dividing, I think truth itself is divisive. Whenever the truth is being told, there's going to be people who are not going to like what they hear and want to push back against it. That's just the reality of it. So if we're ever trying to get to a place where we're just trying to unite everybody, it's just impossible if we're going to be truthful. That's just the reality of it.
So in that, right? Religion is totally different than spirituality. Spirituality is a relationship, right? Religion is man-made. It could be ritualistic. It could be a whole bunch of things that have nothing to do with the Word of God, the Torah, or even the Quran. Because people pick and choose. Is because people are imperfect, right? That's what the problem is the people that are imperfect, and they utilize the word or spiritual text to justify the actions. And that was the problem in here. There's nothing wrong because even some of the speakers that we were listening to on the audio did bring up some esoteric things, did bring up some things from the Bible, but it didn't create divisiveness in the room. Let me be clear, in both the rooms that was had around this same topic, because there was a room before this that lasted 2 hours, 3 hours. So it's not what you say, it's how you say it. And I don't know how many times I can address that in everything I've said. You can come in here and say what your opinion is, but when you come in here with a chip on your shoulder, you haven't read the room, and you're throwing what you do in all your knowledge, that I feel like I can speak on it because I have all of this accolades, then it actually takes away a truth. Like I said before, truth can stand by itself. Like I have in my bio, a truth teller has no friends. Nobody has a problem with hearing the truth. It's in the way people try to use if they're using the truth to attack people, because then it's not going to go anywhere, because even if the person wanted to hear any part of the truth that they were saying, their ears are closed now because even guess what? Even Jesus, since we want to bring up religion and we want to bring up spiritual, even Jesus, when they said crazy things to him, guess what he said? A lot of times, absolutely nothing, because not everything needs a response. And I'm gonna leave that there. If no one else has anything else to say, it has been a pleasure. For those who came and enjoyed the room, you guys can listen. For those who want to, you can listen to the replay. The first audio that we listened to was from Cynthia G. The other ones that Magnetic played, I am not sure, but it was in her own library of things that she's heard. I don't know the names of those people. And I hope everybody has a wonderfully blessed day and can take a breather. Because, whew, child. Take care, everybody. If there's nothing else that anybody wants to say before I close the space.
I just want to thank you again and close out. My final statement is 2 Timothy chapter 2 tells followers not to do what these so-called followers in here did. So thank you for being so gracious and not letting that ruin the energy completely, because like it was said, we had a beautiful study, and I look forward to coming back. See you next time.
Take care.
Which is ridiculous. Like, she's never been that low in her entire time as a senator. They think that even despite the fact that she voted against the bills, she voted for the motion to proceed for the one big beautiful bill. And I think that still is what hurt her, because it eventually then became law. If she did not vote for the motion to proceed, it wouldn't have been able to even go on the floor and get voted on. So she's riding the line, like you said, but people are also saying that Janet has said, give me till August. I'll make it. She has a 52% approval rating in Maine. She is considered the only person that can actually beat Collins in a head-to-head. They've also done that, matchup with the two of them. She does beat Collins. And so what's interesting is she's older. She's about 76. So if she runs, she'll be like a Bernie. She'll be like some of these very old senators that we have in the New England states. That's not really a problem for the New England states. A lot of people are like, she's too old, though. What do you mean? She can't be a junior senator in her 70s. Yeah, she can. Y'all elect these people all the time when they're 82 and 83, and they're freaking senators. So stop talking. Not y'all, but people are trying to say, like, how could you do that? Jim Justice in West Virginia is like old as hell, and he is running for one term, and he did, and he got mansion out. So people got to understand it's totally fine if she runs for one term and at least gets Collins out of there, so that you can have new young leadership come in and run. And the other thing that people don't realize is Troy Jackson, who, by the way, he follows me on X, and I'm like, I nerd out over that. A bunch of other very prominent Maine Democrats, they're all running for governor. A lot of them are going to be dipping out of the race, though, because when you look at the writing on the wall, there are a lot of folks that are probably going to, someone's going to emerge as the clear winner, and these other folks are going to have somewhere to go. They do want to still run statewide. So you have AG, right? You have a lot of other places they can run to, but a lot of people are saying they're giving Janet Mills first dibs on the Senate. She's the one that can win. She's the one that number of states can win. So they're gonna let her be the one to decide, is she or isn't she going there? So I actually think Janet Mills, and Split Ticket, Huck, Atlas, all of them are showing that Janet Mills beats her. Just like Roy Cooper even beats Laura Trump, and pretty much every single North Carolinian Republican that they can put on the bench. Ossoff is currently beating every single Republican that they put up. The only one that could have beaten Ossoff is their actual current sitting governor. So I feel comfortably confident about certain seats like that. Iowa, to me, is still a toss-up, but Nathan Sage is still showing. And this is a new poll that came out. He's still 4 points ahead of Ernst in Iowa. So, Miss, we're all going to die, Ernst. I actually think those 4 seats are interesting. Now going to Alaska briefly, Mary Peltola, who was the House representative at large there, she lost last year to Nick, was it Begich? I always say his last name wrong. He's the Republican, but He's a part of the Democratic family dynasty. His uncle is Tom. And Tom has said he'll run for governor if Patola doesn't, because it's no conceit. So everyone has said he'll probably win quite easily because he's a family dynasty in Alaska. And so Patola's trying to decide between governor, if she's going to run for the House again, or if she's going to challenge Dan Sullivan for Senate. And actually, her tweets have indicated recently she's leaning more towards the Senate. And they've actually done, Puck did a matchup of the two of them as well. And she could actually make, according to them, according to Cook actually is the one that said she makes Alaska competitive if she chooses to run against Sullivan. Everyone is salivating at the thought of her getting Sullivan the fuck out of there. Now, this does not mean all these races will be won, but this just means Democrats can be actually competitive. John Bel Edwards, who is now gone as governor, he's considering running against Cassidy, who is also very flawed. MAGA hates him. He voted for Trump to be impeached and, convicted in the Senate. He was one of the only Republicans who voted to do so. He just put up RFK, lied and said, let's see what the guy does and make America healthy again, doing what we all know, not making America healthy again. So, Cassidy's extremely flawed, very vulnerable. Yes, he's an incumbent, and according to Trump, they're trying to mount a challenger for him in his own primary. However, if he ends up winning, he's not guaranteed. And I do think that John Bel Edwards, who has won twice statewide to be governor of Louisiana, has a shot to run against him. Schumer's trying to recruit him really bad. So there are other states to look at. Obviously, some of these are long shots, but others are not. Others are actually, some of this is really within reach, and it will be on how these folks run their campaigns. But yeah, sorry, I just wanted to mention those other little outliers that people don't really chat about because I've been watching them, and it's just fascinating.
Child, you be on it.
I know I'm a nerd. I'm a loser.
No, you're not.
I gotta get to the gym now. We can run.
I think Susan Collins polled bad the last time, and she overwhelmingly won. So outside of Janet Mills, she doesn't have a serious opponent, and past history showed that even when her numbers are down, she still won. So unless they're going to float, have Janet Mills, the current governor, who, she's squirrely in saying whether she's going to run as a senator and give up the governorship. I see she's term limited.
She's term limited. She's not. She can't run again, so she would be running.
Yeah.
She wouldn't be losing anything by saying she's going to run for Collins' seat. But she said, I'll get back to you guys in August. And when asked recently, she said she's not made up her mind.
Yeah, that's why I said she's squirrely. But outside of her, even the last time Susan polls were down, at least you overwhelmingly won, they still put it back. So outside of Janet Mills, who is the strongest opponent to her, I see her back in power.
I'll see research from Split Ticket that would maybe help understand why this is the lowest she's ever been. And they actually show the math that she doesn't really have a path forward unless somehow magically her polling rebounds, which is still possible. Of course, anything's possible. But they very squarely show, within how they calculate the war of her candidacy, her incumbency, and all that she actually doesn't have a path forward. Even if it's not Collins, Mills, there are others that they put that show they could beat her this time. It really will take resources, though. So it's not going to be easy, but she's not the only candidate that can win. But she's the best candidate to put up on against her, if it makes sense. But I can send it to you from Split Ticket because they broke it all down. And I was like, oh, fascinating. He's been talking a lot about how, everyone sees her as the untouchable. It's how she kind of sees herself that way, but unfortunately, even her own internals are showing that she is not untouchable.
How the hell you sit around and listen to read off?
God was like, Matt, you're a political junkie. And I'm like, yeah, I know. I've already I have their matchups also from all the different pollsters. Angus King's son, they're also floating that he could be. I'm sorry, Angus King's son. Yeah, it is his son. They're floating he could be also someone that could beat her because of the name recognition of the Kings in Maine. People will think that it's the dad on the ballot. So they're like, but Angus King, if his son does not, continue running for governor, put him up against Collins. He could probably beat her too. There's a lot of internal polls I also look at. Y'all can get access to them if you go to Puck. And if you subscribe, it's a little pricey, but it's not that expensive. But they'll post some of the internal polls. Split Ticket does as well. Cook, I also pay for Cook Political.
Oh, wow. No, you're not. You're just a political junkie, like you said. Child, because there's certain things I follow, but I'm not as in depth as you do.
Thanks, Matt. Good morning, everyone. I was talking about this yesterday. I was like, where at? Because I know I needed that, the breakdown. Because I was looking at an article that had somewhat of the breakdown, but you really know what you're talking about, so thank you.
Oh, no problem. Well, thank y'all for listening to me ramble, because I be talking about this shit on the phone to my nigga, and he be like, man, I'm fucking with this shit.
I actually want to get, I want to hear from people in North Carolina, right? People on the ground. I hope we could get people from North Carolina, from
ping your
these
mama.
People.
Your mama on the app, she's from North Carolina, and she actually used to be a staffer, and I think she was a campaign either manager or she was an assistant.
I love her. Yeah, she comes in here sometimes.
Yeah, if y'all get her, she will give you all the North Carolina stuff, like the triangle, like all the demos. I mean, we were talking about it all the other day, and yeah. Oh, by the way, sidebar: Cooper is running. They've already one of his advisors already did. He is running. This event this weekend is going to be his big that is already scheduled and has been scheduled for 3 months. This is his big stump speech, by the way. That he's going to be speaking at, but he is running. So everyone's now saying, LOL, Miss Laura Trump talking about, I decided after Thanksgiving. Girl, you ain't going to win even if you run. So as soon as Cooper officially announces, probably before the end of this month, I mean, I'm not sure who the hell is going to be dumb enough to stay in the race. Sorry, but let me get my car. I got to get the hell. I got to get to this loop. Oh, sorry. I said Cook. So go to Split Ticket. Hold on, I'll write it in the chat. Split Ticket, something you guys should follow. That's on Twitter, X, but it's also a website. Cook Political. You can pay for it. It's not that expensive. I don't even remember how much it is, but yeah, Cook Political. Puck News. Those are ones I would follow. And then Atlas. Always look at Atlas. Atlas is the #1 pollster, the most accurate pollster in the entire country. So those are the best ones. You can look at other ones too. There are several pollsters that are cool. Morning Consult, right? But I like Atlas the best. If Atlas doesn't have one out, like Mammoth, if Atlas doesn't have one out, I'll go to Morning Consult next. And then Mammoth, I think Mammoth is closing up. And then there's a friend of mine named Adam Carlson. He used to work for Mammoth, and he's amazing. He just started his own pollster, group and market research group. He's incredible, and so he's another one to follow. But yeah, y'all, I literally read this every morning. It's like I read this in the trades because I'm in the entertainment industry, just because I have to know what's going on. But
so have you had any gigs lately?
I actually just sold a movie to Amazon. We're doing it with Aldous Hodge. I don't want to talk about the details. They'll know. I don't know. Maybe they will or won't. But it's set on Wall Street in the world of corporate finance. So it's essentially a reimagination of the Count of Monte Cristo by Alexandre Dumas, classic literature. And I say it's if any of you watched that old movie by Tom Cruise called The Firm, that would be a comp. The Firm meets Succession, and it is a story of revenge. A black man getting something that was taken from his family back from this powerful dynasty run by a matriarch. And we have Julia Roberts reading right now. I don't know if she'll do it, but we'll see. Yeah, she's reading. She's read by the same. So I'll say it. Fuck it. George Tillman Jr., the director who just did the George Foreman movie. He produced the Bob Marley movie. He, did Hate You Give, Soul Food, Bro Bounce, Barbershop, Beauty Shop, Men of Honor. I mean, he's a legend, black male director. Has a company called State Street Pictures. They have a first deal with Paramount, and they are the producers of the film. And George really wanted to direct it, but he has 4 movies lined up. One called The Prince of New York with Damson Idris, Letitia Wright, Giancarlo Esposito, and Anthony Ramos at Paramount. He has Nanny Cam, a thriller at Amazon he's directing. He has some other corporate thriller that my friend Michael Starbury is writing for him. They did the Inevitable Defeat of Mr. and Pete together. George directed it, and Mike wrote it with Jennifer Hudson. I don't know if y'all saw that, but that was in India in like 2012, 2013. And then he also has another movie lined up. I forgot what it was about. Oh, and also I shouldn't say that. Well, who's in here? I don't care. They're producing the new Friday movie at New Line. Hasn't been announced yet, but they are the new producers of Last Friday. And they're closing their deal with New Line right now. Or it already closed maybe. So they're doing a lot of awesome stuff, especially a lot of good black stuff. But yeah, so they're producing the movie. We're out to different directors right now. Ronaldo Marcus Green is reading. J.D. Dillard is reading. He did Devotion. He did Sweetheart. He did Slight. Who else is reading right now? Oh, Cord Jefferson, who just did American Fiction, is also reading. So we're trying to get a director, but Amazon bought the movie. So just sold that. Waiting on my check to come in because Amazon be taking too long to pay. But yeah, that's one we just sold, and then we're in the process of setting up an adult animated comedy series with Hulu. But yeah, so the business has still been okay for me. It's still been very difficult to get stuff sold, but the market is still buying right now. And I'm trying. My cousin, I already know who my cousin is. I already said it's Rashida Jones. I'm trying to be like the Joneses. Trying to be like the Joneses. So she just sold a couple things. She has a project with my friend Kira that she didn't sell. So I'm afraid to go out with a half-hour comedy because they just don't seem to be moving at all anywhere. But 1-hour dramas, features, half-hour animated comedies, stuff like that. That stuff's moving. But yeah, trying to make some more moves. We'll see what happens as the year ends because it's been an interesting year in the industry as everyone reacts to this man being in office. I know.
Congrats, Matt.
Yeah. Congrats, Matt.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, I had my volume down, so I couldn't hear y'all. Need my coffee. I wanted to, I have to say that if you have any of those, or if you know of any of those projects, those Netflix projects that eventually are going to be shot in their new facility once it's done in New Jersey, I want to connect with you. I just followed you because my client put in for the grant to build the workforce development pipeline.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah. So part of the grant requirement is to connect with potential employers upon their completion. So I think that we should connect on that and some other projects.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, back channel me.
Okay.
We've talked about shooting that. I mean, we have a new director, Nefertiti Nguvu. She's directing my movie Sonata that we're doing with Lexi Underwood and Zoe Kravitz. And we've discussed shooting in that facility, but we don't know the logistics of it yet. So if you know T, let me know. Because we are talking to a company called Fifth Season that used to be Endeavor Content, and they want to fund the film. But we're personally wanting to go team up with A24 and have them just do a co-fi with the studio. Either them or this other company, Neon, or maybe even Black Bear. We're trying to see though if Searchlight or Focus Features want to just do it, because it's one of those specialty art house films. Budget is around 8 to 10. My friend Judy, she's gonna be our line producer. She's done everything from like Apocalypto to a bunch of shit. And then my other friend is also producing with us, and she used to work for James Franco's company back before he was being a weirdo. And she's produced a bunch of his films that they've done. But yeah, so we're figuring out the logistics of that particular soundstage and that lot, because it was perfect. We'll have a lot of exteriors to do in New York. It's actually going to be set in Brooklyn and Williamsburg in the classical music scene. So yeah, let me know what you know about that.
I'll definitely do that, because I'm trying to build out like a short list, and I have a lot of people on the list already that are like locally based. They either live in New Jersey but work in like the tri-state in terms of film and media. So yeah, I can definitely hook you up.
Yeah, if you have crew lists, please send, because we're trying to. Judy's trying to. I'm glad, because I ain't got time to. She's the queen of line producing, crew hire, department head hire, and all that. So she wants a large spreadsheet, folks, that we can go to when we know, okay, cool, this company is going to do a co-5. We're going to, we have all of our ducks in a row. And I would love to shoot in the fall. I don't know if it's possible because of all of the logistics and all the things we're up against. We're trying to get Anjanou Ellis attached right now because we want to have a trifecta. Yeah, she's so sweet too. She read the script and loved it, but her agent Ryan Boone at CAA reps Lexi, so we're trying to just make sure we're good to say she's attached. She just read the script 2 weeks ago, so I'm trying to I have a call with Ryan. We have to talk about all this, and so yeah, it's been a lot going on. So
I have cool spots in Williamsburg if you're looking for locations and stuff.
Oh, thank you. Period. Please, yeah, absolutely. As soon as we get everything approved, I know we have a lot of exterior shots. Like the lead, Lexi Underwood's character. By the way, if y'all know, she's from Little Fires Everywhere. She played Kerry Washington's daughter in that.
Oh, no.
Yeah, she's gonna be trying to get a job. So we have a montage scene of her trying to get a job in the film. There's a music shop we need to fake that she works at.
There's a music shop here. There's a new record store that just opened on Bedford.
Do they have any? Well, we can just dress the set, obviously, but it needs to feel like our hope is that it's not. I want to do it in a way that doesn't feel like we're really like living in the gentrification of it all. Like I want to live in like old Williamsburg, if that makes sense.
This is the focal point of gentrification.
I know.
Look, there's still a few spots that are just like, rugged.
Mm-hmm.
There's still a couple of soul survivors, but
that's what we're gonna have to find them, because
I know of a couple of spots here where locals still could afford to go to. There's still a few locals left. My partner's from Williamsburg. His dad's from Williamsburg. You're talking about generations of people that are from Williamsburg, and like the people on our block are still mostly like, we're born here and raised here. But yeah, it's wild, honestly. It's the weirdest place I've ever lived in.
I can't wait. I hope we get to shoot this movie, I swear to God, because it's called Sonata, and it's literally about music being used to heal, and this young woman discovers that when she plays the cello for people, they begin having these reveries of who they're supposed to be, and it's supposed to essentially inspire them to kind of walk outside of their pain, their struggle, the things they're holding on to, and basically towards the person that they're actually meant to be all along. And it's just a movie that shows you that music is literally a bridge to the other side, right? To our best self from our worst. We're using a classical music, of course, as our vehicle, because she's a classical, she's a cellist. Her mother was a cellist, concert cellist, was in the New York Philharmonic and all that stuff. So, we'll see what happens. But thank y'all. I gotta get this car now, child. Let's go. I gotta. Hey.
going on, y'all? Anything popping? Hello? Can I follow through? Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
I thought I fell out of the room because I ain't even.
Nothing's going on here. Let me look at the news.
Did you hear? They're talking about. Wait, let me make sure I'm correct on this. It's about Barack. Hold on. So we talked about. Did we already talk about yesterday? Tulsi Gabbard threatening prosecution of Obama.
If you did, I wasn't here.
So she is talking about prosecuting him. Trump has been posting these AI-generated videos showing Obama getting arrested.
Oh my God! Are we in the Twilight Zone?
Not above the law. This is crazy. And then he's demanding his arrest. It's saying President Trump called for Barack Obama to be arrested after spy chief Tulsi Gabbard claimed the former leader was behind a years-long coup against him. Oh yeah. Freaking, this dude is fucking wilding out right now. Let me go ahead and go back to breaking news. But yeah, I just seen that yesterday. I was like, what the fuck? But they're gonna talk about that in depth later on today with Lisa. Lisa wants to do a room on that. So, and I think she said she's gonna open at 3 today. So
Oh wow, that's awesome.
Yeah. Well, so we can be at the hotels. Yesterday, I freaking said.
I was listening to some of the replays this morning, but I didn't get to finish.
Oh my God, you was in there, I think, in the beginning, right?
Yeah.
Y'all are killing me with this assassination wasn't real thing. Y'all are killing me with that shit.
Yeah, the conspiracy theories.
Yeah, and this is coming from us. Like, I was the only one on stage, like, no, they really, that kid tried to assassinate him. Like, I don't know how you fake that, because if you did, then what? Biden is a part of it as well? Because it was his goddamn, people was protecting him. And they was like, did y'all, this is what they said. They seen videos. Duck right here with that shit too. They said they see videos where the Secret Service was directing the camera on where to shoot. And I was like, what's going on? Are y'all for real? Or are we trolling Patty? And I was like, no, I'm serious.
I mean,
Deborah, explain yourself. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, all I can say is that news has changed so much because I feel like because things move so fast, right? They didn't really cover this story like that, and I don't know. It's just, I think it's like the media coverage that people have an issue with because it feels like the story came and went really quickly, and it sort of just like disappeared. And I think, like Deborah was saying, like why haven't they covered the 1 year anniversary of this? Like, usually when we look at other assassination
So they did do it. They did do
okay,
it.
they did. Maybe like
so
on
we
a,
talked about it
yeah.
in the room because I said it's the 1 year anniversary and I played a clip because they were talking about it. It's just so much other shit he's doing that overshadows.
Yeah, it's just a lot going on, and then the media just moves really fast. But yeah, I don't think this is necessarily a faked attempt or anything like that. I just think it's just the media just decided we're just gonna move on because we got a lot of stuff to cover. I mean, the media is very disconnected, I think, from like, stuff that we probably need to hear in general, right?
But Trump has done so much that it's hard to just say this is one thing to focus on. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you focused, if we would have stayed focused on his assassination attempt, what happens the following day? Freaking,
it's publicity for him, right? At the end of the day, it is publicity for him. And maybe they weren't trying to give him as much coverage or maybe cover Kamala evenly. I mean, it's a tough decision to make because what do? This is an election at the end of the day. So I don't think it was planned or anything. Like, I'm not the type of person that he thinks he planned or anything like that. But I do think he milked it for what it was, right?
Yeah, I do too.
Certainly, it's like, oh shit, we have this gift. Let's use this shit. You know what I'm saying? Because people died, right?
Right.
You know. So RIP to those people that we don't really even discuss, but people did die over this. So it's tragic.
And that's what I said. I said people died. Like, how do you plan other people dying?
Yeah.
And they actually found shell casings. Like, the Secret Service had 8 shell casings. So, like, if this was an attempt to hide some shit, that means the DOJ, because this all would have been federal, the DOJ, freaking the Secret Service, and Biden is all in cahoots with freaking Trump. Like, this is not something you can, like, just pretend or fake.
Yeah.
That's why I'm like, oh my God. Yesterday I was like, no. And then here comes JD coming off mic. Well, I kind of think, hold on, no, you're not. So I was like, you can't be my husband if you're going to be on these conspiracy theories. Oh my God. I'm just oh man. It's getting bad because, Democrats really weren't like this. And it's been a couple of times I was like, what's going on here, y'all? Like, come on. We're smarter than this. We actually read the information and then have this conversation. Now we fuck up it sometimes interpreting the information, but we actually really do read. And
I think it was the fact that he milked. He conveniently used something to gain more publicity and stay on the air longer and gain sympathy. He had that big fucking diaper on his ear, or maxi pad, whatever you want to call it, on his ear. Like, so it kind of seems like, oh, this is so convenient. Like, he's, milking this thing for all he has, But sometimes, things happen where it's like a gift. And that's just what it was. So, who knows, had that happened. I mean, we could do for the what about and all that stuff, but I'm sure gaining sympathy and, all that stuff certainly helps. It's like a free commercial, right? Yeah. So I think he raised a lot of money the next day. And that's the thing, too. The thing that scares me is that people, we're talking about this stuff about the election and the midterms and all that stuff. I think one of the things that scared me is that we're not raising money like the other side is, right? Tom Homan, very weirdly, it's very weird that whatever his deal is, he's doing speeches and rallies now. And I'm sure that is raising a lot of funds, right?
Should be a conflict too.
Huh?
Like, why would he be doing rallies right now? He's supposed to be Homeland Security.
But it's fundraising. It's fundraising. It's you know, that's what I'm saying. That what worries me about the Democratic Party is that we're not raising money like our counterparts, right? Supposedly the DNC is like broke, right? We need people to be on social media. We need to be, you know, that's why I was like, I kind of like Gavin right now. I see what you're saying about Bashir, but Gavin is becoming like a big troll, right?
Yeah, but he's not popular. He's not as.
No, he's not. But whoever's running, we just need whoever's running his Instagram, his Twitter, right? Because that trolling is top tier. You saw the Elon Musk and Trump thing.
Yeah.
That was funny. like the Coldplay affair. I don't know. That was.
I think he could get people, like maybe people from New York, maybe, but like outside of cities like New York City or the state of California, I don't really see.
Yeah.
That
I definitely see what you're saying. We need a safe white guy at this point.
Right.
We need a Kentucky, like a Midwesterner. You know, we need to go back to the Bill Clinton-esque type of figures. So I'm all for that. I've been all for that for a long time. So hopefully that's, you know, what's going on in those rooms. And I want to see, can we get a hold of people in the DNC? Like, can we bring them on Clubhouse just low key, or will they just run them off the app? I don't know.
I'm sorry, I'm eating.
No, it's all good.
I don't think they'd come on this app. They'd probably do some research and be like, these motherfuckers too toxic. They too toxic. These people do whatever. Like, you can dox them. Doxing them ain't nothing. They're public figures, but these people make videos, something. Now let me see what's going on. So I do got an article. It's talking about what to expect as Harvard takes on the Trump administration in federal court. So Monday, Harvard is supposed to be back in court for their hearing in the funding fight against the Trump administration. This is the next step in battle over restoring more than $2 billion in federal funding for research fellowship by the White House. If they get this fucking money back, Columbia kick rocks. A lot of those kids that go to these schools are really, you know, when you're young, you have all these great ideas on how you can save the world and how, you know, they really have these, you know, when you were young, like when I was young, I believed in everything. Give poor people more money and access. Make sure this and that, like, everything free. My daughter's kind of like that. And she has her explanation, but then I just look at her and just smile and be like, wait till you gotta pay bills.
Patty, I started off as a libertarian. Please do not. Let's never leave this room.
How did you
never leave
become
this
a libertarian?
I don't know.
You do live in Miami.
No, just me not experiencing life and just reading a lot and really thinking like this is the best form of government, right? It's just liberal when it comes to social issues, but fiscally conservative. And I think a lot of me is still like that. But the reality is, I joined the Libertarian Party and right away got out of it, switched to Democrat, and I realized that a lot of this stuff is coded in just racism, right?
Yeah.
And people will rather spend money on like billions going to Mars or some shit like that than SNAP benefits. Like that, there's something fundamentally wrong with that, right? And you realize these Republicans, it's not about being fiscally responsible, fiscally conservative, right? It's about taking everything that poor people have and giving it to the very, very wealthy that are never gonna spend this money. So
Right.
When you realize stuff like that, you're like, okay, okay, now I see what's going on. But yeah, I part of me is, I studied taxes, right? A part of me is like very conservative in a way, and I like VAT tax. I know it's not very popular, but I like the VAT tax.
I like VAT tax too.
You go to countries with VAT, they have way better education than we do, right? Our education right now is funded by property taxes. That's inherently racist, right?
Right.
So we know this country has been, many black people still live in historically redlined areas, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, this system is racist as fuck. So it's like, how are we still, funding children's school off a fundamentally racist system? So, that could alleviate that. Obviously, it's a regressive tax, though. But if you have free, high quality education, free, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, but I don't like this deficit, right? I think we need to tax wealthy people. That period. That's it. And I think that, I was on this app screaming, Kamala Harris's tax policies because I thought they were good. And I thought, we really need to try something. We need to really tax this wealth. Wealthy people themselves, right? Like the Warren Buffetts of the world, right?
And
the Bill Gates.
A lot of them are real. The ones that are super rich are willing to, like Warren Buffett.
Yeah, they're like, tax me. They're actually begging people to tax them more. So it's like wild to me that they're like a lot of the wealthy. Of course, a lot of wealthy people are gonna move out, right? We always have that. That's always gonna remain. They're gonna remove their citizenship, move to another country, and that's okay, right? That's always gonna happen. That's happening now in the UK. That's why I was like, I'm glad that guy Jay something came in the other day, because that's what we're gonna be dealing with if we get another Democrat in office in 4 years, or 3.5 years. We're gonna have to play major cleanup, which is what the Labour Party is doing now, right? They're trying to reverse some of the shit that Brexit did, and they're trying to, fund the NHS system.
They're trying to do everything that's fucked up, and that NHS is all behind conservatives. Conservatives will fuck you over. It's happening
But
with
my thing is, these nurses, I've never had like a white American nurse. Okay, like barely in my life, right? All the nurses are Filipina,
right?
Let's be real. So if you want to deport all the Filipinas, right? Like, you're not the only show in town. Like, people are gonna go elsewhere, and now what are you gonna do? So UK has been moving goofy, and now what happened? Now we're dealing with those consequences: mass deportation, mass divestment with these tariffs, and so now we're dealing with all these consequences. So we're dealing with the shit that UK dealt with years ago, and he said billions leaving the economy. It's actually projected to be trillions. Right? Because I worked on this stuff. And I helped get businesses out of UK after Brexit.
Yeah, because they knew what the revenue was going to look like. There was no freedom of movement, whether it was supplies, personnel. I don't know why They thought this would be a great idea. At least the
Racism.
people.
Racism. They thought immigrants were taking their jobs. They thought immigrants were benefiting, and so they wanted the immigrants out. And so it was about racism, right? The same thing as the election largely, right? Our this election was about racism.
Right, and we didn't learn the lessons of what happened with the UK.
No,
we're not learning the lessons because they don't even associate how Brexit looks. If you look at policy versus policy that we're trying to do with Project 2025, like Brexit. Like when I would watch it on TV, I was like, this shit isn't gonna go through. They're not stupid. They can't be this stupid. Then when they were debating the freedom of movement, I was like, yeah, this isn't going to go through. At least they won't let this go through. Yeah, they did.
Patty, you were looking at them, and they were looking at us like when Trump was running for office. He's never going to win.
Right, and they had the big balloon. Remember, they had the big balloon over some of those European countries. In the UK, that balloon was there a couple of times. The naked baby Trump balloon with a diaper. Like, I'm like, you motherfuckers are shitting on us, but you guys are fucking working towards a Trump-like president, or not presidency, parliament. Like, you guys are bringing all these people into into these roles that are Trump-like. And then Trump is shaking their hands, telling me he's got the greatest ideas. He's the best candidate. No, that's not how he talks. He's the, whatever the fuck. But this shit was ridiculous. I was like, y'all motherfuckers floating a Trump balloon, but y'all got Trump 2.0 over there. Because he's smart. Trump's stupid. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's easy to influence with the fucking cheeseburger and you're the best president ever conversation. He doesn't read what the fuck is being passed. The legislation that they're trying to push. He doesn't read. That one, what was his name? God damn. What is his name that was in charge at the time during Brexit? Do y'all remember? Let me look this up real quick.
Not Tony Blair. I know his face because he has that blonde hair that always looks messy.
He always looks messy. Let me see. That dude is Trump 2.0. It's like he has the greed, but he also is very intelligent. So his thing was him getting richer and everybody else around him getting richer. Oh, God. And then the Labor Party was fighting against it. What is his name? Boris Johnson. There you go. Boris Johnson. He's trash. Boris Johnson's trash. And that one female, there was a female right before him that actually opened up the conversation. What is her name? Let me put down female. Theresa May.
The one like these the lettuce, they got her out of there. I'm like, that's how you know these people in UK, boy. And I was here in a room. This girl Eunice. Oh my God, I love her rooms. She does these UK rooms, and she's in UK, and she streamed the debate, and their debate was really good. I mean, they get crazy.
They get crazy.
They get wild over there.
I could not stand Theresa May. I was like, she opened up the conversation and Boris Johnson jumped on board and said, let's go. And David Frost just says here.
You can understand why his priest or his pastor wouldn't accommodate him. And I think if we're not careful, we slide into kind of a lukewarm state of Christianity.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, don't do that. Always guard your heart. The armor, the armor of Christ, put on the full armor. There's all kinds of pitfalls about being complacent. You don't want to do that. And Jonathan, we'll get to you in a second. Someone asked, "This is so great! Oh my gosh, the Lord hath shined up on us today." I started this whole podcast this morning with this very thing. So Spartan in chat says, "Where in the Bible does Jesus said?" I'll just read it the way you should have written it. "Where in the Bible does Jesus say, 'I am God, worship me'?" That's what you meant to write. And then he says the same thing. He says something that Jesus says when he confronts the devil. I'm not saying you're the devil, but interesting way to write that. So where it is written is what Jesus addresses. So I wondered often why people don't bring up Matthew and Luke more about the temptation of Jesus when he says, "Where does Jesus say, 'I am God, worship me'?" And by the way, in perfect Arabic. And by the way, 300 times. And then all the Christians go to like Abraham, I was, I am, I have the water of life, only God can forgive sins, as if that should totally be adequate. But why don't people do the temptation of Christ? Because he absolutely applies this verse to him. So if he was improperly applying this verse to him as deity, the devil would have been able to be like, "Oh, well, I'm going to have you crucified for blasphemy." He would have done that right then, but he can't, because the devil, how bad is that if the devil understands Jesus as God, but you don't? That's bad. Okay, so Jesus, full of the Holy Spirit, returned, and he goes on, and the devil tempts him, and he says, the devil took him up and showed him all the kingdoms. This is Matthew 4, verse 5. The devil took him up and showed him the screen that I'm sharing. Okay. Showed him the kingdoms of the world in a moment of time, and said to him, "To you I will give all authority and their glory, for it has all been delivered to me, and I can give it to whom I will. If you then will worship me, it will all be yours." And Jesus answered him, "It is written, you shall worship the Lord your God, and you shall serve only him." And he took him to Jerusalem and set him on the pinnacle of the temple and said to him, "If you are the Son of God, throw down yourself from here, for it is written, he will command his angels concerning you and to guard you. And on their hands they will bear you up and not let you strike a foot against the stone." Jesus answered him and said, "You shall not put the Lord your God to the test." And when the devil had ended every temptation, he departed until an opportune time. So there's your answer. I mean, there's one of 20 plus answers, but how do you get, my question for you would be, how do you get around that? You shall not put the Lord your God to the test. So throw yourself down, angels will help you. You shall not put your Lord, your God, the Lord your God to the test. He is absolutely applying this to himself. There's no way around that. That's the answer. I mean, there's plenty of other answers too, but there you go. And the fact that you don't see that, which I'm not watching the screen, but I'm just assuming you don't, would be where Jesus gets to the parables and says some people, this is God's good pleasure, that many people receive these parables as little children and they just get it immediately. Why other